Hi everyone, Tony from Hack the Movies here, and Michael Keaton is returning as Batman, so I thought it'd be fun to revisit his Batman movies, starting with Batman 89.
Woo!
Is it a classic? Has it aged well? Let's find out in this episode of Talking About Tapes.
Talking about tapes.
Hello Frank, how are you?
Hey, Tony, thanks for having me.
I just want to point out the inaccuracies. Robin is not in this movie.
Well, he was going to be.
He was going to be, but he got cut out.
And if he was in it, this was the suit he was going to wear.
Yeah, and Crystal, you're just not wearing a suit at all.
Yeah.
This is the reverse of Batman Forever, where I didn't wear a suit.
I know. Way to go.
Yeah. Meanwhile, I bought this nice Michael Keaton mask.
I see.
And then I found out it was display purposes only. But I didn't read that as I shoved my fat head into it. And my eyes exploded out of it, and I look like I got stung by a bunch of bees while wearing the mask.
I saw the photo. It was pretty bad.
So
Were
here
you
I
at
am.
least able to move your head?
Yes.
Wow, so at least you had more than the real Michael Keaton.
So here I am wearing a Christian Bale Batman mask. I look like an idiot, Frank.
Gee, and you're making fun of my costume.
I know.
Yeah,
I
sorry.
look
Frank
like
is
an
way
idiot.
better.
See, I always wanted to be Robin when I grew up, and now I'm living my dream.
Woo!
And you know, one of my dreams was to just always get to see the Batmobile in person. I thought that'd be
I
a
don't think
cool
you'll
dream.
ever be able to do that.
One day I'll be able to
One
see
day.
that Batmobile.
Is there a
in
Batmobile
person.
around here?
Huh?
Is there a Batmobile around here?
Oh shit, there's one right there.
Where did that come from?
I don't know. I decided,
That's so
hey,
cool.
let's film outdoors today in our bat suits, and it looks like someone just parked their Batmobile here. Isn't that nice?
That's
What a
pretty
day.
nice. Oh, thanks for
Now, let's talk
random.
about Batman 89.
Okay.
Let's dive in.
I do plan on doing commentary tracks for this, so if we miss something, calm down. We'll probably cover it in the commentary tracks. Because there's a lot to talk about, but we're on limited time here next to the Batmobile outdoors. Hello, everyone. Interrupting the podcast because I said I was going to do a commentary track, and I did with my good friend Kevin from Peg Warmers.
Hey, guys.
Yes, we just did our Batman 89 commentary track. It'll be available on Patreon, my Patreon, and the Peg Warmers Patreon. So check that out. We had a lot of fun, and yeah, back to the episode.
Do-do-do-do-do.
It's like, hey, I know you're doing this whole Batman thing, but a girl's talking to you. Why do you talk to her? Why do you go hang out with her? Tell her you're Batman. It's
He's trying to find someone to take care of Bruce when he dies.
yeah. Alfred, it's been less than a week. Can we wait a little bit? Bob is a good friend. He's like, oh, you're a clown man now, and we're gonna be a clown-themed gang. All right.
All right, I'm down for whatever.
That sounds great, Jack.
Jack, I mean, we've been friends since the kindergarten, so, whatever you want. If you're a clown, we're clowns.
So he puts the handprints, and then like a bunch of the shots afterwards, the handprints are gone. Like literally, the next shot, it's gone. He's
He's just
full on
shooting
murder
stuff.
mode with like no real reason to switch to murdering.
Would two guns that are parallel to each other shoot a horizontal line in a door?
So when was the first time you guys saw this movie? When did you see this?
I saw it when I was 4 years old, I think.
Okay.
So Batman Returns came out, and then I, was big into Batman at the time. I was watching the animated series, and then my parents, were like, "Oh, check these out." So then I have, the VHSs. I mean, I'm just a huge Batman fan since birth. I used to color in everything in black when I was 4 years old.
Yeah.
And my parents thought I had a problem, but no,
Yeah, so did mine.
it turned out all right.
So did mine. They were like, you know what? Tony might like Batman too much. He might grow up to be one of those guys who dresses up
Yeah,
like
you guys
Batman.
aren't nerds. Jeez.
Crystal, when did you first see this?
Probably as a kid on TV.
No.
I want to say, because I feel like this and Batman Returns was always just on TV, and I always loved watching it.
Yeah.
Always.
I have no memory of the first time I saw this. Because it's just as far back as I can remember, these two movies have just always existed for
Exactly.
me. I wore out my VHS tapes. I just played them for years and years and years and years. The first Batman movie I remember coming out was Batman Forever, but we already covered that.
Yeah.
But no, these movies, they were my introduction to Batman, that and the cartoon. And I love them. I love them. I probably know every line of dialogue to both these films. I probably know everything about them.
Okay.
But I'm able to look back and point out some things that maybe don't hold up.
No, I think it still holds up.
I think it definitely holds up.
There's on a script level, there's some things in this one, particularly which I'll talk
Script level,
about.
maybe
Script
like
level,
like
little
fight
CGI,
scenes
But
and all that.
despite how critical I might be of some things, this did wonders for the Batman brand.
Oh yeah.
Overall, like a lot of things were introduced in this
Oh, it
that
changed the
ended
world.
up,
Change the world.
It changed the world, and it made people take Batman more seriously. I love the Adam West stuff, but that was representative of what the comics were in the 60s, where they kind of became parodies, and they were fun. Love it. Awesome. It's great. But the 20 years leading up to this film, Batman went back to his more darker roots in the comics. They did The Dark Knight Returns, Batman Year One, and the filmmakers of this wanted to kind of capture this new kind of darker, more serious Batman, which wasn't even really new. That's how he started in the comics before the Comics Code Authority, and they kind of watered him down.
Got a little campy.
Yeah. So directed by Tim Burton.
Woo.
Now, you
But
wouldn't
when he
think
was
you,
good.
you wouldn't think you'd pick him. This is
Whoa.
back when like studios would take risks on directors.
Yeah.
And now they're like, did you make a little indie movie? Okay, make a movie that looks like 5 other people's movies for us now.
I mean, how old was Tim Burton when he
He was
when
young.
did
He
was
this, right? In
really
his
He was
Yeah.
young.
right?
He only did Pee-wee's Big Adventure, and
Yes.
Beetlejuice.
he was in talks for Batman before Beetlejuice, but I think he had to
Really?
wait for Beetlejuice to be a hit for
Yeah,
them to actually
Bring him
consider him. But they wanted him. The studio desperately wanted Jack Nicholson, like that from the get-go. And I think Michael Uslan, who spent, what do you say, like 10, 14 years trying to get this
I
started?
think they started in like '79 is when
Yeah.
they started trying to make this film.
Yeah, that was one of their choices. They're like, we need Jack Nicholson. The studio
Yeah.
desperately wanted Jack
That
Nicholson
was
in
the
this.
only character where they knew like that was the person.
Yeah.
Everyone else was like, let's figure it out.
I feel like Shining era Jack Nicholson would have been better, but
Yeah.
better late than ever.
I mean, the
guess.
public,
Oh,
the
he's
public
so
wasn't
good.
very excited to have Jack Nicholson at the time either. Either.
No,
to
for
be
Jack
the
Nicholson, I
Joker,
think
right?
they were.
Wasn't there a little bit of pushback? 'Cause
No,
everyone's like,
there was
"This is not
pushback for
really-"
someone else.
yeah.
But I will say,
so
Jack
good.
Nicholson, he knew the studio wanted him so bad. He negotiated like one of the best deals ever. He got
Did he really?
he got a cut of the profits on the back end, and I think he got a
lot of
cut of
money.
all the merchandise sales.
Good for him.
That's how desperate they were. And this movie, like the people really, I mean, obviously we were born afterwards, but like at the time, if you talk to people a little bit older than us, like this was like one of the most marketed movies of all time. Like
Yeah.
this, like it's just on a marketing standpoint, this kind of changed films forever.
Changed how they did things with toys and
Yeah.
posters.
There
and-
was
Oh,
it was like
yeah.
a Star Wars. They were smart. They were like, hey, you know what? Star Wars. Oh God, my vinyl fell.
Yeah, such a good soundtrack.
Yeah, they
Oh
were
my
like,
God, Danny Elfman.
yeah,
Can't
Danny
see with this
Elfman killed it
Yo,
in this.
killed it.
Like Star Wars had the thing where like they put out this movie and they didn't have toys ready. Batman had all the toys ready.
Yes. Yes.
Supposedly they were even still running out. Like,
Yes, they were still running out. And he got a cut of all the profits of that.
Good for him. He
Good
was
for him.
good for him because he was so freaking good in this. I'm sorry,
I
but
think,
I think he's my favorite Joker.
And I think when Danny DeVito asked him for advice for the second movie, I think he was like, I don't know, try to get the deal I got. But Danny DeVito did not get that deal. So Sean Young was cast as Vicky Vale. Sean Young from Blade Runner and Dune.
Dune, yeah.
She looks more like Vicky Vale in the comics.
Yeah.
She was training for, that horseback riding scene in this movie. She was training for that horseback riding
I did
scene.
not know that there was supposed to be a horseback riding scene. in
Yeah,
this.
well, she fell off and broke her arm. And she says that they could have filmed around her, but she thinks one of the producers had the hots for Kim Basinger, so they were like, sorry, we need Kim Basinger. Kim Basinger looks more
Yep.
like Silver St. Cloud.
Wow.
I don't really care about Batman's
Supposedly
girlfriends,
they
to be
were-
honest, outside of Catwoman and Talia.
She's interesting. I feel like the love interest it's cute, but that's kind of
Yeah, that's a problem with Batman and his girlfriends. They're just, besides Catwoman and Talia, unless he's like dating a bad guy, I usually just don't care about his
I mean,
girlfriend.
Yeah,
she's a photographer. She's,
It was
Yeah.
cute.
It was cute.
very fashionable photographer.
She was okay. I mean, yeah, she's like hot and sexy, and
Yeah.
I like her. She's a little badass because she wants to get in and she doesn't give a fuck, especially
Yeah.
during scenes where they're fighting and she's still taking photos. But
Yeah. I would say she's goalie
Too
oriented, but she does get distracted by
She's-
Bruce Wayne.
Yeah.
She's supposed to be in
Little
town
bit.
for the Batman. She immediately gets distracted trying to
Way
make
too
Bruce.
quick.
I mean, I get
I
it.
have
I'd
so
want to
much
make.
to say about their romance and
Look,
how I can't stand
Look,
that
if a billionaire
aspect.
showed interest in me, I'd probably put aside everything else I was
Oh,
doing.
you're on your knees immediately.
I'd be like, hey, Frank, I can't talk about Batman today. I'm trying to hook up with a billionaire chick. I'll talk to you later.
Oh, you, man.
But yeah, remember Sean Young's name. She comes back later on, and there's a famous story of her for the next film. They cast Michael Keaton as Batman. This is what
did.
people were pissed about.
Yeah, I do know that.
Because he was more known for his comedic stuff.
Yep.
Mr. Mom.
Mr. Mom, and well, what's that movie he's in that's so good where he's like the pimp? Oh God.
Which one?
I can't believe I'm blanking on it. Him and what's his face? They like take in these prostitutes and they're their pimps, but they treat them nice.
Oh, God.
It's such a good
I don't know
movie.
if I've ever seen it.
Okay, well I forget the name of the movie. I'll put a graphic here for the podcast listeners.
I'll
Just
wait.
look it up.
Movie.
It's this movie.
I'll wait till the episode comes out to find out what movie I need to watch.
It's a great movie, but I don't think a lot of people and then Beetlejuice, but I don't think a lot of
Yes.
people realize he played a serious character in a movie called Clean and Sober. And Tim really wanted him, and then based off that performance, that's what kind of sold him to the studio. But fans were pissed. And it's not who you would normally pick for Batman.
No, but they were casting for his eyes. That's really, you know,
does have
with,
nice
with being in the
eyes. He has
mask. I mean,
beautiful
look at you right
eyes.
now. So because your face is covered, but the way your eyes just see through to my soul, that's what they were looking for with Michael Keaton.
They actually,
That's what they got.
speaking of eyes, skipping ahead a little bit, they were going to have just his flesh eyes underneath the mask. And they're like, that looks really bad.
Like that?
Yeah, like that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
should've-
that's
So
what
they
I
put the
said.
should've went
makeup
full
on him.
Batman,
They put the
dude.
makeup on him to kind of cover that up.
I think he did amazing.
But
in
yeah,
that
there
movie.
were campaigns to get him kicked out of the movie. People were flipping out.
And now everyone's so excited that he's back.
Yeah, I don't know why. But yeah, they
love
wanted like a
him.
muscular
Whoa.
guy in tights. I guess he's got like a decent body, but he's not who you would pick for Batman.
Yeah, but I mean, Burton also made it so that like when he's walking around, you don't think that you wouldn't assume that he's Batman.
Yes.
Like with his build and all that.
Yeah,
Now-
and oh my gosh, yeah, when he's out of the costume and his glasses, there's no way you would think he's
Yeah.
Batman.
He's a
There's
good-looking
multiple.
man.
We'll get into in the next movie, but like literally, it was like, why are you in a Batman suit? Like you don't guess why.
Yeah,
he's
that's a
Batman.
good line. The
And he's
late
also a little weak.
late Anton.
No, I mean like physically. I mean,
You got it, girl.
The late Anton First did the production design for this. He designed all of Gotham City. He designed this wonderful Batmobile. He won the Academy Award for it. Him and his team won the Academy Award. It's a great looking city. I talked about it
So
in my video. Set changes they didn't think we noticed. But I go into like what he thought of for Gotham in that film. But yeah, he wanted to make it look like hell grew out of the ground, and it was like this clash of eras where it's like modern day, but also the 40s.
Yeah.
And I think
oh,
he
I
said,
didn't realize that.
Which
That-
is, I mean, with every Batman iteration that does well, like
Yeah.
really hits on. They shot it over in London, England, because there was no
Yes.
space over in LA
Yeah.
at Warner
They built
Brothers.
a
They built
huge
so
street
much
set.
for it. But I mean, what really sells the Batman feel that they really crushed is, it's 1940s mixed with 1989, mixed with
Yeah.
the 60s.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't know what era it is.
Yeah.
That's what I like about, Batman, iterations, and even
Yeah.
even Gotham did it well. And
yeah, Gotham did well.
Uh-huh.
Some choose not. Like Ben Affleck didn't really do that. Christopher Nolan didn't do that. Maybe a little bit in the
Yeah.
first movie.
Yeah.
But even the newest Batman has like a clash of
Yeah,
different
they
like
do it too.
designs and whatnot.
Yeah, but I think the Tim Burton ones really are the only ones
Yeah.
where you're like, I don't know what time period this is. It's its own
Yeah.
world, which is
Yeah.
what I think it should be.
What they
I mean,
wanted it-
Gotham shouldn't be looking like New York City or
Yeah.
something like that. It's its own.
That's
entity.
definitely what they were going for, and it does have like a Blade Runner feel with less neon. But yeah, I love the look of it. We already touched on Danny Elfman's music. So Sam Hamm wrote this script, and he was a Batman fan.
Huge.
And you could tell by some of the stuff earlier in the movie. Towards the end, kind of gets away from that. But yeah, he wrote like the first few drafts, I think. But there was the famous 1988 writer's strike, so unfortunately he wasn't able to join them on the set and do like the rewrites. They brought in a few other people to do rewrites, and he had to There's things that happen in this movie for years afterwards. He had to tell people, I didn't do it.
There's
That
two
w-
main
There's
things.
two
and he's
really
still-
big things.
I listened to a new interview with him the other day.
Yeah, or
and
3 things really, where he's just like, that wasn't me. I didn't do that.
It's the
What?
first thing he says
we'll
in
get to it.
every
We'll get to
interview
it.
he hits. But yeah, we'll get to it. It's the 1st
We'll
thing he
get
says
to it because
just
it's
to let
kind of
people
fun.
know.
But yeah, Sam Hamm would actually go on to write a Batman comic, and he created a character who ended up being in Christopher Nolan's Batman Begins. So it's kind of funny how he kind of like changed that character. And I did the video recently about Batman 89, the comic.
Yeah.
So check that out. I talk about that comic and what he did there. And yeah, let's just start going through this movie here.
That's it.
I used to love putting this on as a kid because it started off with the theme song.
Yep.
And you have this dark, like, cave-looking area. And you're like, oh, what is this? And it turns out to be the Bat emblem, which is pretty cool. And it gets you just really pumped up for the movie.
Hell yeah.
You're like, this music's great. And then you see the credit that says additional music by Prince. And you're like, what?
What?
Yeah.
That's what throws me off with this film.
I guess this is when he was maybe on good terms with Warner until he changed his name.
To assemble.
Yeah, that was to screw over Warner Brothers to like get out of stuff. Like he did that purposely to screw them over. I love the fake out in the beginning. Because if you're watching this for the first time and you know who Batman is,
Yep.
you think that's Bruce Wayne and his parents.
Yes.
That's the Waynes. Yep.
Yeah, you're like, oh, they come out of the theater and they go to get shot. Here's the thing with the theater. They did build a really big set of the street. But because of that, every single major thing that happens in this one area in Gotham. The
I'm
mask
taking this off. Yeah.
Yep. That mask is famous for being way too tight.
Pushing into my eyeballs. You probably saw my eyes.
I'm
popping
committed.
out.
I'm staying on, man.
Oh yeah, no, dude, you do it. I'm for it, man.
So, I love the fake out. You think it's going to be Bruce Wayne being shot. Turns out that's not the case. They get mugged, but they don't get shot. And then we see our first glimpse of Batman.
Which is awesome.
A janky animated cartoon shadow.
Yeah. Oh, so bad. So bad. Like
The
you
ma-
see him and the shadow though, and it's just glitchy.
And the match, yeah, all right. So the match shots are really good. Some of the visual effects, more later on in the movie, have not aged well, and this is one that has. It's literally like a really obvious cartoon.
Yeah, but
But
if you
I-
take it for
It's a
what
cool
it
idea.
is-
It's a cool
like
idea.
it though because like you understand it was in '89.
Yeah.
With the
Yeah.
understanding of that, you're like, yeah, but still
However,
for '89.
there were other movies that had way better effects. But keep in mind,
Sure.
this movie went over schedule and over budget, so they might have been running out of money towards the end for visual effects.
Doesn't kill it for you though.
We learned from so they decided not to do an origin story for this, which I thought was interesting.
God.
Yeah, I mean, especially with the.
Well, because
Then
10
I would
years earlier
know.
they did it with Superman and it did so well. You think they want to like do that again?
I guess same thing. Time, budget, they just
Yeah.
wanted to really hit you with the points, and I mean, you already know, and you get the hint,
Yeah.
through the film.
They
of
drop
who
little
he is.
hints for like if you're a comic fan, you'll pick up on. But yeah, so Batman has been Batman for a while now, at least like a few months. So he's still
not
early.
long.
Yeah,
though.
not long.
Yeah.
First year, like it's a year
Yeah.
one.
Yeah,
story.
because you don't see him going and actually, because you kind of would think if Batman's there, he would have saved them before they would have got mugged,
Yeah.
kind of
Yeah.
thing. But he doesn't even go to them at all.
Well,
it's like way
I mean, if we
later.
factor in
Well,
the sequel, he gets
gets
less
shot a lot.
concerned about saving people.
I
There's
know,
a
I
big scene
know.
in the sequel where it's like, you're not going to grab her? Okay.
That's why
Yeah.
they didn't. That's why they didn't have
Oh,
Robin
I-
in this one either, because
Yeah.
they wanted to.
Yeah.
It's his first year, and then
And there was,
they'll-
yeah,
Figuring it
because
out.
Robin didn't show up until way later in the books. Well, not way later, like a year
put
later.
a couple years in.
We learn from the crooks that Batman has been running around, and right on cue, he comes down in that cool silhouette shot.
Yeah.
Although
Yeah.
he is kind of just posing for no
Is-
one when
so
you think
is-
about it.
The wings
Is he
are
is he
funky.
flying down, or is he being lowered?
No, I
down
think
in
he's got
that?
the thing
Okay,
on the
he's got the thing?
that thing on
Okay.
my belt.
All right.
I think he's
Yeah.
coming down. We
Okay.
just don't see the wire.
All right.
I mean, he uses that a lot in that movie.
And so they went with the latex rubber. They went with rubber armor.
Yes, they did.
Yeah, the suit hasn't aged well for this one. It looks a little rough. His ears are a little uneven. Famously, he can't move his head. And we talked about
So funny.
it wasn't until Batman Forever where they still had that limitation, but they learned how to film around it. Here, it was brand new. They're like, I don't know how we make him look like a badass.
but I like it though, because it's kind of like comic booky, where it's like, oh, here,
Yeah.
now.
Oh, it's definitely comic book.
Yeah.
Yeah, which I love. I'm like, you
and
know
I
what, can work
couldn't
with this.
find a
Boom.
definitive answer on this. But his bat emblem is different than all the other symbols in the movie and the marketing. It's got little bat feet on it.
Oh yeah.
Does it really?
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever noticed that.
So I looked it up. There's like two theories where early on they thought the symbol looked too much like a mouth, so they added the feet to it. But I don't think that's true. I heard another thing where there might have been a licensing issue with that particular symbol, and they had to go into production soon, so they came up with a new one. But during production, they had it figured out. So yeah, so there's this weird little thing where his suit, his bat emblem just says bat feet randomly.
This is Justin from Epic Film Guys, here to help answer that age-old question, something that comes up in the Batman community all the time. Why is the bat symbol on Michael Keaton's bat suit in Batman '89 different than the traditional bat symbol? Luckily, the answer we have comes directly from Batsuit costume designer for the movie, Bob Ringwood. Unfortunately, it's not nearly as romantic as one would hope. In a comment on social media, he said, quote, "I redesigned the symbol because I thought it should look more like a bat than an open mouth. At the time, it was not discussed, and I just did it. No one questioned it. And then I developed it for Batman Returns." Well, there you have it. Just literally a creative choice by the guy that designed the bat suit. Movie magic.
But yeah, I mean, it looks cool when he's standing still in the shadows. When there's a little bit too much light on him, you see how rough it kind of looks. Oh, and did you see what kind of shoes he was rocking?
No.
Yeah, some Nikes.
Nikes.
Really?
Yeah.
They made,
yeah.
they made
Goddamn it.
Batman
Nike
Nikes
wanted
for this
to
one.
have some product placement in the movie. They're like, all right, you can make the Batman shoes,
awesome.
and you could barely tell. I didn't know for years. I had no idea for years.
You can't really even see
Because they
it.
painted all black, and the movie is dark, so there's like one shot of the Nike logo, but you can barely
Yeah,
tell.
you barely even notice.
Now I'm gonna go through and just look at his feet.
Yeah.
Like
I
a
gotta get a
Tarantino
pair.
movie.
But yeah, then famously, he confronts the one guy, he uses his little batarang. And actually, before we move on, it is pretty funny that people who don't like the Nolan movies, like, they're trying to be too realistic. They're trying to be too realistic. I like the Burton ones. And then when you watch the behind the scenes, Burton's like, we wanted the gadgets to feel realistic. We want to make sure this felt like it was in a realistic world. I'm like, all right, what is everyone's definition of realistic? Because it seems to be changing. But we get the famous quote, "I'm Batman."
I'm Batman.
Do you want to try one?
You're Batman. I'm Robin.
I'm Crystal. Like,
Not as cool.
all right. I'll give you
Sorry.
one.
I'm Crystal.
I'm Batman. Is that good? Is that
Yeah, that's
nice?
great.
Was that nice and
That's
corny?
great.
All right, perfect.
super
Was that
good. Super
Thanks.
good.
Yeah, I've been
Yeah.
working on it all
And
night. Ever since
this-
I watched this film.
I think I should switch
I
outfits.
knew this moment was coming.
So this
Good.
Bruce Wayne is kind of a recluse.
Yes.
This Bruce Wayne is kind of a recluse. So he only has to change his voice a little bit because not a lot of people. I guess the rich people get to see
He
him,
also
but
doesn't
criminals
talk-
don't.
He doesn't talk a lot.
He does.
No,
So, like,
which is a
he
criticism.
says-
He doesn't.
But I kind of like that. Because with Christian Bale and all these other Batmans
Yeah.
that talk a lot in the suit, then they start to figure out a way to change their voice. With Michael Keaton, like, there's a slight deeperness to it, which
he
you
just
can actually
does like this.
hear later in the film when he's trying to tell Vicky Vale who he is.
Yeah.
He starts to
Yeah.
switch to it a little bit. You can hear it. But it's not, I kind of like that he's silent.
Yeah. Now we have Billy D. Williams as Harvey Dent. Woke.
Oh my God.
I can't go anywhere with you.
You
so.
know what's funny? I couldn't find. So many people complain about Michael Keaton. I couldn't find. Like, going back and looking at old, like, newspapers and stuff, I don't really see anyone complaining about Harvey Dent. I think
'Cause he's great for
modern
the role.
audiences just didn't know Harvey Dent was Two-Face
I
yet.
can go with that. Yeah.
Maybe.
And Two-Face probably wasn't, I mean, he was a big character. He never made it into the TV show. So that was like a thing. Maybe that's why people just didn't know that that was supposed to be Two-Face. So I
Yeah.
think it just flew under the radar.
Great job.
But yeah, he did really good. He got a pay for play contract. So if he wasn't in the sequel, they still had to pay him. So he made some money.
Because they were planning on him being in the sequel.
Yeah, and then they replaced him with Tommy Lee Jones. Now Pat Hingle is Gordon. I like Pat
Great.
Hingle.
You just don't. He just doesn't have that huge of a part through it. But
Yeah.
I
He
think, I think
does
he's
it,
great
and he's
for
not
Gordon.
that strong.
He's
For
just
me, he's supposed
Yeah.
like that character is supposed to be a little bit more, just stronger.
He just kind of seems like he's just there.
Yeah.
He's just in all four of these movies. He's just kind of there.
He's
Yeah,
just
that's it.
yeah.
They decided to give an origin to the Joker, who outside of being the Red Hood and thrown into chemicals, and then the Killing Joke, maybe if you go with that,
Yes.
didn't really have an origin.
Yeah.
But
No.
here he's Jack Napier. And he's hooking up with the boss's girl.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, he is.
Not smart. Wouldn't have done that.
He's always looking fine, baby.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't like the Jack Napier stories. I'd rather him be a no-name. But
Yeah.
with this, I like it.
Yeah, I like when he switches his story. What was it? Where he switches his story like 1,000 times.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah,
Killing
yeah.
Joke introduces
that's
that.
what I'm thinking
And
of.
then in
Yeah.
Dark Knight, he tells different versions of his origin.
I kind of think that's kind of cool, but I don't mind this being one of the
And there was a
stories.
comic that took this idea of Joker being like a, and even the Dark Knight one mentions he used to like knock off people for crime bosses, and then something happened to make him the Joker.
Yeah, I got a whole problem with the whole Jack Napier thing. It goes more with the ending of the film. I'll let you know.
Oh yes, I know what you're talking about.
Go ahead.
So then we get Lieutenant Eckhart, who's not a character from the books, but he's kind of Harvey Bullock. He's a more corrupt Harvey Bullock.
Yeah, I agree.
And I remember being a kid being confused watching the cartoon and these movies. I'm like, is that supposed to be
Bullock?
Harvey? Why do they give him a different name? But he is played by William Hootkins, who I talked about in Raiders of the Lost Ark. So he was a heavy-set American guy in London. And whenever they needed a heavy-set guy with an American accent, they'd hit up William Hootkins because he was there. He was there for years. He is also Porkins in Star Wars, the fat X-Wing pilot. And then Robert Wool as Alexander Knox, the nosy reporter, another original character for the movie. What did you think of him?
He did his job of being that annoying reporter. 110%.
Lieutenant, is there a 6-foot bat in Gotham City? And if so, is he on the police payroll?
Like you kind of like you feel for like you're like all right you kind of feel for him but you want him to shut the fuck up.
Yeah, I mean he's the
He's a
joke.
guy.
He's the jokey guy to
Yeah.
your straight man Batman. You know, like he adds in your.
I
comedy
really,
for
really
it.
like him, and he's giving 110% in this because he wanted to be in the sequel.
Yeah.
And then he wasn't in the sequel.
Poor baby.
He showed up in that CW crossover, and that's it.
Oh yeah.
That's it.
Hey.
But Eckhart and Jack don't like each other because Jack is working for the boss. Eckhart knows Jack is. Well, Eckhart gets the idea. He goes, "Where are you spending your nights?"
I love that line
Because
when
then
he
you
says
get,
that to Jack.
you know that Eckhart is the one that then rats him out to Carl
Yeah.
Grissom.
But it's also like, how is, like, I took it like, how is Batman not caught on to you yet? How have you not been taken out by the bat yet?
Yeah.
Where are you spending your
Also,
nights?
Jack, it's one thing to sleep with your boss's girlfriend. That's a mistake. Don't go around town to his associates saying that you're going to take over one day.
Yeah.
That's also going to come back to bite you in
Yeah,
the
he's
ass.
not the smartest in this movie. I think that's the one little thing I have against this movie is usually the Joker is an extraordinarily smart man. And in this one, he's kind of dumb.
He's just kind of doing whatever he wants in this
Yeah,
movie.
there's like
He doesn't have a real
I
plan.
kind of wish he was a little bit smarter.
He doesn't really have like any particular, although you could say the Joker doesn't have a plan, but like
No, he never has a plan.
he's just
but-
just like, all right, I'm going to try this now. That
He's
didn't
just
work.
He's just out there doing what he wants and,
Yeah.
and screwing people over at will.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like, it's
I did
great.
like when Knox goes to the newspaper. Someone gives him a drawing of the Batman, and it's a man with a bat head, but it says Bob Kane.
Kane.
This is when you were still allowed to like Bob Kane before audiences found out how he screwed over other
The
comic
whole Bill
people.
Finger thing.
But
shout
he
out
loved
Bill
this
Finger.
movie. He's like on the set of this movie a lot. He was all in on this.
Yeah, he was supposed to be. Isn't Bob Bob Joker's right hand man, like in honor
I
of
think
Bob
yeah, I
Kane?
think
Really?
a reference to
Oh,
him.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, so Vicky arrives. She was just at the Corto Maltese,
Yeah.
which was mentioned in The Dark Knight Returns.
Yeah, it's huge in the comics. So I think that while she was over in Corto Maltese taking these, pictures and on documenting, I think she got wind of. This is my headcanon.
Okay.
She got wind of a billionaire from Gotham training or doing something, with samurais or ninjas or something over there. So then, because the first thing she does when she comes to Gotham, she's there to find Bruce Wayne. So maybe
Yeah, she has an idea to go to his
I think she
fundraiser.
has an inclination of thinking I heard about this guy in Corto Maltese. What was he doing there? So now she's investigating.
Yeah.
That's my headcanon.
So her and
I
Knox
can
want to
see
go to the
that.
fundraiser for Bruce Wayne. But before that, we meet Jack Palance as the crime boss, Carl Grissom. I like Jack Palance. I talked about it in our Valentine episode. I reviewed a movie called Alone in the Dark with another podcast, the Brain Rot podcast. And he's like one of the bad guys in that movie. And he's really good in it.
He's great.
But he orders
number one guy.
Yeah, you're my number one guy. He orders Jack to personally go to their front company, Access Chemicals, because they're if Gordon finds out, they'll be done for. Their whole operation is done for. And he's like, Jack, I want you to handle this. Oh, God.
Oh, no, dude.
Thank you. Thank you, Frank.
So it was supposed to be Ace.
Just leave it.
So it was supposed to be
leave
Ace
it.
Chemicals, right?
Yeah.
And then there
Yeah.
was an issue with I was just listening to something that there was another like real company that was called Ace Chemicals, and then they didn't want to use it,
Oh.
so then they turned it into
Axis Chemicals.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he wants Jack to handle it personally because he trusts him. But really, it's the setup. This is all a setup
Yeah.
to screw up Jack.
Jack knows that. I was like, yeah, well,
Jack
he
doesn't know that. He's a little curious why
Well,
he's being
that's
sent
what he's
there.
saying. Well, the entire time he's fighting that he doesn't want to go,
Yeah.
and he's saying about, oh, well, it's a chemical place. Like, I really don't want to go there. He has an idea, like, something's happening.
He's
Yeah.
got it, I guess.
Yeah.
But I shouldn't have went. Shouldn't have went, Jack.
Yeah. So
Well, he
Michael
thinks he's
Go
gonna
as
fucking fool
Alfred.
them.
Yeah, he's right.
Michael Go as Alfred is pretty good.
Oh yeah.
He doesn't have a
Fantastic.
lot to do in this, and he does one of the dumbest things ever, which the sequel has to call him out on. But we'll get
I
Yeah.
know
You
exactly,
you know exactly
what
what
you're
it is.
talking about. Yeah,
But
I
no,
love that-
he looks the part.
Yeah, and during the party, every time
Yeah.
Batman or Bruce Wayne puts something
That-
down,
He's
he's like
picking it up.
picking it up.
And
He's
Tim
so
Burton is a big, famous, like, Hammer horror fan. And Michael Go, or Michael Goff, some people call him Michael Goff, some people call him Michael Go.
I have
I'm
no
going to say Michael Goff. He
Yeah,
was in a bunch of horror movies. He's also even in one of my favorite Christmas carols, the one with George C. Scott.
Yeah.
He's in that one.
That's a good one.
Now, fun fact, Michael Goff in this movie is 73 years old.
What?
Michael Keaton in the upcoming Flash movie will be 71 years
Yep.
old.
He pretty much turned into Alfred.
So imagine Alfred in this, and actually in the old TV show, he would dress up like Batman occasionally.
Yeah.
But imagine this Alfred in a bat suit.
I mean, well, you
I
age
mean,
differently these days
yeah.
from
Yeah.
back in the 80s to today.
Yeah.
but-
Yeah, and then they have more scenes of Dent and Knox. They're really building up these characters for sequels.
Yeah.
Never see them. Now,
Yeah, it's
the
a shame.
armory. The armory, that's kind of a hint to his origins. Like what he was doing in the years leading up to this. Because you see, he's been around the world. He's been collecting suits of armor. And I like how he pretends like he's not Bruce Wayne at first.
I love it.
Well,
It's
I
kinda-
mean, he doesn't want to put himself. So you with this film, you don't really get that playboy, Bruce
Yeah.
Wayne yet. Like it's his first year, he's trying to figure stuff out. But then it's also like a different take on Bruce Wayne. He's not like over the top.
A little
Yeah.
bit
More
of a
in the
playboy,
Well, him-
though. He falls for her so freaking
In his own
quick.
right.
Yeah, I
Just-
don't know what the
just
hell's
with the
going on with
women.
Vicky, but him and the Joker are like, I have this super big plan. I'm going to do all this stuff. And they're like, oh, a blonde lady. I got to
Exactly.
rethink this. It's like, what?
Exactly.
I'm like, yeah, she's cute, but guys, let's calm down a
Yeah.
little bit here. Let's not lose sight of what's
oh my
important.
gosh, like Joker's basically jerking off to her photo. He's cutting it out. Like, holy shit.
But yeah, he says to him, he's just like, this one's Japanese. How do you know that? Well, I got it in Japan. So we know he's been around the world.
Yeah.
He's been training around the world.
Yeah,
to get
and he's
something
apparently a
which is
fan
fun.
of Vicky. He's seen her photos.
Yeah.
Uh,
Is she that known though? Like, how do you just know? And if
he's-
she's that known, would she really just randomly show up to Gotham and?
Well, I mean, he seems like the kind of guy that's reading into different places and stuff like
Yeah.
that. So he's probably seen her work on different.
I
'cause
do
he was
like
probably
that
looking
he,
to where
like-
to train.
I do like that. She's like, we're covering the Batman. He's like, oh, that's not a big story. Isn't that? That's beneath you. You don't want to know anything about the Batman.
What?
But yeah, he leaves her, and I just want to know, okay, why does he need 3 separate cameras in that room? Maybe
Yeah,
one.
right?
I know he's filming the party and he has cameras set up to spy on people
Yeah.
and get information, but why did he need exactly 3 cameras
In that
at that
one
Hey,
one
someone wants to
spot?
put on an armor, okay? like, I'd be in there putting all that stuff on. Okay.
I mean, it's back in the day. Maybe each one has a different lens on it, so you can see how close. If you want to zoom
Yeah.
into someone's face.
But yeah, they find out that Jack Napier is going to be at Axis Chemicals, and I like that the police know that Eckhart is dirty.
Yeah.
They're like, Eckhart's going to be there, and Gordon's like, oh, that guy sucks. Let's go.
All right, so for a party, when he's looking at the camera, like re-roll, like looking at the recording of it, that audio is so clear for being at a party. I'm like,
Yeah,
wow,
he's Batman.
okay.
Crystal clear. He's got it all wired with microphones.
yeah, but is able to pinpoint one conversation. Got it.
Yeah. Well, we see he has multiple giant VHS cameras. Now,
Yeah.
does he have multiple
Oh, man.
mirrors with rooms behind them?
The setup is awesome for.
How many
Batman.
people are going into his armory that he needs that many cameras?
How do you show you're technologically advanced for Batman in the 80s? Well, you just have multiple cameras in one
Yeah.
spot.
So the outside of the chemical plant is obviously a miniature or like a match. No, I think it's a miniature because they blow it up later. The inside apparently is this famous factory that they've used in a ton of movies, and one of them we covered, Aliens. For the hive scene in Aliens, they filmed in the same location.
Nice.
But yeah, Jack is set up. He's set up, and the cops are there, and there's a big firefight between all of them.
What's he say? Looks like we've been set up, boys.
We've been ratted out,
We've been ratted out,
boys.
boys. Great line.
So yeah, there's a big firefight, and then Batman shows up. Yeah, for a lot of like the cool fluid movements, they got like a male ballerina because they
that's
thought
cool.
like they'd be able to know how to move their body a little bit more.
I just find the cape very distracting in this one because
Oh,
it's
God.
so the cape,
distracting.
yeah.
Why don't we film outdoors more
Was
often?
that distracting?
I love it. I don't know. The wind actually feels really.
Here's your
nice.
Robin mask.
Oh, thank you.
Not so sweaty.
Yeah.
But it feels very distracting though sometimes the cape because it seems so formed at sometimes when I want it to be a little flowier. The cape
Yeah,
itself.
they
I'm
took like a
oh,
round
Yeah, sure.
kind of like table skirt and like sprayed it
Yeah.
in latex to give it that kind of, so it could go like
Sometimes
that.
it's kind of cool, but
Yeah.
other times I'm like, okay, we got it.
Yeah, and to cover for his awkward movements, they have him dispatching people pretty quick. Like he like backhands the one dude.
Yeah.
And you know he makes sure not to kill anyone because earlier when he fought that guy, he said, "I'm not going to kill you."
Yeah.
And in this, he shoots a guy with the grapple gun, and I think this is the introduction of the grapple gun.
Does he hang him?
No, he's alive because he's talking. He's still screaming.
I know,
he
but you know how he like hits him around the neck and then pulls him off and then like
Yeah.
But I had
and
an
then
issue.
it's hanging from his like shirt. Like it just I don't know,
Yeah.
dude.
But in
Yeah.
the very, very beginning, where it's the two bad guys, the two thugs, they were saying about, oh yeah, well, our one buddy or whatever, his body was splat on the ground.
Well-
there was no blood, and it's like, did Batman?
Well,
push him off
especially the
building?
first comic, but there are comics where he's fighting people and then they like trip and die.
It's
Like,
not
but he
his
doesn't
fault.
actually murder them.
Yeah.
People die as a result of fighting the Batman.
But he doesn't. I feel like he also like saves them at that point too. Like so
In
we
this-
don't die. But this
in
one
the
he doesn't
first
give a
half
fuck.
of
He
the
goes,
movie-
you tripped. It's your fault.
In the first half of the movie, he is trying to save people. He saves this guy. But yeah, this is the introduction of the grapple gun, which is now like a mainstay with Batman. Like
Huge.
Yeah.
Batman and the grapple gun are kind of like they're a package deal
Yeah.
now. You can't have one
Yeah,
without the
yeah.
other. So yeah, Batman confronts Jack.
Yeah.
But Commissioner Gordon, like they threaten to kill Gordon, so he backs off. So they leave Gordon alone.
Huge.
Jack kills Eckhart.
Bob's a smart guy.
Bob's a smart guy. Bob's a
Bob.
pretty good goon in this.
I really like Bob a
For
lot.
the most part,
Yeah.
until he's
Until he's
dead.
not.
Whoa. Spoilers.
But yeah, so Gordon is safe. Eckhart gets killed. Batman shows back up, and then so he ricochets a bullet that goes through Jack Nicholson's mouth.
Right? That's what happens, right?
Yeah, it goes through his mouth, cuts up his face.
Okay.
And then he gets knocks over and he goes into the chemicals. But like Batman tries to save him there too.
Yeah, he does.
I love that
'Cause-
he tries to save him there, and you know,
Because
and tries to
Batman
pull him
doesn't
back
kill until he does.
up. I like the smoke bomb that he throws here as well.
Yeah.
How it's just like a piece of glaze, throws it on the ground, but you can clearly still see him rising up through
Yeah.
the ceiling to where it's like, well, did you really?
Well, I
need
think
to
he
drop
wants
a
to make him
smoke
think.
bomb
I think he
there?
wants to make him look. He wants them to think like he's flying.
like he's flying.
But
okay.
I feel like he also in this part where he's trying to figure out what to do too. Like he doesn't
Yeah.
really have a plan because you see him looking around and
Yeah.
kind of not knowing
He's
what
still
to
learning.
do. Yeah, he's
Yeah.
still
Yeah, he's
learning,
doing
which I
this.
like. He's trying to figure out what to do. Okay, I guess I'm doing a smoke bomb. Let's do this.
It's a great. Scene,
It's
though.
actually funny.
It's
So
really
he
good.
does this in the movie, but in the behind the scenes footage, I saw there's a take where he has two and he just goes like that. He just
really?
flicks them. They decided not to use that.
Yeah, yeah.
So the chemical thing is like one of the few things from his origin that is known, and we get to see that cool shot of his hand coming out with his
do
playing
like
cards everywhere. What a coincidence! He was looking at a Joker playing card, and then the chemicals made him look like a Joker playing card. A
What
million to
are
one.
the
A million to
chances,
one.
man?
I mean, it's chemicals. I mean,
Kept
you
his
fall in
lucky
a
deck.
vat of acid or something like that. You don't know what's going to
There's a
happen.
thing later on where you find out this chemical plant was involved in shady stuff because he's got like files of it being used in like war and shit. It's like you have to look at it real quick later on when he's at one of his hangouts.
Well, I mean, it was one of the mob bosses.
Yeah,
like-
the
like
mob was up
spots
to
where they
chemical
were-
warfare,
yeah,
which
yeah,
is
yeah.
these are bad
Yeah, it's
guys.
crazy.
I think the Geneva Convention doesn't even allow chemical warfare, but these guys are like, yeah, we'll do it.
I mean, Bruce Wayne even going through his file when he's trying to figure out who he is. It says that he's a chemist on there as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It says, yeah.
Yeah, later on, he's a
crazy.
chemist and an artist.
And
I guess
an
that's
artist,
why he
yes.
was running Axis. Yeah.
So yeah, Vicky, again, she does some research on Batman, and she's like, "Yeah, Knox, this is the thing I came up with. Anyway, I gotta go hang out with Bruce Wayne."
Yeah. Who?
And he's like, "Let's not lose sight of why you're here." And she's like, "No, I gotta hang out with Bruce
Sherry
Wayne."
fell in love.
So this scene,
He also says you're gonna need a long lens if he wants to take photos of him. I thought. That
yeah, a long lens. So this scene would have had the horseback riding. So they were gonna go on a date horseback riding. But
I'm so happy they cut that.
no, but here's the thing. Bruce, it would have set up a later scene. But Bruce tells her, he's like, "Yeah, I'm always falling off horses. That's why I got all these bruises." So it was like a way to like cover his tracks later on.
Got it.
Which even Alfred suggests to Christian Bale in the Batman Begins. Like, say you play polo, so people don't ask why you're all beat up.
That's right.
So they go to the big table. Bruce Wayne decided a good date is to be 10, 20 feet away from your date.
I think it's
Love it.
adorable.
It's a
'cause
fun
You
scene.
can tell that he doesn't date.
Yes. Not often.
It's cute.
But then they have a cute scene with him and Alfred, and they're just wearing regular clothes in the small
love that.
Real
kitchen.
people.
Yeah,
It's nice character
And
building.
Alfred's just like telling old stories. Like it's like it's homey.
Yeah, he lets
Yeah.
her in a little bit. The long table's the mask, and then once he realizes what he's doing there, he's like, "All right, let me bring you in a little bit."
Yeah.
Brings her over to Alfred, and there's I like how we come in towards the end and they're telling stories. It's
Yeah, and he mentions that he doesn't really have a family, which we know why. And then across town, Joker's getting his face fixed by some hack surgeon.
what a great scene, dude.
It's
I
a great
love it.
scene, and it was parodied perfectly in The Simpsons when Lisa gets her braces.
The mirror. The mirror!
I don't know.
You never seen that one? She's like, "Mirror, mirror." And the Joker loves his new look.
Doctor's all like,
does.
"Look at what I have to
Look what I
work
have
with."
to work with. But no, he loves the new look. He's just like, you know what? I love this. I'm laughing about it.
Yeah, he's a little happy on that.
Might as well run with it.
Yeah. Okay, so the Joker shows up at Carl's place. He wants revenge because he's angry. He's like, "You've set me up over a woman." And it's like, well, Jack, you probably shouldn't have been sleeping with this woman, to be honest.
You know what? To be honest, then you see all of a sudden he's all head over heels for another woman. Like, come on, you hypocrite.
So
Men.
this is the first big reveal of the Joker. And the makeup guy is so upset by this scene. Did you notice anything when they finally reveal him? He's got a big purple stain on his neck.
Does he really?
So something from his coat rubbed onto the makeup on his neck.
Yeah.
And they spotted it, and the makeup guy's like, "I fixed it right away, and we shot more takes." But then in editing, they decided that was the best take. So the makeup guy's like, the reveal of like the main character, there's just this glaring purple thing on his neck.
didn't
No
know
one
that.
else noticed. You guys didn't even
Now
notice
we're
it.
gonna go
Not-
back
not
and
a-
notice. Purple
Now
like feet.
you'll never not notice it now. But yeah, the makeup guy is like, I get it. It was the best
Yeah.
take, but it's just like,
heartbreaking,
come on.
yeah.
I mean, not at that part, but like through the film, especially the parade scene towards the end, you can see the white coming off on his like
Yeah.
orange shirt and all that. So
Yeah, but I love that he just shoots Carl over and over and over. And he's like having a good time with it.
shooting beyond.
That's
And
the
they-
time where you start seeing him actually enjoy killing. Like,
Yeah.
before that, he just did it because he's kind of a bad guy. But now all of a sudden, he's like, you see him turning.
Well,
Which
Yeah.
is really cool.
And they
Now he's
did
like,
let
"Screw
Jack
it."
have just a lot of fun with it.
Oh yeah.
They're just letting him ad lib.
Yeah.
Like he's just saying whatever. He's like,
so
"Oh,
good
what a
at it."
day!"
It's Jack Nicholson. You
I'm
just
sorry,
put a
he's
camera in front of
awesome
him
in
and,
it.
and
And
let
then
him go.
and then he just decides he hates Batman. Well, I guess because Batman threw him the chemicals. But it's not even. That's not even why he's mad. He's just like, "Oh, this guy's in the newspaper and not me." And it's like, "Well, you've been Joker for 5 seconds. Give it some time."
Taking all his publicity.
Yeah. And then he's like, I'm gonna terrorize this town." And then he makes weird sounds with his mouth. It's like boop, boop, boop. And look, Bruce.
He makes a lot of weird noises throughout the
He
movie.
does.
Yeah.
Apparently, the one he does later on, he said he got that from like a comedian friend of his. All right, so Bruce. Okay, sleeping on the first date. Come on, let's.
Calm down there, Tony.
Come on,
Come on, Virgin Angel.
come on, come on, come on, come on. Vicky Vale.
I'd sleep with
Loose-
her on the first date.
I mean, he's a.
I'd also
Loose-
sleep with Bruce Wayne
loose
on the
morals.
first date.
But-
I'd
but
sleep with
look,
both of
look,
them on the
look.
first date.
If you're gonna
together.
sleep with someone on the first date, that's fine. Don't do your weird bat exercises on the first date.
I mean, you've never woken up to someone hanging upside down?
No, not often, Crystal. I don't. Nor do I just hang upside down randomly.
So is that an exercise, or is he like sleeping like that at night?
I don't think he's.
I guess because
I
he's
think
real
his-
into bats. He's like, what, to sleep upside
It was
down like a bat?
weird because I was like, okay, you're playing in this a little too hard for bats.
But also, like, it's hard to have her around because he's, you know, he's up at night and then he's sleeping
Yeah.
during the day.
Yeah.
So it's like, you know, what's he supposed to do when she's sleeping and not
I
give
feel
away?
like he couldn't get out of his head when he
Also-
was sleeping next to her.
Also, Alfred is terrible at covering for his bro. Bruce is like, no, I'm going to be out of town for a few days. And Alfred's like, no, we're going to be here for a while. And it's like, dude.
Come on,
Dude.
Alfred! Bras before hose!
God damn it, Alfred. You're the worst. So Jack takes over the mob families.
Oh my
And
god.
he's like, yeah, I'm working for Carl. He disappeared. And he's got like, I love that he puts flesh makeup on, but he has the grin. So what they did,
good.
they actually painted his face white.
Yeah.
And they put some kind of solution on, and then they put the flesh makeup over it.
Is that what they
couldn't
did?
Yeah, so he could rub off the flesh makeup and the white makeup would be fine.
See,
Really?
to me, it almost looks like actual flesh, and when he wipes it, it looks like there was
He's
white
wiping white off.
makeup. and
No,
then he put
no,
on it.
they put flesh makeup
That's-
over the white makeup, and so and it was in a specific way where the flesh would wipe off, but the white would
That
stay
doesn't
on.
come through.
Talk
I'm
about
sorry,
over the
it doesn't
top.
come. That's great. That's like very smart, but it
Is
doesn't
it though?
come.
Is it really smart?
It would be cool if it would be smart if it worked.
Because all he does is
I
the
thought it
forehead
was
in
Like
that
that,
scene.
and it
But
to
that's
me,
Because he
it
is
looks like-
white-skinned,
sure,
yeah, so it's
but
wiping
to
off.
me, it looks like the trick of what they did.
Well, they
was
do it later
had
on
white
with the
makeup.
water too.
They do, but
Yeah.
it doesn't come off that way.
I
I
don't
think
know, I
they
thought
put too
it
much
worked,
work
yeah.
into something that
That just
didn't
looks like he
work.
just wiped white across his
That's
forehead.
exactly.
and
Now,
kept
did
doing
the
it. Yeah.
guy being electrocuted and turning into a charred dummy, did that work for you?
it did. Yes, absolutely, 100%. I loved it, and his scene talking to him at the end.
Yeah, so Jack has a scene with the mob family saying he's taking over, and then he kills the one guy.
Yeah.
And then he's like, "What guy? I'm just gonna kill them all? Okay."
All right.
And he's like, "I'm
I'm
glad
happy
you're
you're
dead.
dead.
I'm glad you're dead." And then I like that he repeats to Bob, "You're my number one."
And he's like having fun with it too. I love that.
He's just
I
getting
love that whole like
crazy.
mob meeting scene, and then you kind of see the same thing over.
By the way,
back in the Dark Knight, like it's just I kind of.
it's been like one day. He's already got Joker branded leather jackets for these guys.
So much happens
Dude,
in this movie.
Killed
Not
it.
much time happens.
it could
in
have
this
been multiple days.
No, well, it's a couple days, but you know it's not many because they're talking about the 200-year
Anniversary.
the
They're planning
party
the parade in a week. It's supposed to be in a week, by the way.
He's very
So
committed.
from the beginning to the end is only a week.
Yeah.
I have so many issues of how fast.
I
things
know, it's a
happen.
very
I
busy
feel like in
week.
Gotham,
A lo-
time goes a little bit
A
slower.
lot happens in that week. So Vicky spies on Bruce because she knows something's up with him. She sees him leaving flowers for his parents.
Creep.
Huh?
Creep.
She's
a
creeping
stalker,
on
yeah,
him.
she is.
creeping.
But like
She's
she
creeping.
still doesn't realize that he's Batman. Like it's very clear she doesn't know.
Well,
he's
she just
Batman.
knows he's hiding something. I don't know.
Yeah,
if she
he's
thinks
hiding. He's
Batman.
into something.
But I mean,
like,
she's interested.
But like
in
his whole thing, her thing is just be looking for Batman.
Yeah.
But there isn't.
She's
a clue that-
barely. She gets so distracted by
There's
Bruce
no
Wayne.
more Batman at
Now,
this point in her
how
head.
often are mimes in Gotham City that just 5 of them can be dancing around during a press conference and no
have
one
you
pays them any
seen
mind?
Gotham City? At this point, it seems like anything can happen.
Well, if this is 4 movies from now, I could be like, there's just more clowns. But
Yes.
but yeah, there's so many mimes, and people are like, huh, mimes. It's like, how often?
Maybe
I
they
love
thought
it.
because it's like the 200-year, like they're talking about the 200-year
Not during the
parade.
press conference. That's a weird place for
Yeah,
mimes.
you
Well,
just throw
I
a
mean,
little like entertainment.
they
in
come
there.
easing
Switch
their
it up.
way in, and then I really like the shot of Bob coming out from behind the corner and just shooting his pictures, and then
Yeah.
coming back in while you have the mimes
But even
coming
the
up.
Joker has his own mime outfit.
Yeah,
Yeah,
hell
that was a little interesting.
And then he
like
killed-
I think if you were the Joker though, you would have came out in your outfit to
Yeah.
make that big surprise. Now it's just like, who's this weird
Nah.
Yeah.
mime? The
He just
mime.
He just
And then he
wants to
kills.
scare people.
And then he kills a fat Italian guy.
Yeah.
You know, people always talk about representation in
With his
modern
pen.
comic films. And they're like, we need more positive representation. I'm like, wow, my representation of Italians in comic films were all the people Batman beat up.
Do we want to talk about redheads? Like really?
Oh, yeah, they changed you to a blonde in Batman and Robin. Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, there's not enough redheads in movies, trust me.
Nah, get rid of
There
all
are
of them.
tons in comics.
Get rid of all of them.
There's tons in comics, but not in the movies.
When I
I
make
get
a-
Lindsay Lohan.
When I make a Hack the Movies the movie, I'm going to get Kira to play you to fit in with Hollywood.
The movie. Yes.
Frank, you're playing me.
I gotta stop working out then. I get ready for the role.
Mint Salad will play Frank. It'll be Bravecast. Anyways.
Oh God.
Yes.
So I like that Bruce Wayne. I guess the idea is, well, he recognizes Joker as Jack Napier.
Yeah.
He knows him right away.
Right away.
But I get the idea is that he's so used to wearing body armor that the bullet grazes him and he doesn't think about it right away.
Yeah. I love how he's just walking through that crowd and just staring at Joker the whole time and just watching him. Like, just doesn't care about, his safety or anything else. He's just trying to get a good look at what's happening right there.
Yeah.
He's just in
And
shock.
he doesn't.
And I like the Joker waves at him.
Yeah.
But the Joker is upset because people still want to talk about Batman.
Mr. Dent, what do you think of the theory that the mysterious Batman is a mob enforcer?
And I understand. I relate to the Joker. I am upset when people are more famous than me. It really upsets me. Oh, my God. Really. And Frank, you've been in too many movies lately.
I'm going to slow down.
I need you to slow down. I need you to slow down.
Hey, man, that's why I'm on your show. You know what I mean? It's your show.
And Crystal, your adult website does better than me. I need you to go on hiatus.
Whoa, you got
for
an
like
adult
a year.
website?
I need you to go on hiatus for a year until I'm more famous.
No, I need money.
Oh, God
I
damn
need to pay for my therapy for dealing with you. It's like a cycle of violence right here.
So you're saying I should get a Fansly as well?
Yeah.
So Alfred is just trying to marry Bruce Wayne off, and I guess this Bruce Wayne is kind of a recluse. He's like, dude, get a girlfriend, please. You gotta
Like, just
stop
settle
dressing
down.
like a
Well,
bat.
there's also, is it this movie where Bruce turns to him and goes, so what's on your mind, Alfred? And he goes, about not having, dead parents or dead
he doesn't
friends.
want to. He wants to spend the last remaining years mourning
When he has
the
to fill
death of
files.
people
and their
yeah.
son. Like, he just wants him to just settle down.
He wants
and be
him,
happy.
which is his character arc in the Nolan movies too.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's that's always so Alfred to try and have
He's
him
just
settle
like,
down.
please get a
Alfred's
girlfriend.
pure.
He's like Bruce. I need you to get a girlfriend so you're not dressed like a bat in your 30s.
Yes. So stop playing cat.
Also,
yeah.
how old is
Stop playing dress up.
How old is Keaton when he shot this? Like 38, 40,
He might have been like mid-30s, early 30s.
He is
bro.
so cute in this movie.
I think he's I think he's a little bit. I think he was born in 51, something like that, 52, something like that. But yeah, late 30s. So like to have a first-year Batman, that means he didn't really get into being Batman until later in life. For this. Unless they just make him in his 20s and just
who knows? I mean, then again, like later in the movies, Robin apparently, he's supposed to be
Yeah,
like
well, that was
15,
weird in
but he's
Batman
like
Forever, where Batman
Yes.
adopts a 25-year-old man.
Exactly. I don't think age matters in Batman.
So anyway,
No, but
anyway.
I was just, just pointing it out.
Joker loves Vicky.
Yeah, he does.
He just decides he loves Vicky, I
Just
guess.
out of nowhere. It was a freaking great Bob, great photographer.
Bob is a good photographer.
I hire Bob over Vicky because those glamour shots of her.
So then
are
after
like,
this,
woo.
the Joker
keeps Bob
announced
around.
there's all these stories of people wearing beauty products who are now dying with grins.
Yes.
Oh, by the way, when he was looking at Vicky, that's where you see like the documents of the chemical that gives you a grin.
Yes.
So yeah, then Joker does his commercial and he's like, "Whoa, Joker products, it'll make you smile." And he's like, "You might have them already."
Love this commercial. Like
Yeah.
a lot of this,
Love
a lot
that
of this
Joker.
movie has like, was it? I've never really looked into it, but was it like, was the animated series based on this style of Joker? And all
Well,
that?
the
Because, like,
animated
way
series
that-
was greenlit after Batman Returned.
Yeah.
But I think the animated series was
It
pulling
had
from
to take a
everything.
lot
Yeah,
from
it
this,
was
right?
pulling from
Because
everything.
even like the Joker face that's animated in some of the pictures through this film looks like Mark Hamill's Joker.
Well,
from the
that's just
animated
what
series.
actually the Joker
I know,
face
it's
in this is what he looked like in the comics.
Is what
So-
from the comics.
And he
yeah,
was
yeah.
doing
I guess
stuff
you're
like
right.
this in
Yeah,
the
it's
comic, like the Joker fish and everything like that.
Yeah,
They
I
actually
just,
took a lot of things from the comics for the Joker,
Yeah.
certain lines, certain stories too.
just the darkness of it all is what really hit off, and then you know branches into the animated series.
Yeah.
And really just they
And the
run
animated
with
series does
darkness
it
of it all.
way better.
And they also do take a
Yeah, I
few
mean, it's a
things
cartoon.
from the '60s as well. For
Yeah,
the
a little bit.
Joker.
A little bit. So yeah, the one news anchor dies, which is pretty funny.
Oh,
So
so funny.
awesome.
So Batman's looking at his file, Jack Napier's file, and he's like, I got to do some detective work. And then they don't show any of
We're
the
going
detective work.
shopping. Yeah.
No,
That was kind of a bummer. They don't show any like him mixing chemicals or anything like that.
well. I mean, it's not what you wanted back then. You know, it's like you.
No,
wanted
that's what
Batman
fans wanted.
going
And
out
Burton's
at
like,
night
I don't
and
care.
all
Let's
that.
do more Joker scenes.
Yeah.
Um,
I loved when she fell off that she started laughing. Everyone's looking at her like, "What the hell's wrong with Sally?"
And I
And
do
then
love
falls.
afterwards, like the news anchors aren't wearing any makeup because they're
Oh,
all too
so
afraid to
good.
wear
I
makeup.
know, dude. It's so good, dude. So and their hair's frizzy and a mess.
like that
Nobody's
kind of-
wearing makeup.
That kind of comedy works so freaking well in this movie. It's like this
Yeah.
dark comedy. It's so good.
So Joker sets up a fake date with Vicky. Are you okay there?
Yeah, just fixing my cape.
Okay.
Blowing the wind, baby.
Joker sets up a fake date with Vicky. at not the Guggenheim Museum. It's like a weird name museum. And she survives this gas attack with the gas mask that was given to her.
Which is kind of cool. She thought that Bruce Wayne was being a dick, but really she was set up.
She was set up by Joker.
All she wants to do is, like, she's not even upset that, you know, she's upset that Bruce won't call her back, but she really wants to show Bruce what she's done in her work.
No, she just wants to bang
she
a
brought her
billionaire.
portfolio.
No, she brought her portfolio. I mean, yeah, she wants to fuck a
She wants to
who
bang a
doesn't?
billionaire
But
and
she
get a
already
lot
did
of
it. But she
money
already
and
did that.
fall
But
in
she's
love.
so. But when they wake up, the first thing on her mind isn't like, hey, let me suck your dick. It's like, let me show you my photos.
Listen.
Let me.
We
show
might
you
have
my
came in
photos.
late. That's what she said.
listen.
No, you guys never come in late. Trust me.
Now listen. This is a very important scene because we get our first big Prince song. I think you hear a Prince song earlier, but yeah, Party Man plays. And Jack Nicholson and his boys, they're dancing around the museum. They're defacing art.
Getting into it. Yeah.
They're having a lot of fun.
Don't mess with that one. I like this one. I
kind of like this one, Bob. Leave it.
They paint the one head like Cesar Romero. Which,
Yeah.
You know, everybody
And then I
knows
was
through the
kind of
years.
annoyed because they show the guy putting handprints on the one painting, and then all the wide shots, it's back to being normal, and it's just like, God, I keep noticing it.
Yeah.
But it's a fun scene, and he like looks at her art, and he's like, oh, I love all these dead bodies. That's great. He's like, oh, by the way, let me show you what I did with my girlforriend. I made her a horrifying monster.
Right?
This is my art.
Alicia.
I'm an artist.
So, like, is she sticking around because she still likes him, or is she, like, forced to stick around? The
I
one
think
with
he
the
like
mask?
tortured her and messed up her head with chemicals.
Right? Like, just messed up her head, and now she's just zombieing around.
I
with
think
it,
she's
right?
also just pure dumb and just doesn't know what to do. I think there's a mix of all
I mean,
of that.
she could just be scared.
Yeah.
and not
She could
wanna
be
leave.
scared, but I think
Yeah.
she's straight up also just. I
But-
mean, she was messing with him in the first place. She's not that smart.
But yeah, Joker's plan is to make art until people are dead and have Vicky photograph it. It's like, what the? Bob is a great photographer. Why did he need Vicky? Bob should have been like, buddy, I take good photos. I have a camera.
For here.
Bob's you know, there's an action figure of Bob out there as well.
Yes, it used to be on our set. It used to be on our
Really?
set. Yeah.
Oh, man.
So yeah, Batman shows up and saves her.
Yes, he does.
And the Joker asks, where does he get his wonderful toys? And I said, that's a good question. Where does he get those toys? Is he making them? How does he know how to make all this stuff?
Well, you know, like Wayne Enterprises. You know, we find out later in Batman Begins in the Dark Knight that his
Not in
company's
these movies,
making it.
though. They just kind of materialize.
Also, I love that, you know, that zip line that he does, shoots across. But then once, like when he shoots it here.
Yeah.
But then once you see him flying, he's flying up here. So
Yeah.
it's
Yep.
like
You
had
can also
to-
see the rip
had
in
to-
his
had to
armpit, the
get
rubber
over-
in his
Can you
armpits
see it then?
ripping.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, great movie. I'm not ragging on
Also,
it, whatever,
the mask
you know,
is
but
awkward
I
when he's
love
like moving around. He's like, oh,
it.
God.
Yeah.
And then we get introduced.
He's got a good line there too. What's the line that he says before?
He's
he
like,
takes
hang
off?
on.
Yeah, be hard. Yeah.
Wait.
Or wait, you mean the Joker?
That he
or-
says to the Joker. I forget what it is.
I don't
but-
think he says anything
Nah,
to the
right,
Joker.
maybe I'm nuts.
But I do like the Joker's line where he's like, do I look like I'm joking? And she's like, well.
Yeah, I love that part.
Now we get introduced to the Batmobile. And it's a beautiful looking car.
Don't
It
sit
is
on
such a nice car. And it's like,
I lick it.
what, okay, no, don't lick it. And when you're a kid, the Batmobile is like the most important thing.
Oh yeah.
For when you're a kid, and like I obsessed over this car. I have multiple toys of this car. It's my favorite Batmobile. Not the most practical one. I feel like Nolan's is the most practical one, but this is like my favorite looking one.
This
And
is
Anton,
the coolest one. Yeah.
yeah, Anton first nailed
It's
it
a
with the
comic
look.
book movie. You don't need practical. You need fucking awesomeness.
But I do like, and there was a lot of stuff in this that ended up being used for other ones. Like it's got the jet, it's got the turbine, the big wheels. It's got like it doesn't have a door. Well, like now Batman has a door in the newest one.
Yeah.
But they have this like
It's
hood
different.
that goes back and forth.
I love the hood.
And
Love
they
the hood, love
actually,
the wings.
they didn't, when they built it, they
Oh.
didn't count for his ears. So when Michael Keaton's in the car, they had to make him a mask with smaller ears.
That's funny.
That's right. I used to have a toy car when I was a kid that used to fill up with water. You used to put the hose in it
Yeah.
and fill it up with water, and then when you would pull the hose out, and then you would push a button on it, and it would shoot out.
Oh,
like
that's
So
cool.
instead of flames, it was
Yeah.
water, and it would make it go.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool.
Now, the car is awesome. But because, even though it was a big set, for this chase scene, the chase scene's a little slow. And it's because they just didn't have enough room to
Yeah.
get the car up to its top speed.
Yeah.
It could actually go much faster than what the amount of room we had. Just by the time it got up to speed, you know, it's like you're off the studio lot.
So it's kind of like, so it's funny seeing the jet engine and then it's going at like a brisk pace.
Just just cruising around corners.
It needs to shoot a hook to go around the corner, and it's kind of like
I don't like the hook around the corner. It makes no sense to me.
at all.
Like cool look, but I don't like it.
It was too hard of a turn for it.
Yeah, right.
And then no other cars could do it. It's like, what the fuck?
How many what if he had to make multiple hard turns? How many hooks does he have?
Oh man, yeah.
But it's a cool looking car. They end up at a dead end, and he has to get out of the car, and he puts the shields on. The shields are a cool idea. The effect isn't the best.
Why are they getting out of the car? That's what bothers me. If you have the shields like that, and you have the
because the tractor blocked them.
I get it, but like then turn around and put the shields
But you
on, and
see,
no
the
one's
car's
gonna
able
mess
to
with
do
you anyway.
other things later. Like you really couldn't get out of that
Where
situation.
did the shields come from? I never know where they come from. Is it nano
Magic.
machines?
They just shoot out his
Magic.
ass.
It's just it's magic.
Yeah,
He
yeah,
put
yeah.
a spell on his car.
Yes,
Sure.
Yep.
But I do love that they end up at another dead end, and he's like, "How much do you weigh?"
But I also love Batman running through Gotham. Like I
Yeah,
feel like you
it
don't
does
like
look a
you
little
don't
weird.
see that ever again. Like
No.
you just
Yeah.
they were probably
He would
like,
never do
okay,
that.
let's
they cut
never
out the
have
scene.
Batman run.
They cut out
ever
the scene
again.
where he runs into the kids wearing Batman costumes.
Gotcha.
Yeah. He like helps a couple kids, and they're like, "Is it Halloween?"
Damn.
But yeah, he tries to go up with his his grapple gun.
Which is were you offended by this? He asked how much
I
you
was
weighed.
like, bitch, you don't weigh 108 pounds.
How much do you weigh?
About 108, I think.
I know you don't.
You know what?
weigh
That's right, because it ends up not working, and then after the
Because
fight,
she's
he's
too
like,
heavy.
You weigh a little more than 108.
Oh, really?
and I really hope
I
that
actually laughed really hard at that.
I really hope that Michael Keaton in the Flash will call women out for lying about their
Oh,
weight. I think that's a
God.
very important part of
Tony,
his
how
character.
tall are you?
Huh?
How tall are you?
Uh-huh. I'm like 5'12".
Yeah, okay.
As soon as he meets Barry Allen, he's like, "How much do you weigh, kid?"
He's like, Supergirl's like, "I'm here from another planet." He's just like, "You're not really a size 10 though, Supergirl." That's my version of Batman. I just want him to criticize women.
Oh God.
Dick Masterson is going to play Batman. Anyway, so he has a fight scene, and again, the suit. They did the best they could at the time. So there was just a goon with big swords.
I love that.
Hanging out behind a fence
And not doing a goddamn thing
until
with him, but
somehow
swinging
he
him
knew
around.
Batman would be there. And he waited for Batman to take out all the other guys, and then he showed up
He was just ready.
with the swords.
That was his only mission in life, okay?
Yes.
Yep.
So
Yep.
they
Just practice his
so
whole
the
life.
the writer and Tim Burton were watching a lot of samurai films, a lot of Jackie Chan films, while they were writing it and while they were making it as well. So like I guess they added in a little bit of some samurai-ness, but also like. I mean, I guess fight choreography was different back then. It wasn't that
before
great,
you say that,
but
Frank,
all you're doing is just.
before you say something,
Oh, jeez.
Am I saying something wrong?
I don't think so.
that same year, Indiana Jones and The
Yes.
Last Crusade came out, and there's a ton of big fights in that.
Great.
But-
fight.
And also,
Also-
you're forgetting the greatest film ever made, Roadhouse, came out the same
I
year
got
with
it.
the best fights
So it's
ever.
All
it's
right,
just
it's
hard to
literally-
fight.
Roadhouse in
It's
a
hard
ti-
to fight in that suit.
It's literally hard to fight in that suit.
But also, like, Tim Burton didn't direct Roadhouse.
Yeah, Tim Burton's
Imagine
not
if
the
he
best. Tim
did.
Burton's not the best action director.
No, but it works for his
Yeah.
thing.
But yeah, he saves her after fat shaming her, brings her back to the cave to give her the file. Now, when the car is actually outdoors, now it's tearing up. It's going super
Now it's
fast,
moving, baby.
and it looks great. It's like, wow,
He's going out to pick up that Diet Coke.
yeah, that's right. The VHS, the VHS tape
That's the
used to
shots.
open up with the Diet Coke. I should have brought a Diet Coke.
I was thinking about it. I totally forgot it. I was so mad. Also, I like when she goes to like really focus on him, on his face and his eyes.
Yeah.
Like, is that a light that
Yeah,
shines?
he just had a light that
down into
shines on
face,
her.
and she's like, whoa, whoa, whoa.
But yeah, he brings her back to the
Which I
Batcave.
think is so dumb.
No, he's in love.
He's brought people back to the Batcave before.
He's new. He's in love. He's just
No,
like.
but he's done it. But he usually blindfolds them. But I guess
Yeah.
the new version is the light.
She
But
doesn't know
yeah,
where she is.
I do like how like just giant the cave looks. It's got these big
huge.
endless cavern. You got these big pipes on the wall. It looks
great.
so cool.
Looks so good.
Yeah, so he gives her the file. He's like, "Hey, I figured out the combinations.
Mm-hmm.
Take this to the paper and report on it." And she's like, "A lot of people don't trust you, Batman."
Yeah.
And he's like, "I'm a trustworthy guy." And then he knocks her out and steals her camera.
Yeah, that was the main reason. Not that he was in love to take her camera, but he could have did that earlier.
But why does he do it like that? I just
Yeah.
like. It just.
How does he knock her out with like
Right?
I have
All
no
you do
idea.
is see his
Why
cape
is he
come
not
up.
just knocking out all of his bad guys with like gas
She
all
might
the
have
time?
like drugged.
Yeah.
He might have like drugged her or something. Right? I guess isn't
Batman
better.
is a great
but,
guy then.
I mean, there's no way you just hit her over the head. I think you
No,
just,
because
you know,
then she'd be like, it would hurt her.
he pulled his cape up so that you won't see how.
Well,
he
he was
knocked her
going to
out.
use some kind of anesthetic, but she was just way too heavy for it, and
Oh
it
my
wouldn't have worked.
God.
So he punched.
He's
her
like, "How much do you weigh?"
How much do you?
This doesn't work.
Shit, he puts it back in his pocket.
But yeah, so they report on it, and the Joker's plan is foiled, and he's pissed. He's worked really hard on that plan,
Yeah.
and he's got to come up with something new.
He was killing it.
And then Alfred's like, Bruce, can you just tell Vicky you're Batman, please? Please just tell
do
her you are Batman.
She's great.
so
She's
she
great. Let's
will-
go.
Damn
Great
it.
She
woman.
will lock
Great
you
woman.
down.
Damn it, Alfred.
Alfred
so yeah,
wants him to lock it down after a couple days of meeting her.
Yes.
All
Yeah,
right,
because
Alfred.
Alfred
He
likes to be
wants.
no, different movie. That's Superman Returns.
Superman Returns.
Superman Returns.
Sorry.
So yeah, Bruce goes to tell Vicky who he is. Again, this is inside of a week. Can we wait a week or two?
I love him though practicing. I'm Batman.
He's like, I'm Batman, I'm Batman. And then the Joker shows up.
Love it. Dude.
Threatens him. He lets him know. He's like, my girlfriend killed herself, so there's an opening for you, Vicky.
Yeah.
Uh,
But also, so it's in the apartment, right? So that's
Yes.
that's where I really like where Michael Keaton gets a chance to kind of play with the character because then he wants to tell her. But then as he's starting to like get there to tell her to say, you know, who he is, you can start to hear his voice get a little bit
Yeah.
deeper and change a little bit because he's ready to tell her, and then, you know, gets intervened with the Joker. But then also what he says there is he makes a comment where he's like, you know, when you wake up in the morning and you have breakfast and I give you a kiss goodbye, and Vicky's like,
No.
but like,
like,
so
right.
he's trying to tell her, you know, that that's not how his mornings usually
Yeah.
go. But then we see later in the film how his mornings do usually go when he has to leave her to go to work.
Yeah.
And it's kind of very cool the difference that they added that
Yeah.
line and then actually showed him how he goes to work.
That was
So
pretty
I
interesting.
Yeah.
thought that was pretty cool.
But yeah, so this scene, the Joker
So-
shows up. This scene is awkward, and it's because there was a huge rewrite. This is where the rewrites start kicking in around this
Okay.
point.
Yeah.
So he puts the little thing in his.
Which I thought was cool. I thought
Yeah.
that was smart.
That was cool.
okay.
I'll take
But
it.
also, like, out of all the places, like, they're going to, okay.
Yeah. So he fakes his death, and the real takeaway from the scene is the quote the Joker says for a scene that comes later. But originally, so he was going to get shot. Originally, at this point, Vicky was going to get kidnapped by the Joker.
Yeah.
And then, you know, Bruce Wayne would fake being shot, and then he was going to jump over the rooftops, put a ski mask on, knock a police officer off his horse, get on the horse, and start chasing the Joker. And then Alfred would
Jesus
show up.
Christ.
This is probably before, when they storyboarded this, it was probably before they found out his suit was tight rubber. And Alfred was going to throw him the bat suit in a suitcase. And he was going to ride, imagine Michael Keaton riding on a horse with that bat suit. It would have looked so terrible.
That would have been hard.
But because The Dark Knight
that would've been
Returns had a horse scene in the
Yeah.
comic, they wanted that.
that.
So he was going to be chasing the Joker, right?
Yeah.
And then while this is happening, there's this big celebration going on for the 200th thing. Not the parade, but they have some performers performing, and it's the Flying Graysons. And the Joker was going to crash into the stage and kill Robin's parents, and that was our introduction to Robin, who would then jump on. And by the way, this is all storyboarded on the DVD, and Kevin Conroy and Mark Hamill voiced the characters.
Take me. Let the boy go.
Gosh, I could kill you, Batman.
And that was going to be the introduction of Robin, but they cut that entire sequence. They ended up not shooting it. So that's why this scene just kind of feels weird. Bruce just leaves.
It does feel really
the
weird.
Joker just leaves.
Yeah,
That's
it does
also-
feel really weird, but
what
also.
door does he leave out of?
Yeah.
No, I was just going to say, imagine how long this movie would have been if they had, like, kept all of this in. The movie is already very long. I was like, oh, wait.
It's not that long. It's 2 hours.
And
I
5
know, but
minutes.
it does feel.
feels
Well,
a
even
little
Tim
long.
Burton said it's his least favorite movie at the time, and he said there's parts of it that he finds kind of
Yeah.
boring.
Yeah. It
So what
feels
did you
long.
guys think of Bruce's line when he's like, he hits something, he's like,
You want to get nuts? Come on, let's get nuts.
like at first you're like, okay, he's being Batman-esque because he's saying great
Oh.
lines, and then he just like goes
So
out of nowhere.
this movie is trying to make it seem like Batman is just like his villains. There's not much difference. And one of the things here is when Bruce Wayne walks in, and he's like, "Oh, nice apartment, lots of space." And then the
And
Joker
he
goes,
says the
"Nice
same
apartment,
thing.
lots of space."
I
So
like
yeah.
the Let's Get Nuts scene. I mean, they add that to everything. They add that to everything now. Like even CW, they just had it's the last season of The Flash right now, and they had Batwoman say it, and it was very rough. It hurt a little bit cringy the way that it was said. But yeah, I mean, and then he also says it in the new Flash movie too, doesn't he? There's a teaser of him saying something
no,
like
he
that.
doesn't say it in any ones I've saw, but apparently people who saw screenings,
there was a
he does
Comic-Con
say it.
I think Tony should say it before every hack movie is let's get nuts.
Let's get
Come
nuts.
on, let's get nuts.
You want to get nuts? Let's get nuts.
So the mayor, Dent, and Gordon, they decide.
What are you, nuts? What are you, nuts?
Yeah.
It's just a whole nut joke.
He's got a lot of nuts. That's from Kung Pao. So the mayor.
We just quote all nuts in all the movies.
So the mayor, Harvey Dent, and Gordon, they decide they're not going to do the parade, but then the Joker interrupts in his flesh makeup. And he's like, I'm going to do a parade, and guess what? I'm going to give... I love it. He goes, they said a lot of bad things about Carl. He was a monster, but he had a wonderful singing voice. But I like that he's just like, I'm going to give away $20 million or something like that.
Yeah.
And he's like, and there's going to be a big fight between... So did he actually plan to have a fist fight with Batman? Because as we see later in the movie, that would have went horribly wrong.
Yeah, it would have been bad, but also, where did he get the $20 million from? Was it Carl's money that he
Well,
just threw out the window?
Apparently... I think the money originally was supposed to be fake, because I think there were pictures of the dollar bills having the Joker's face
Which
on
would
it.
make sense. That's what I was actually waiting for.
But I don't think you ever get a close up
You
on
don't.
them.
He always wanted his face on the $1 bill.
Yes.
Yeah.
My face on the $1 bill. So yeah, he plans to fight Gotham. He plans to fight Batman. He's gonna fight all of Gotham.
Yeah, he's fighting everyone.
He's gonna fight the TV show Gotham. He's got the DVDs there and he's punching them. No, Batman flashes back to his parents being shot, and then he remembers something he must have forgot.
right.
There were two shooters, and I always thought the one was Bob, but I guess it's Joe Chill, the real killer of his parents.
Wow, that scene's got the two most quoted lines from that movie. You want to get nuts, and also have you ever danced with the devil in a pale moonlight? Say it together.
But yeah, and huh? Yeah, we
said say it with
Jinx,
me now.
you owe me a Diet Coke.
A Diet
Oh my
Coke.
God, losers.
This black car will be hard to miss. I love how we recognize the tape. Because you probably have the Bugs Bunny, Daffy Duck thing memorized too from the tape.
Yeah, I'm in there with you. Let's do it.
Daffy?
Play that now, baby.
So when you get a chance, call... No, they have to call now!
Crystal, did you not watch this VHS on repeat growing up? How do you not remember the Daffy Duck Bugs Bunny thing?
I didn't have
Batman and Robin?
Movie bugs, merchandise. Anyway,
So I don't like this scene. I don't like the flashback that they put in there.
I will say the young Jack Nicholson actor looks more like the Joker.
Oh my God!
Yes.
Like, dude, he kills
Yes.
it. Dude, looks
So they
great.
decide that Joker killed Batman's parents, and the fans hated that.
Yes. So the way that my headcanon works with this scene. So this is the other scene that the writer didn't want to put in.
Yeah, Sam Hamm is like, I didn't do it.
Oh,
I
this is
didn't
one of
do
them.
it.
It's
Okay,
not him.
okay.
But Tim Burton just wanted to show it and have Jack Napier be the guy who killed his parents. So my headcanon on this is Bruce Wayne hates the Joker so much right now. Like, he's like, going through it. He's trying to terrorize the city and kill everyone and this and that. So now he's not sleeping and he's putting all of his work and emotion into it, right? So when Bruce goes back, when he hears that line, he thinks that, he goes back to that night and imagines that it was Jack Napier that killed his parents because he has so much hate for him.
I don't know.
Like a
It
false
was
memory.
because
That's
then
how
the Joker
that's how
admits
I
to
watch
doing
it.
it afterwards. He's like,
So
I was a kid
that's
when I killed your
definitely
parents.
But he also
not,
didn't know
but-
he doesn't know who Batman is at that point. He doesn't know that it's Bruce Wayne.
I think he figures it out.
would
He
just be
probably
like,
only
"Right."
ever killed one kid's parents in front of him.
I don't know.
I don't know how often Jack was
He
doing
could have
that.
been, because you see he kills a lot of people. So just headcanon in my head, I'm like, I'm just going to keep it as Bruce is so mad that he just envisions and thinks that Joker's the one that
makes you
kills his
happy.
parents.
It
does
was
make
funny
me
that
Okay, we'll
Spider-Man
just
really
3.
does.
way.
It
Yeah,
was
'cause
funny that
I'm gonna
Spider-Man
say
3
no
kind
on that,
of.
but if it makes you happy, okay.
Spider-Man 3 just stole this whole thing. Where they're like, yeah, the guy from the comic was there, but also it was this bad guy who really did it.
Yeah.
So he ends his flashback, and then Alfred lets Vicky Vale into the Batcave.
Yeah, goddamn.
So
Yeah, you kind of see that and you're like, what the fuck?
again, because of all the
scenes back to
rewrites, they were rewriting this a lot toward the end. And I guess because they changed the ending with her getting kidnapped, they're like, we need a scene that shows that she knows he's Bruce Wayne
That's
before
right.
the final battle, and
But
this is what they
there's
came up with.
No
yeah.
shock value. No, she's just like, oh, but
And
I
Alfred
love
let
you,
her in.
Blah, blah, blah.
At least make it
I
so
know,
that she
what-
broke in. Like,
Yeah.
that she went to go see him. Like, I thought that when she first walked on screen, she was, like, a little bit wet in the hair region. Because, like, maybe she came in through the back door. Now I'm just going off track here. But, yeah, okay, no. She should have just
No.
broken.
Broken or something.
Yeah, I got sexual.
And there's like, but there's even no shock value with her or Alfred. Like, there's nothing. It's so bland. Like, no emotion in this besides the romantic stupid scene, which I hate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, she's
after
like, I
not
loved you.
even a week. I
loved-
would have spent the rest of my life.
I loved you since I met you.
my
That was
gosh,
just on
what
another
this-
night. It's like, it's been a week.
Yeah, right? She
It's
says, I
been a
love you. She
week.
says, I
And-
love you.
Oh my god,
Billionaire,
it's so
see?
corny
Billionaire.
how they shot it though too,
Yeah.
with his face looking forward, and they're not even looking at each other. It's like, but I've loved you.
Yeah, it's a little soap opera-y.
Yeah.
It's not a good. This
I'm
is
like, I hate
when
this
the
scene.
movie kind of starts falling apart
Well, they
because you
rushed
start
it.
to notice.
Yeah.
Again, they had to rush a lot of things.
Yeah.
They were going over schedule. They had to condense stuff down.
So this is where he says, I got to go to work. So there is no breakfast, there is no kiss. Like I kind of mirrored those two.
He's got
next
to put
to
his
each
rubber
other.
suit on.
And he just walks up to this. He just says, "Got to go to work."
And by goes to work, I mean he drives his car into a chemical factory and blows it up.
Blows it up.
This is when he just starts killing people. He just decides he's going to kill people now.
It's so wild.
He shoots everyone and then he drops a bomb and blows up the chemical. Guys, I don't know about you.
Multiple bombs.
I don't know about you, but I personally would not have blown up the chemical factory full of deadly chemicals. I feel like so he's about to stop a chemical attack scene later, and it's like, well, that doesn't work because I think Batman just created his own. I'm like, all those chemicals and fumes, they're gonna blow somewhere.
Dude.
Imagine like he stops the Joker and they're like, we're saved, and then the gas cloud from Axis Chemicals blows in.
That's
Everybody
hilarious.
gets deformed. Yeah.
Like, I
Jesus
get they
Just
wanted
like he
like
goes by, there's nothing but skeletons after.
Oh,
I get that they wanted like a cool explosion, I guess, but then it's just like, wait a minute,
Doesn't
but
make
the
sense.
Joker said he was going to be at the parade. Why wouldn't Batman
Yeah.
just go to the parade?
Yes.
You should have just blew up Axis without anybody in there. You
He
could have just went
also-
and destroyed it.
He had to have figured out when he was testing those chemicals that they came from Axis in the first place. Why didn't he just go there earlier?
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
stop
that's
all
what you
of it.
do. Yeah, just go and destroy
When did
it
he
all.
learn that? If he didn't know, when did he learn that it was at Axis Chemicals?
that was the hideout? Huh. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a little confusing.
Yeah, it gets a
But
little
people
rushed.
like the music, they like the explosion in the car driving around,
yeah,
so they kind of forget it. But when your brain kicks in, you're like, that doesn't make sense.
It's a great scene. It's just have everyone run out before it explodes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then the
Don't let him
Joker
kill.
gets away on his obvious toy helicopter.
Yes.
You made fun of some of the Christopher Reeve Superman miniatures.
A little bit.
The ones toward the end of this movie start to look pretty rough. Starting with this helicopter. This helicopter, I'm like, oof, that is a toy helicopter on a backdrop. I feel like because they dig over budgets, so, like the matte shots look good. A lot of the in-camera stuff looks good, but like when they got to the miniatures and some of the compositing, they're like, oh, we're running out of money, buddy.
I mean, I thought I'd look cool for like for a Batman film.
As a kid, it looked cool, but now I'm just like, ooh, that is.
It looks better in the dark than it does on a bright.
Yeah, sort of.
Yeah.
So Joker shows up at the parade. He tells Batman, he's like, all right, I'm leaving.
See you at the parade.
I'm going to go to the parade. And Batman's just like, I should probably drive my car to the parade and stop him. Instead, Batman's like, I'm going to go home.
Yeah. Let me get out of here. Let me go follow him.
Batman, do you have nothing in your car where you can shoot that helicopter?
Yeah,
Like,
right?
Do your guns only go one direction?
From the Arkham games, use the witch and grab him with the Batmobile and then pull him down.
Fucking
get your
hate the
thing.
games
It's
in
up
the
to the
car.
helicopter.
I hate the games in the car.
Only night. Oh yeah. Well, I guess
Yeah.
that's
So yeah, Joker is dancing around, partying
He
to
is.
the other Prince song. He's
kinda
having a good
fun.
time. He's got his balloons.
But he wore his actual face. I like how when he advertises it, he's in his flesh makeup, but now all of a sudden he's like
in-
full Joker.
He thinks that people think the white is makeup, even
Is
though it's his real skin.
entertainment.
So he says, he's like, oh, I've taken off my mask. Will Batman take off his?
But he doesn't take off.
I know,
take
but they
off
don't know
during the
that.
Parade.
They don't know that.
So you would think he sets it up for him to be flesh color during the parade because he took off his mask.
No one cares.
his
By the
mask
way,
is the
he's
flesh
giving
color.
out millions
like
of
that.
dollars. No one gives a shit what he looks like.
His
And they're
mask
having a
is the
fun
flesh
time with the
color.
parade.
All right, they are way too calm when there's money. All right, if someone drops tons of money, don't you think there would be violence and people killing
There
each
is
other?
kind of violence.
They are way
So-
too happy and they're just like, yay, yay.
Oh, by the way, so
yay."
did he make these? Did he just commandeer the already made floats, or did he make floats for his own parade?
He
definitely
totally made
commandeered.
floats for his own parade.
But yeah, he
In a
attaches-
week.
Not even at this point. This
He
is like a day.
attaches.
But I mean, imagine 1,000 extras and be like, and having them all, have to hurry up and grab money and this and that. It's a lot to, direct a shitload of people like that. You know what I mean?
Also, I thought there'd be a lot more people when you hear there's 20 million. In the beginning of the parade, it looks like no one's there.
I mean,
And there's like one shot with a lot of people, and then there's like
They
no
were
one.
limited on
people,
extras,
though.
okay?
That's crazy.
You know, this is a long time ago, all right? It's not like when The Dark Knight Rises, you can get people to show up to be an extra.
Anybody shows up for that one.
Yeah. Can you believe it took this long for me to mention that I was in The Dark Knight Rises?
You're waiting.
Were you wearing this getup too?
No.
Oh,
but yeah, you know, I mean, I feel like a lot of people in this movie thought it was really cool to have a scene with the Joker. Could you imagine having a scene with the Joker?
Oh God, I spent my whole life trying to have a scene with the Joker. One day I'll be Robin. Good, cast me, James Gunn. Thank you.
So the chemicals start spraying everywhere. Vicky's the one who notices it. She's like, "Oh shit, that's that gas!"
Because she's taking photos of it. Yeah.
Like she goes, "He's gonna kill everybody."
Also, Knox grabs an N95 mask from the back. You know,
and a bat, and just
showing
trying
that they work, and then just going after people with a bat.
You're saying masks work?
Yeah, man.
Oh my God.
You're saying that?
Yeah.
Oh, my audiences. They would disagree. I have no comment.
Hey, I'm no comment either, but I'm just saying he grabbed an N95. It's like, is that going to work against gas, though? I was like, he's out
That's
there.
not a gas mask.
Right?
Yeah,
that's not a
that's
gas mask. He would have been. Also, her rolling up the windows, that gas is getting into
it
the
goes
car.
through.
Yeah. I was
There's
like,
no fucking way.
So you're saying that the mask wouldn't work?
Oh my
saying
God.
it wouldn't work for gas. It wouldn't work for gas. I don't know what else they're supposed to be
you
used
can say
for.
that now. No one cares anymore.
But then also, he was like, Joker's like, she's like, he's gonna kill us all with the gas, like this and that. Does anyone die from this gas?
No
Some
one
people
dies.
start dying.
They just kind of they look like they fall, but you don't see anyone.
nobody-
dead.
You don't see like the grin. You don't see the grin. kicking in.
Exactly. They should.
But I
have
like-
It
a
doesn't look
group
like
of
anyone dies
people.
from that.
But
I guess that's a lot of
Knox
work.
was supposed to die here. He was
Really? It
originally
looks-
going to die here, but they liked him so much they're like, let's keep him alive.
For the second one.
and just
For
get
the
hit by a
second
car.
one.
Yeah. Was he supposed to die by getting hit by the car?
I think that was going to be him getting killed. I don't know. I forget
That
how he
would
was
have been
supposed to die.
such a shitty kill, though.
If she killed him?
Yeah, I wouldn't like that. That's
So
weird.
the Batwing. I don't think it's aged well.
I mean, that shot of him going up into the clouds over the moon.
That's the
is
one shot that
awesome.
makes it worth it. But
It's
all
so
the other
cool.
stuff, and I know people can say like 1989, but I'm like, yeah, but this is after Top Gun and Blade Runner and 3 Star Wars films. Like, if you're gonna do a flying thing, it's got to look really good.
Yeah, it's all miniatures, right?
Yeah, an obvious miniature.
It
like
is,
when he's going through
but-
Gotham, it's supposed to look like the trench from Star Wars, and it just
It does it.
yeah.
And yeah, the shot going over the clouds.
still
It's cool, but it just doesn't make sense. But you're like, oh, cool, and then you're like, wait.
Why did he go all the way up there?
But
You're like,
God
"What?"
damn,
And
is
then
it
you're
cool?
Like, what? But also, how long is he just going through the city? This is
Yeah.
taking way
Yeah, Joker
too
notices
long.
him before he hits
A
the gas. It's
while
like,
before,
what is he
yeah.
doing? Go down there.
Exactly.
something.
Why does it take so long?
What is he doing?
Bruce, Batman's.
Is this his first?
See me?
Is this
Batman's
like a
like,
thing
damn,
where
I
he
look
doesn't?
cool right
Maybe
now.
he just. You think he just doesn't know how to fly? And he's like, oh shit, I never tested.
Time flying.
First time he's done it, yeah.
Like, did you ever see
so
that? The
dumb.
most,
He's like, I hope Vicky sees me right now.
did you see the most recent? Did you see the most recent Mission Impossible movie?
Yes.
Where like Tom Cruise gets in the helicopter and he realizes he doesn't know how to fly a helicopter. He's like, I think you use this. I don't know what to do. So Batman's like, oh shit, I got to use the plane. Oh god. See, we missed all the
Also-
scenes of him going, I'm upside down. What?
Does that hover stop, or does that have to land like an airplane?
I don't know. We
where does he
didn't see
land
it in the cave earlier. We don't know where it came from.
Right? How does that work?
But no, some of the close-ups of him in the cockpit are fine, but a lot of the miniatures don't really work for me. They're very obvious. And by the way, so he just knew that one day he would need a giant pair of scissors.
I love it.
Yes, right? You want pliers on your plane? Is that what you're saying? You want pliers
You
on
know
your
what? That's. I'm sorry. That is shark repellent bat spray levels of convenience.
Jumping the shark, dude. They jumped the shark with that one. Oh,
Yeah.
dude.
So yeah, he gets rid of the balloons. Joker is very. And by the way,
My balloon.
By the way, he's not just getting rid of the balloons. He's just putting those chemicals in the atmosphere.
Yes.
He's a terrorist. He's a
Why couldn't he go above the clouds at that point and just put them out there?
To bring them all the way up or even over the water, like the Dark Knight
Anything?
Rises, you
And
know?
then shoot the
then-
balloons,
and
like
then
they're
shoot
still
them.
floating.
Yep. Now they're just,
Yeah.
you're just killing a different part of Gotham.
And now, and again, by the way, he just kills now. He's now machine gunning people from the sky. He was just murdering all of them.
Completely misses the Joker.
His targeting, he should have used the Force. See, Luke used the Force after his targeting system broke, but Batman doesn't have
Alfred
the Force.
comes over, use the Force, Bruce.
Use the Force.
Use the Force.
I think years ago I did an edit of that. But yeah, he misses everything, and then the Joker's really long revolver
Oh God,
is
I
able
love
to
that.
take down the blade. He
Pulls
hits
the
it
big-ass gun
in
out.
just
man.
the right spot to just
To
total
take
the
that
blade.
down?
Huh?
How the fuck do you take that down?
He's a marksman.
He's a
He is
marksman, I guess.
marksman.
We missed that. Apparently, holding a wobbly giant cartoon gun makes you a
So
marksman.
good. He's a chemist. He's an artsy guy.
Also, it's a
and he's
kaleidoscope. He folds it later on. I'm like, I don't know if that works.
It
to be
works for
honest.
him.
That's so
I will
cool.
say, at least the Batmobile, like a lot of these, the Batmobile and the other vehicles will look like each other, and
Yeah.
this does feel in the same vein as the
Yeah.
Batmobile,
Yeah.
the Batwing.
This is where the Joker's like, hit me.
No, different movie.
Okay.
And then the Batmobile turns into a toy, and it lands in someone's toy train set without any trains. Like the little car next to the Batwing when it grows. I'm like, that is a toy. That is an obvious. That's like Superman 2 level miniatures. This is like 10 years later. Like,
Tim Burton, you know. I mean, it still feels cool.
It
It
still
doesn't look
fits in that
great, but it
universe.
feels
at the
cool.
time, I'm
fits in the
sure it would have been
movie.
fine, but it's one of those things where like it's really just the last like third of this movie where it falls apart for me.
The third act, dude, it just gets rushed and then
The
just
the
kinda-
first two acts, I wish Batman was more of a character,
Yeah.
and I understand the choice, and
Yeah.
I wish there was more of kind of like a plot, like something it was building up to. It's just
Yeah.
kind of like random things are happening. I wish
Yeah.
Vicky was a stronger character, but I could have worked with all of that. It's just this third act. It's like now he's flying a plane and it looks like a toy, and now because Jack Nicholson and one of the producers saw Phantom of the Opera,
yeah.
they asked for a scene to end in a big tower.
While they were shooting it. So while they were shooting the movie,
It might have
they-
been earlier into production,
Really?
I think, because Sam Hamm had maybe his scene didn't have a tower, but he has an ending that would have ended up
the
on a rooftop.
second scene he wrote the opening scene first, and then the second scene he wrote was the ending on a tower.
Okay, that makes
So,
sense
yeah,
then.
depending on whether they wanted it a church with a full tower or
Yeah.
what, but yeah, he wrote.
But
it in the second scene.
yeah, so for some reason the Joker goes, I need to go to the top of the tower to pick up a helicopter. It's like it's like
it's a helicopter.
But then he goes, give me 5 minutes. Oh, and he looks up.
Better make it 10.
Okay, 10 minutes.
But also it's just like, wait, it could just land anywhere. I'm like, a literal plane just landed in the street, and there's plenty of other street. Why do you need to go to the tower?
I don't think he really cares.
Why are
like,
all
out of
your
safety?
Because
Why
Jack
are all your-
Now cares
Nicholson
about safety. Okay.
wanted a tower.
Wait, why are all the bad guys at the tower? His plan was to gas everyone. And What?
Also, he killed Bob. We brushed over that. He killed Bob.
Oh yeah, he killed Bob. He was so upset about losing his balloons, he killed Bob.
Damn it, Bob.
That was a bummer.
Yeah.
God, I love
Gonna
Bob.
need a minute alone, boys.
Yeah. He was his #1 guy too.
Wait, he was his #1 guy?
I love when he's like, Bob, gun.
Yeah.
Oh God.
Frank, when I eventually turn on you, I want you to know that I will take at least 2 minutes alone to mourn your loss.
I will never lose your balloons though.
You know what? Good.
Never.
Good.
I got
Is he your
Her,
#1 guy?
she'll. I'll hand her the balloons. They're already in the sky. Bang.
They're not even like, you don't even reach my hand. They're already up.
Can we do that skit at the end of this? Can you grab me and be like,
You're my #1 guy. So yeah, Batman survives the crash. Also, he's moving the rubble while they're still in ear range. It's like Joker, go back and shoot him.
Yeah.
Go back and shoot him.
Right.
So yeah, they go up the tower for some reason. It's cool. Look, I love all the gothic horror look of it all. That's cool. But it's like, okay, why is any of this happening?
Yeah. I don't know. I like that Bruce is Batman's a little like woozy when he,
Yeah, I like it.
And
He's all
he knocks
damaged.
over all the
All the fuse.
Yeah, you're like, oh, I guess nothing's down there.
Yeah,
And
it's
then
kinda cool.
Gordon and all them the cops finally show up. It took them a really long time,
Oh,
but the cops finally show up. Do you think they were investigating the chemical attack at the factory?
Yep, that might have been what they were doing.
So yeah, they show up. The Joker knocks down a big giant bell to block them in.
Which
yeah.
is like just Gordon tries to push it and it can't move. You got
he's
10.
like,
You have
"Yo,
10
here."
guys right there. You can move that bell. And
Pat
he's just
Hingle,
like,
you're not moving that bell.
"Oh, around back, boys, around back. He was
Yeah.
just like, I'm not doing this shit.
So the Joker decides to dance with Vicky.
Oh, can we just say how she loses her shoe? And I guess she lost her shoe a second time. You don't even see that. Like, losing the shoes just felt so weird.
My feet are killing me.
What did you think of the Joker kissing the shoe, dropping it?
I didn't really care.
Creepy.
Yeah, he
creepy.
I mean,
loves
that
feet.
I wouldn't.
It's Quentin Tarantino.
I
film,
felt
isn't it?
right.
She threw her
That
shoes
didn't-
earlier in the film. Right?
She
She's taking
throws her
off.
shoes off a
started shoes
lot
on,
in
yeah.
this movie.
Well, she had to run with
but-
Batman down
and
south.
I get it.
Bryce Dallas Howard can run in heels away from a T-Rex.
Oh God.
There's so many movies. It's like, can girls run in heels or can they not run in heels? But
Well, in the
she
next
just, like,
movie, Catwoman's heels magically turn to flats when she's doing cartwheels. So
But
maybe it was that.
But he throws it and you see it going down the middle. But then all of a sudden you see it on the
It's on the
stairs,
side, yeah.
on the side, and the same thing with the
Oh.
other shoe.
Also, they're very.
There's a lot
ahead.
of continuity errors because, like earlier, we saw a balloon get real fat and
Yeah.
full of holes, and then it's back to normal.
Yeah.
Again,
There's a
the
lot.
people doing different shots, whoever was doing continuity wasn't on their A game that day.
Yeah, they just wanted to put out a dark, badass Batman
Yeah.
film. They were like, I don't care.
And again, this is
Yeah.
toward the end. They're like, we just got to get this done.
Yeah.
So he's dancing with Vicky while Batman's
Dance with
taking...
the Devil in the Pale Moonlight.
Yes. And he's taking out all these bad guys on the rooftop. And most of the goons are ones we've seen for the whole movie. And he has that weird thing that comes out of his hand. What the hell was that? I don't know. The other guy kills
that come
himself. I thought
Yeah.
that was funny. The guy kills himself,
Yeah.
the big guy. And then there's a random black henchman who hasn't been in the
This
movie.
bothers
movie.
me because he.
Why does it bother you,
Oh
Crystal?
my God. Because he doesn't look that
Don't-
strong,
Okay.
and Batman is just like taking a beating by him.
Yeah.
Well, my
until
whole
the
thing is
end.
like, this is a lot of screen time for a henchman
It's-
we're just meeting now.
Way too much.
Like, if it was like that big guy who ends up killing himself, that was the final, like, all right, that guy was earlier in the movie.
he's a big
And it's
guy.
like, oh, there's a lot of, and it's a cool fight. I mean, the guy's really
But
good.
is
But like,
his death-
where was he the rest of the movie?
Is his death going over the bell? Was
Yeah,
that his?
Batman.
All right, his ass muscles and thigh muscles must be so great because his legs just go.
Yep.
Like,
yeah,
I
Batman's
was
pretty.
like,
Batman's got
damn.
great. Yeah, Batman's able to bend really, really well in his molded rubber ass.
Exactly. That's all you see are the legs. You're like, damn.
I love how they have like one guy come at each time, like one guy beats him up, one guy, like, you know, all the time. Nobody wants to just jump them all at once.
Yeah.
And then as he's fighting the last guy, the guy's like, I learned that from a Chinese man, and Batman's like, I just made that shit up myself. Yes, that was a Wild Wild West reference I just made. Will Smith. Yeah, I love that film.
Oh my god. Same producer as
I
this
just made that
movie.
shit up myself.
John Peters, I think. I think it was Peters
Right?
produced that
Like,
movie
there's
too.
there's a connection there.
Um,
that ending reminds me of Will Smith's fight on the
Yeah.
spider at the end.
So-
I don't know why.
Joker's kind of an idiot because he falls for Vicky Vale's obvious ploy.
Oh
She's
my
like,
God.
Joker, I decided I now love you and I want to give you
As
a
she's like
blowjob.
kissing his like outfit. I love how she's like that.
And he's like, oh my God.
And he
But
falls.
he's like straight, like when she's going down,
falls
like
for it.
he is straight up like impressed, like oh my, like he's like shocked to where he can't even move.
He's like,
And then,
yeah, she
and
wants
then
me.
Batman punches him. And thank God they didn't have that boxing match because the Joker just gets his ass handed to him.
Thank
The
God
Joker-
Batman was there and she didn't have to go any further.
The Joker isn't really,
right.
I don't really know the Joker for like brute strength, but he has to be able to take on Batman a little bit.
A little bit.
And that's my problem with this Batman. I'm like the Joker. I'm like, you got to rely on a lot of other stuff. There's no way you're beating Batman. That's my problem with Joaquin Phoenix. I'm like, by the time that Batman is an adult,
yeah.
Joaquin Phoenix is dead.
It just feels like the fight though, like the henchman fight was better than the
Yeah.
Joker fight, and I was like, come on.
Maybe Jack Nicholson just didn't want to do stunts.
No.
Maybe he was
That
just
could
like, I
also
don't
be
want to
it.
do a fight scene.
I do like that he tries to punch him and he like
Yeah,
breaks it. He's like,
yeah.
ow! And I like he's not taking it serious. Like
Very
he's
Three
literally, the
Stooges.
Batman
Yeah.
says he's going to murder him. And he's just like, he's just cracking jokes. He's putting glasses on. He's like, where did you go?
wanted to go with
But now,
glasses. So
how
funny.
strong is the Joker that he could just pick two full-grown adults and whip them over the side?
Exactly.
Right, dude. They had to have some kind of fight with it, but it's even like Joker
It's
pulling
fun,
out like
though.
fun stuff. That one point when he points the gun to his head and pulls
it just says bang.
I love that. That's awesome. It's like
Yeah, let me
That's
give you a
showing
hand.
more of his
Ah!
character. Yeah, that's stuff I love because that's what makes him
He's
him.
doing a bunch of prank stuff.
yeah, it's
Um,
great. And then this is where he's like, you killed my parents, and he's all like, I killed a lot of people.
And he's
parents."
like, you
Yeah.
made
Like,
me. You
yeah,
made...
yeah, you made me.
Because Joker's like, you made me. And Batman's like, you made me first. It's
Yeah.
like, okay, guys.
Yeah.
Okay, guys.
I don't
let's-
think he did. I think it was just his. In my head canon, it's
Um,
not
Makes you
Jack
happy.
Napier.
It makes you
Yeah.
happy.
But yeah, Joker decides to get away on his toy helicopter. And he gets on the ladder. Now, originally... So I think the Joker was always going to die. Which is weird. You don't think you would do that with the Joker, but I think
No.
they knew they were only going to get one movie with Jack.
With Jack, yeah.
They're like, he's probably not going to want to come back, so we really got to make
No,
this
they were
count.
like, we are not giving him all that money again. We are not.
Oh, yeah, that was their thing. They're like, there's no way we'll ever be able to afford him for the second
But then
movie.
I have a question. Did he get paid more than Michael Keaton for the second movie? Because the amount that Michael Keaton made is insane.
For the second movie?
I don't know.
No, I think Jack made more.
Really?
Because he got a
With all
cut
the
of the
deals,
profits.
yeah.
It wasn't just his salary. He got
I
a
want
cut
to know how much it
of
was.
the
I want
profits.
to know how much he made.
I don't think he's ever given a number, but it was very good.
I've seen an
Love-
interview with him talking about it, and he's
He
just
is
sitting there
so
with a big old
smug
grin
about
on
it.
his
And there's another
face.
producer that's like, yeah, he made a lot of money.
I hate how much artists make.
Yeah.
I love when you actually see contracts, because I do this a lot at my job and stuff like that, and I'm like, no fucking way they made that for a half hour on stage.
He was hyping it up too, because he tells a story where someone's like, how well do you think it's going to be doing? And he's like, oh, they can't even predict how well it's going to. That's how big it is. But anyway,
that's right. I did hear that story.
So
At the
originally,
Oscars, yeah.
and thank God they didn't do this because we've talked about some of the visual effects, and it probably would have looked like shit. Originally, like there was the helicopters by the tower picking up the Joker, and a bell or something was going to go off, and all the bats were going to fly out of the tower into the helicopter and cause the helicopter to crash. But it was 1989, so they probably would have been hand-drawn cartoon bats, and they probably would have looked awful.
would have been.
And I think they were running out of money toward the end. So instead, Batman murders him.
Technically, he doesn't.
I don't know.
He wraps him around the gargoyle.
No.
And he
Because
can't hold
Batman
on.
sees that this tower's kind of falling apart, and he's like, I bet you if I attach him to that gargoyle, he'll come tumbling down.
And then Batman's like, oh, I didn't kill him. Also, great strength from Michael Keaton to pull himself up with Vicky Vale, put her on there, swing back down. He kills it on that. And kills the Joker
I'm
as well.
very confused of the strength people have in this movie.
It's very all
very.
over the place.
And then it's
Sometimes they're
not.
super strong, sometimes they're not.
Well, the Joker couldn't hold on to that ladder.
And
But you wouldn't think the helicopter then would, make up for that? Like, oh, hey, he's stuck.
you would
Let
think they're
me-
like, go down, and then, help him out.
Yeah, no.
Hey, let's fly up a little bit and
And
land
get
you on the
stuck.
roof.
Yeah, land you on the roof.
Yeah, he's right there.
Instead, he falls and dies, and he cracks. Somehow, he doesn't splatter everywhere. He just cracks the cement.
He should have kept Bob with him. If
Yeah.
Bob was around,
Bob
he
would
would
have
have
known
been smart
better.
enough.
And I like the
His
bag
number
of
one.
laughs. That
But yeah, the crack in the ground is.
Yeah.
Do that again for him.
This is the creepiest thing I think I've ever seen in my life.
Hey, did you know I watched this movie a lot growing up?
Oh, I couldn't tell, Tony.
But yeah, then they almost die, and Batman's able to grab her
Yeah.
and shoot his little gun. Actually, it was the gun with the big hook. I don't know how he fit that. It's not really clear where he's hiding all his gadgets. They come from the back of his belt, and it's like, okay.
Also, that's a lot to, just get whipped like that. As soon as, you
Yeah, your arm's being pulled out of your socket.
Gradually swung.
Oh my gosh,
That's
and
the
this is
unrealistic
fine.
thing about Batman. Like, you can have this gun, but realistically, like, your
It's a
arm's
comic
being
book
pulled
movie.
out.
I know. I'm just joking around.
But anyway,
I
he
got flack
saves
for
her.
Superman Returns for joking.
He saves he saves the blonde lady from falling.
Yeah.
He learns his lesson in the next movie. Don't ever help a blonde lady when they're falling.
No.
Just let them fall.
Let him fall.
Yeah.
And then they find the Joker dead, and then we get this
With
this
an
fun
imprint in
ending.
the ground. Yeah, the cracks in the ground are kind of.
The ending is a little trimmed down because when I was watching the behind the scenes, they were talking. There's there's more questions for Dent and Gordon. They're like, yeah, we're going through our police department. We're making sure all the dirty cops are out. So, there's no more crime, whatnot. But yeah, Knox is there. He survived. He's sad that Vicky's leaving.
Yeah.
Yep.
But he's just like, hey, what do we do with Batman? And he's like, oh, Batman said we could call him. He wrote us a letter.
Oh God.
And he said we could call him. Like, how? And it's like, boom, the signal.
He said we can call him. Yep.
He gave us the signal.
Gave us the signal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel
Yeah.
like Harvey Dent's reading it, and Billy D. Williams is like, if the forces of evil should ever rise again, call me.
But did you just see Batman dragging the signal and the light and everything?
He dropped it
how?
off. He built a new plane and dropped it off.
Dropped it off.
I'm like, how does that just magically appear
That's
with
right.
a handwritten note? Can you just imagine me like, what the fuck is this?
like it.
Oh, there's a note attached.
He's
Like,
like,
yeah,
and,
you motherfuckers do need me. So here's a signal,
Yeah.
and call me when you want.
and he's not going to be
holy
hiding in
fuck.
the shadows anymore. Well, kind of still is. but he's more known now.
Yeah, but then you got the signal, and then that hits reflectors in the house, and it's like.
And now everyone. Oh no, that's in the next one.
Is it the next one?
Yeah, the next one is the reflectors in the house.
This one ends with him just on the rooftop, which is a legendary shot. Fantastic. Do you have it here? You got it here.
Yeah, on the back.
A legendary shot. It's not so much the same thing, but
I could have just cut to an image.
I don't care. I love it. It's fantastic.
And then the music swells, and Vicky Vale is like, "I'm going to go back to my future husband's house." And Knox is a well-respected reporter. Harvey Dent is cleaning up the town as the DA. I can't wait to see none of them return.
Yeah.
None of them returned.
Yeah.
Except for the ones they needed.
Except for Batman.
I'm shocked Gordon returned for the second one. He's barely in that movie. But anyway, yeah. And then the music swells, and everyone liked it. I could see at the time the hype was huge.
Yep.
And I could see people being, I'm nostalgic for this movie.
Dude, lines were supposedly around the freaking corner.
Because the marketing was so well. Just that symbol alone, people were like, oh, there's a new Batman.
They were selling at conventions back in the day. They were selling like just the trailer on a VHS, and it was going for $25 just for the trailer before this movie came out.
And remember, so 10 years before, they brought Superman back, and that was huge. So people were like, okay, Superman. At this point, the Superman movies really went downhill. We were like, okay, so for that first one, people still really love. So they're like, okay, now we're getting Batman. I'm like, this is going to be gigantic. And again, as a kid who grew up with these movies already existing, it was fun growing up with these.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah.
Always on the TV. Always on the TV.
Yeah. And I still love them, but I am, especially this one, the last act is just all over the place.
It is. But no matter when I rewatched both the movies last night because it's been a while.
Nice.
And that's why like some of the movies like it's kind of blending together. Yeah. But afterwards I was like, I felt like I kind of wanted to applaud, like just like at the end of it. I truly did enjoy it. Yeah, I really did. It's not even nostalgia for me because I remember it always being on as a kid, but I don't remember sitting in front of the TV being obsessed with it or anything like that. But I remember, but like
you didn't have a million of the Batmobile cars that you played with all the time.
I did have a Batmobile car.
She was watching,
but also my
Halle
pink
Berry's
Power
Catwoman.
Ranger. Watching what?
Halle Berry's Catwoman. That was your favorite, right?
Obviously. No, I remember my pink Power Ranger in a Batmobile car. Like that I did. And like I had because my mom we would go to yard sales and I would be like, oh, what can I get at a yard sale for toys? And all of a sudden like weird things blended together. Yeah. So I never knew what was actually what. But I remember just like last night though, it was done and I was like, wow. Like it felt good. Like I don't remember having one of these feelings after a movie in a while, which is interesting because you see all these amazing movies that are happening, great effects, great acting, but after this one I'm just like, oh, like I felt good.
It was still an experimental time for superhero films. When I got like real into the comics, I started looking at this, I'm like, oh, this doesn't really nail it for me anymore. But the mistakes this movie made led to even like, I feel like a lot was learned from this movie. Like, hey, people, and if you go back and look at the reviews,
It changed everything.
When you go back and look at the reviews at the time, like Ebert and whatnot, I know he's divisive, but there were people that are like, yeah, Batman's not like really a character. Are we supposed to care about him? We don't really spend a lot of time with him.
Yeah.
So that didn't work for a lot of people.
Especially the second one.
Yeah. So like him being kind of in the shadows and not like, that didn't work for some people, and they learned from that, and it helped influence the other ones. But no, it's a very interesting movie. Again, script-wise, I'm able to view it through a nostalgic lens and love it, but I'm also able to take that lens off and notice the flaws of it.
Yeah.
I don't think it holds up super, especially if you didn't grow up with this movie. I don't think you're going to be super into it.
The first 2/3 you're gonna love. Like, I mean, you know.
Well, even then, like after like. I mean, look at the Nolan Batmobile chase scenes, and then look at the one in this. You're like, well, the car looks cool, but this chase scene's weak.
Yeah, but I mean, you give that to any kid. Like, if I, when I have kids, if I show my 4-year-old son, like I watched it when I was 4, it was, it was my world. Like, I absolutely loved it. It was on repeat. Either this Returns or the animated series was on my TV at all freaking times. But I mean, if you show, kids that are, just coming up, like I can't wait to show my kid all these films and shows and all that because I know they're gonna like it. And if they don't like it, they're gonna fucking
Damn.
We had less options back then, so that's why we look at this one.
I'm gonna be Robin and my kid's gonna be Batman.
That's kind of cute.
We had less options, so we look back at this one fondly. But I feel like kids now with these newer superhero films that are more action oriented, and I know right now comic movies are a little weird, but some of them were more accurate than they used to be. I could see like then revisiting this being like, oof.
Yeah.
I don't even see the oof
I
part, but I
understand.
see them losing interest halfway through. I think if you sit a kid down with this versus some of the Marvel movies or something like that, there's so much action and so much happening.
Yeah,
Where they're gonna get distracted.
Yeah.
I feel like halfway through, but you just kind of have to be like, no, just keep watching.
I mean,
just keep watching.
it's completely different feel, but also
It
it's
is
just
completely.
they're still badass.
There's
cool films.
so much fun in this.
And like
This
I
is
said-
so much fun. I say put this on a road trip and they can't look away anyway.
10 out of 10.
Well, I feel like I think we mentioned, if you're going to show a Batman movie to a kid, I think Batman Forever will be the most entertaining one.
Yes. I'm mad that you did
But
those
we
without
can all
me.
agree
yeah.
that this car is amazing. And thank you to Brooklyn John. TV Show Cars on Instagram. He has a ton of cars. We looked at his private collection, and it is very, very nice.
We got a sneak peek.
seen
and
it
We
yet.
might come back for other Batman movies since he has other Batmobiles. But yeah, it was a dream come true to do this review with the car.
dream come
and I'm glad that the connection was made. This is really, really awesome. So follow
I'm never
TV Show
leaving.
Cars on Instagram. He told me before this,
Yeah.
because of the Flash movie coming out and the cars of the movie, this is booked for conventions for the entire year. So look up your local convention. You'll probably see this car. This is screen used from Batman Returns, I believe, because
used.
it's shinier.
Made 5 of them. He's got one of the 5 in the country.
Yes.
It's very cool.
So thank you, TV Show Cars. Please like, share, and subscribe. We're going to try our best to do a commentary track also.
Yeah.
Hopefully with you too. There will be a commentary track for this movie. And have fun. Are you excited for The Flash? Let us know.
Keaton's coming back, baby.
Why? Goodbye. I don't even think I've watched a Tim Burton movie in forever, to be honest.
His last good one, really good one, was Big Fish.
Yeah.
And that was a long time ago. Two security guards here. You'd be lucky if you can find 2 workers at a Chipotle now. I mean,
Hi everyone, Tony from Hack the Movies here, and we have already revisited Tim Burton's Batman from 1989, and it's time now to revisit Batman Returns.
Oh, yeah.
A movie some people love more than the first, and a lot of people don't like as much as the first. It's probably one of the more divisive Batman films. Where will we land on it? Let's find out on today's episode of Talking About Tapes.
Talking about tapes.
Hello, Frank. How
Hey,
long do you
Tony.
think you're going to keep the mask on this time?
The whole show, because this is the one that Robin made it into, isn't it?
No. No, he got cut out again.
It's hurting my eyes anyway. Oh. Sorry, throw that on the ground. Still looks nice.
You just
Yeah.
disrespected Robin
Now
right
people are
there.
wondering, hey Tony, why didn't you wear your latex mask from the previous one? And guys, the sun was really hot, so that latex was kind of burning my head, and I didn't want to be inconvenienced with the latex burning my head. Hi, Crystal, how are you?
Hey, nope. Feel super comfy.
You're feeling comfy? That
Comfy.
latex mask isn't burning your hair at the moment?
Not at all.
Because
Not
that whole
much.
Batman, whenever a cloud moved away from the sun, I went, God damn it, and my head was burning. And I'm like, please let there be a cloud.
She's just
Nope, I'm gonna
heating up.
suffer for you guys. Thank God it's not the summer. Thank God it's cool. I would be so sweaty. This is going to be like taking off like a sauna suit at the end.
The world is very jealous of us right now.
Yes,
Tony,
the
that we
world is
get to
very,
sit
very
next to
jealous of us.
Crystal in
Because
a
of the
cat-
car.
And thanks again to getting out ahead of it this time.
I was because of the car.
Thank you, TV show cars. Yes, Batman Returns. Again, I have no memory of the first time I saw this because they're just in my life as early as I can remember.
Yep.
Do you remember the first time you saw this, or?
Yeah, like the first one. This was just always on TV, and I mean, as soon as I just know that this one was on repeat. I would watch this one, and then I would restart. I would watch it in my Batman outfit. There's a really cool picture out there somewhere of me jumping down the stairs with my cape.
I think I've
flowing.
seen that one.
Right? Yeah,
I think I've seen that one.
Because I was just obsessed with this film. I think it's because it was darker, it was a little bit more entertaining and in your face, and I just, oh God, do I love this film.
When did you first see this?
I think it's the same answer I said in the other review. It's just it was always on. This and Batman 89 was just always on TV. It's just there. It was kind of like a staple.
She's been working on her whipping skills.
Yo,
Careful with that whip.
Playing with this the entire time.
I was telling her, I'm like, don't get that whip anywhere near the car. So, Batman, huge movie. Probably one of the biggest movies of 1989, I think. If not the biggest, I forget.
Won an Academy Award for
It
Best
won,
Picture.
yeah, it won a couple Academy Awards. Huh?
I said Best Picture.
No, it didn't. It did not win
Yeah,
for Best
right?
Picture. So, of course, they were going to make a sequel to it. It took a couple years. Tim Burton didn't want to do it. He had more fun doing Edward Scissorhands. He had said, like, I'm sure he loved what Batman did for his career, obviously. But he said, like, it didn't really feel like him, that movie. It wasn't his favorite. He thinks it's boring at times. But the studio really wanted him back to kind of, like, capture that magic again.
Yeah.
And he was hesitant, and they finally got him. They were like, dude, just do whatever you want. We want you back so bad. You can have almost full creative control.
Yeah.
Like, think of it less of a comic book movie and more of a Tim Burton movie. That's how they pitched it to him.
Boy, did he do whatever
And
he wanted.
he really took that. He really went far with that
The
one.
feel of it was so more Tim Burton. And personally,
Yeah.
I love this one more.
Yeah.
Like, I just love this because of that dark Tim Burton feel, that kookiness in there. It's just, I had more fun. I think the first one was a great movie to watch. I think this one was so much fun, and I just enjoyed it more.
Yeah.
It screams Tim Burton with all the colors, the
it.
close-ups on like Penguin's face, Catwoman's face with
Oh
blue
my
eyes. Like it really just shows his.
Well, yeah,
color palette.
he didn't bring a lot of people back from the previous one. He got a new cinematographer. He brought Bo Welsh, his production designer from Edward Scissorhands, who came in. Now, Anton Furst, who did the previous one, he obviously killed himself before the movie came out, sadly. But he was never going to work on the movie anyway. He was under contract from the studio to work on another movie. Yeah. So if he wasn't under contract, maybe he would have came back, despite what happened. But people seem to think it's because he killed himself. That's why he didn't come back. It's like, nah, he wouldn't have been able to do it anyway. So yeah, this movie has a completely different looking Gotham. They went more with the German expressionism. I know he was looking into like fascist kind of architecture and whatnot, and this Art Deco feel. But yeah, then he got rid of that. Sam Hamm wrote a treatment for the script, and they didn't use it.
Nope, they didn't.
Very little was used. I think the Christmas setting was used, and like a few other things.
Best
and
Christmas movie of all time.
I was just gonna say, it is a Christmas movie.
Watch it every Christmas, dude.
Do we have to do Batman Returns as a Christmas movie next year?
Yeah, I don't know why we haven't yet. Put it on the list.
So yeah, they got rid of Sam Hamm's script. They're like, yeah, we're gonna do something else. I think his idea, because they wanted the Penguin in it, and I think they wanted Catwoman. And his plan actually seems like a Court of Owls thing, where there was like this group of like wealthy Gothamites who had all these fortunes, and like the bad guys were gonna try and steal their fortune, and that didn't interest Tim
Court of
Burton
Owls
at all.
shows up at the end with the mask, the masquerade. They're actually walking in the background with the white face.
Oh, really?
No, they're not. But there is someone with a
I was
white
like,
mask on, and I'm like, ooh, Court of Owls,
Yeah.
Court of Owls. But now you're reaching.
And of course, I think Marlon Wayans was signed on in that script to be a Robin.
Yes,
and then
he
for whatever reason,
they're like,
they dropped it really early on.
For whatever reason, they were like, well, Frank's only 1 year old. Let's wait another 20 years or so, 30 years, and we'll put him in as Robin. So I'm still
but
waiting for
apparently
my
he
call to
still
play
gets
Dick Grayson.
Not much, obviously, but he still gets royalties. Hi, everyone. Tony from the future here. Now, Frank has still not played Robin in a Batman movie, but good news. He was in a film called Gotham Nightwing, a Nightwing fan film, where he plays Bruce Wayne. That's right. He aimed for Robin, and he ended up being Batman. That is available now on YouTube. I will link to it below, and I'll put a card here. But yeah, check out this trailer for it right now.
I didn't expect the Boy Wonder to make the stage tonight.
Former Boy Wonder.
This is the only thing I found in the limit.
Bruce, what did you do now?
Tell Bats we want the real challenge.
Sure thing.
Robert Wool, they're like, goodbye, we don't need Knox anymore. Harvey Dent was going to be a main character, and they're like, we don't care about that character. We're going to pay you for not being in the movie. Goodbye, Billy D. Williams. Yeah, they brought Danny Elfman back. He made the cut.
Yes, he did.
Danny Elfman made the cut. Michael Keaton made the cut. Gordon and Alfred made the cut.
Yeah.
So they brought in the writer Daniel Waters, who I think wrote Heathers.
Yes, he did.
Which is a good movie.
Yes, he did. Yep.
He didn't care about the source material at all.
Oh.
No.
And I think he didn't, if I'm reading right, didn't care for the first movie at all. And I love in the interviews, by the way, I don't know, I haven't seen a recent picture of him, but some pictures I saw, he has the most upsetting comb over I've ever seen. But anyway.
Damn, you just trashed the guy in like 20 seconds, dude.
You hate him.
No, but he said, no, I don't hate him. I actually admire how much contempt he has for the fans. But he says in interviews, he was just like, me and Burton, never once did we even consider what the fans wanted to see in a Batman movie. They're like, we just wanted to do what we wanted to see.
Well, it turned out good, I guess. It's a shame, but yeah, it turned out great.
But yeah, Daniel Waters, he also felt Batman should be a killer, but only when necessary. But even he thinks the movie went a little too far with a few things.
I don't think he killed as many people as he did in the first one.
He doesn't. He kills them more violently, though.
Kills them more
he kills them way more violently.
Oh, yeah.
But he ended up even getting replaced. Because I think Burton was asking for changes, and I think he wanted to make it actually lighter. Like, Batman was going to be a super nihilist in this. It was actually a way edgier and darker. And I think even Tim Burton was like, all right, we're already pushing the line a little bit. We gotta tone this down a little bit. And then the studio, I think they're like, Penguin has to have some kind of plan he's working towards, because he doesn't. And that's where the whole, like, his plan with the firstborn sons of Gotham come in. And I think Daniel Waters said he was watching it in the theater being like, who the hell came up with that?
It's very spur of the moment at the end as well. I mean, Bruce
Well, no, it's sprinkled in earlier in the movie.
Yeah, he touches on it when he's investigating who he was through the circus and all that, something was going on there. But I mean, it's like, I don't know, the ending just kind of drags a little bit.
There was a totally different story, I believe, that they had.
Well, yeah, Sam Hamm had his whole different story.
Yeah, it was a completely different thing of, what was it, the Penguin and Catwoman just stealing things and taking over?
They were going to steal, like, treasure or something.
Yeah, it was a treasure. They were going,
and then
they were going for, like, basically a treasure hunt.
There were versions where, like, Max Schreck was the Penguin's older brother, whose parents actually liked. And they changed that. And, of course, Max Schreck is a reference to Nosferatu. Count Orlok was played by the actor Max Schreck. So they used that name because Tim Burton and them are classic horror guys. Remember when I said in the previous review to remember Sean Young's name? Well, she was sad that she didn't get to be in Batman, because that would have been very good for her career. She decided she really wants to be in Batman Returns.
I love this story.
And Frank, she was, as an actor, you should probably take some notes.
Well, yes.
She was a go-getter. She's like, how am I going to guarantee my role in this film? So she broke onto the Warner Brothers lot, dressed as Catwoman, and even brought a cameraman with her to hunt down Tim Burton, and went around saying, I am Catwoman. Tim wasn't there. I heard stories where he was hiding, but then there's other stories where he just wasn't there. And
it was just an audition. She went in for an audition in a Catwoman, or she begged for an audition.
I think she just showed up at the Warner Brothers lot in the Catwoman suit.
I read that she begged and begged and begged for an audition and showed up in a Catwoman. So maybe it's
so
either way,
saying right now I should go to Warner Brothers just like this.
Yes.
And be like, I'm Robin.
I am Robin. Hear me roar.
You should have did it for Joker 2. You're like, I got cut out of Joker 2. I need to be.
I am Gotham City pedestrian.
Hey guys, Tony from the future again. I misremembered this story with Sean Young. What actually happened was, yes, she did go to Warner Brothers and try to hunt down Tim Burton, but couldn't find him. Me saying that she had a cameraman, that was a false memory. What I was remembering was that she went on the Joan Rivers show, dressed up as Catwoman, pretending to be Catwoman, and just put Tim Burton on blast for not putting her in the film. It's pretty funny. Here's some clips from it.
How dare you not make time to see the Catwoman? Not even so much as granting me a meeting. And doing good business means that you return your phone calls. It's a pretty simple formula. Timmy, consider this a formal notice that the Catwoman has tried to get through to you, and you wouldn't listen.
Like, I want to be Joker goon number 5. Why number 5? I'm not vain. I'll settle for 5.
Oh, sorry, kid. We only need 4.
Oh no! I should have said 4. Anyway, she didn't get the part. They gave it. I think Annette Bening was up for it at one point, and then they gave it to Michelle Pfeiffer.
Yeah, because Bennett got pregnant.
Yo, that's right.
She got pregnant, and Michelle Pfeiffer wanted it so. I loved watching her interviews talking about Catwoman because she's so passionate about it. Because she was obsessed with the '60s show. She was obsessed watching it, and she always said Catwoman was never in it enough.
Yeah.
Like, she would literally wait it until Catwoman. She was one of the biggest Catwoman fans. So when she got the role, she took months and months of whip training classes.
Yeah.
Did she really?
Oh,
yeah.
Okay,
And
I
they
have to talk about the ones. There's this one scene which we're going to get to where there's so many clips of the backs behind the scenes of her when she whips the mannequin heads. That's actually her doing it.
Yeah, I did.
It's
Yes.
actually, and it's a
They
fantastic interview.
They said that in the behind the scenes, and what I got from that was they're lying. I'm pretty sure those heads were rigged to blow.
Yes,
I
but
think
the
that was
fact
a
that
lie.
You're able to hit it.
To be able to do it,
She's able to hit it.
She did good stuff with the whip. I just don't think she whipped all 4 heads off.
I just like
I
when
mean, she
she
didn't
pulls it around
cut it.
herself and brings it in. I like.
Yeah,
she's very
but
smooth
she
with
did all that herself, and she actually would show up with because I watched quite a few interviews with her. She said about she would have all of her whip stuff choreographed, and then she would show up, and then everything would change. She
Yeah.
said the script changed constantly. There was so much going on. I know everyone on this set said it was torture to do this shoot because it just took so long. I
And
know
this
they were
one's
saying it
all
took like
indoors too. It's
yeah,
all in
they
a
said
set.
it took almost like a month just to finish one scene. So with Michelle Pfeiffer doing all this, she had everything choreographed, and all of a sudden she had to redo everything. But cool fact, she has her practice whip still. She still
that's
has
cool.
it. Yeah, it's on her Instagram.
Yeah.
She still has her practice whip. She's very proud of this movie.
She should have used it in Ant-Man.
Yeah, she should use the whip in Ant-Man.
Yes.
Well, she says she's like I was surprised the character was as well written as I thought it would be. She's like she didn't expect it to be that well written, but
Yeah.
she would have played it anyway because she loved Catwoman.
Yeah.
Yep.
Now let's get into this movie.
Oh, my whip is falling apart.
What?
My whip is falling apart.
Oh God!
You're whipping too hard, girl.
I can't help it.
Stop whipping it. Listen.
Can't tell me to stop whipping.
So the movie starts with the origin of the Penguin, and again, they did not care about anything with the Penguin. They're like, we're doing our own thing. He's a mutant bird-looking boy.
Yep.
And his parents hate him. Pee-wee Herman hates him.
Parents. Yep. And his co-star, oh my God, why am I
Pee-wee's Big
forgetting her name?
Adventure.
Yeah, the girl from Pee-wee's Big
Yes.
And it's funny because in Gotham, Pee-wee Herman also played the Penguin's dad in Gotham.
loved that.
Yeah.
I loved that when they brought him back to play the dad again.
Yeah,
awesome.
and they were
So
like,
good.
our baby sucks. We're going to throw him in the water.
Oh dear Lord.
Yeah,
dude.
so they're
sitting there
so
drinking martinis
dark.
and they're like, and they look at each other like, yeah.
Well, I mean,
Well,
the
he
kid,
just
know we
grabs,
gotta
what
do
is it, the
here.
dog or
No, the
something?
cat!
The cat.
He just kills a cat!
And eats
That used to make me
it.
sad
I'm
as a kid.
sorry, I would also throw the baby in a river if it ate my cat.
I mean,
My cat comes first.
so you think that like river area right there is just where people dumped their babies? Because there was another. I mean, I know that they had a black carriage and the other people walking away had a white carriage, so it made them like look good. But like, well, you think that the other couple was like, "Yep, just dump the baby. That's a good spot over there."
that's
And
the
they're
baby
like,
dumping
"Oh, yep,
bridge.
That's the spot.
Yeah,
baby dumping
right?
bridge.
Why are you walking your baby in like 20-degree weather in Gotham at night?
They want to make sure that baby doesn't make it. So yeah, they
And it
they
was on
toss him.
Christmas too. It was
Yeah.
on Christmas.
Yeah, on that was not a good Christmas for him. But yeah, they dump him in the water, and then the music kicks in.
Love this.
And the Danny Elfman really upped his game for the music in this one.
He did. It sounds more Danny Elfman.
Yeah. Careful.
Sorry. I keep feel like I okay.
Going
That's
forward.
okay. I'll boost you
Say that
guys.
again?
You don't need like that.
Yeah, one more time. Do it one more time.
No, don't do that. God damn it.
You can get that.
Okay.
You can get that.
Oh yeah, Danny DeVito's the Penguin. Forgot to mention
Yeah,
that.
we did it totally. That was Danny DeVito was like the number one.
They didn't
wanted
want him as
Danny-
bad as they wanted Jack Nicholson, but they were like, we really want you, Danny DeVito.
Yeah. And what's his Michael Keaton asked for, so he got paid $6 million on the first movie. He asked for $10 million on this one.
Hey now,
Can
get
you
your
imagine 10? I think it took 5 months to film this movie. 5 months and you get $10 million.
Yeah.
In 92?
Yeah. Well, they would have filmed in '91, but yeah.
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 That's a lot.
Yeah.
I mean, people get paid more these days. But
I
at the
know.
time, yeah, that was a
Well,
lot.
at least it made sense for this one. It's not like when Stallone got like $12 million for Over the Top, the arm wrestling movie, where that was just a bad financial decision. Why would they do that?
Well, Mike Keaton, he didn't even want to come back for this, apparently, too.
Yeah, they had
like,
to convince him to
force
come back.
And they had to change his costume up, too, to make it a little bit more comfortable. They had to get a zipper so he can actually pee.
Yeah, I will say the suit is way better in this one.
Way better.
It still has the restrictions. The fight scenes are still kind of lame. But the look of it, it's nice and sleeker and smoother. I like the Art Deco abs instead of the molded abs. It looks, other than the neck and head, it looks a little bit more practical.
But apparently all the costumes were a pain in the ass to wear. Like, Danny DeVito spent hours in prosthetics, and he was...
Stan Winston did the makeup
Yeah.
and the animatronic penguins,
Well, there's some of them were live penguins.
Some of them, yeah.
Some of them were live, and they actually, for the live scenes, they actually had to push the temperature down to like 32 degrees, and everyone was just in misery, except Danny DeVito, because he was in so much prosthetics and so much fluff.
He's also
basically.
in character with it, so he's like, make it cold.
But even Michelle Pfeiffer said, so the costume was made to fit her body. Her entire body was casted, and that way it fit her. So they had to powder her up.
They had to like sew her into it.
Basically, yeah. Like she was like stuck into it. She said it was so uncomfortable. The first day of shooting, she couldn't even walk in her shoes because she kept falling forward. She said it was not only, and then she had to do like all of her whips. Yeah. She had to wear this extraordinarily uncomfortable costume, and she had to act on that. She goes, it was one of the hardest things that she ever had to do. But she like I said
That
earlier,
reminds
she's
me
so
of
proud.
we talked about it in the X-Men review when the X-Men first wore their suits and went to shoot. The suits weren't broken in yet, so there was like a little wall they had to climb over, and they just couldn't do it.
Like this is like uncomfortable. I can't imagine being in something even tighter and like not being able to move.
I know that sucks.
But yeah, she said she couldn't even hear because of the thing.
Yeah. But yeah,
like
speaking of penguins, though, baby penguin just happens to end up at the zoo where the penguins are.
Right. Is this like a zoo that like it just is out of commission?
Well, I guess at the time it was still functional.
Yeah.
But then it went out of commission.
A baby?
Yeah.
Wouldn't someone notice a baby in a penguin zoo, like in the penguin?
They didn't. They think it was a monster. Well, he ends up being in a circus.
Yeah, I mean, they probably found him, and then they were like, "All right, bring him with us. He's a good moneymaker for the circus."
So 33 years later, we see Gotham. Alfred is getting some presents. He's not concerned about penguin men, even though he sees it for a second. And we meet the real villain of the movie, Christopher Walken's Max Schreck.
Oh, yes.
Holy fuck, does Christopher Walken look good?
He looks pretty good in this movie. He's a handsome man in this movie.
How great he looked.
Yeah.
Like,
so good. I also like how the guy who plays his son in this movie, I think, makes his accent just sound like.
Yeah, he tries to sound. Do you know who that actor is?
Yeah.
No.
Andrew Bryniarski, I think. He was Leatherface in the Texas Chainsaw Massacre remakes.
Nice.
And he was Zangief in the Street Fighter movie.
Oh.
But yeah, I love the dad. It's time. He's trying so hard to do that walk.
He's like, go, Dad, go. Like later in the film. Oh, it's so good.
But yeah, he's like, I got a power plant I need to do. You got to let me build this power plant. And the mayor's like, new mayor this time. And he's like, what? Why? We have enough power. He's like, yeah, we need more. Yeah. And it's like, okay, something shady's up. And they haven't housebroken their secretary. I'm sorry. Executive assistant.
I know.
Michelle
But
Pfeiffer,
she makes
Selena
a great
Gomez.
cup of coffee.
She makes a
okay?
great cup
she makes
of
a
coffee.
great cup of coffee.
Yeah, so they went with a weird origin with Catwoman. Usually she's just a cat burglar. But
I like this.
There was, if I remember right, an early origin for Catwoman was that she was just a nice flight attendant who bumped her head and became evil. That happens with ladies. They bump their head and they're like, I'm evil now.
Huh.
That apparently was one of the older comics. But it's weird they went with this one after like Batman Year One, how they like reintroduced her character there.
Yeah, this is completely different than Year One.
Yeah.
But I don't mind this because it feels more on the Tim Burton side.
And it also, for the time, like 90s feminism, working girls, it kind of fit for that. I see what
pushing
they were
back
doing.
all the men trying to hit on you and, sexual innuendos and this and that. And then she's all like, I am a woman, hear me roar.
Well, that's the thing. It's like, well, in the beginning, you see her just trying. Like, she feels like an idiot. Like, she's trying to say things, but she gets nervous. She doesn't know how to present herself.
Yeah.
She doesn't have the confidence. That's the problem.
I have a suggestion. Actually, really, just more like a question.
You hear her coming in, like, through the door saying, oh, honey, I'm home. Oh, wait,
Yeah.
I live by myself. Like,
Oh, wait, I'm not married.
oh, wait, I'm not married. But she also says, like, yeah, I'm pathetic and this and that. It's just such low
But here's the thing, though.
Yeah, I think it was great.
She does kind of suck at her job. She forgets to give Max
She
his
does.
speech.
But I feel like just
Come
because she's
on.
doing so much
Yeah.
for him, she's his personal secretary and doing all this stuff where there's so much pressure built on her.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, like,
I
yeah,
do.
she gives his speech.
I do love that he goes, remind me to take it out on what's her name. He like, doesn't even remember her name sometimes.
Come on, dude.
I mean, I do it all the time. They're like, hey, who's on this episode? I'm like, I don't know, the redhead?
I don't know.
Thank God I'm the only redhead.
You're Catwoman now.
Who's the girl in the episode? I'm like, Mint Salad?
Mint
They're like,
Salad. She
and they're
said
like,
Mint
they're like,
Salad.
no, the other girl. I'm like, I don't know, they all kind of blend
It's just
together for
Mint.
me.
She's the only one you know.
Trisha, Kira, same person as far as I'm concerned. They light the tree. The ice princess is there to light the tree. Yes. I actually like Christopher Walken's improvised speech.
Yeah.
I wish I could
That's
give
good.
unconditional love wrapped in a bow. He should have just been the penguin in
He's
this.
just great in
Like,
this
So
film,
good.
dude.
He's
Give him
so-
a little bit of a
Do you know
nose.
Tim Burton was actually scared. He didn't want to cast him because he was actually scared of him.
Who, Christopher Walken?
Yeah.
Oh,
He
he
was like
worked with him way more after that.
I know, but he was actually very intimidated by him.
Yeah.
Well,
And I can see why.
he probably thought that the movie needed more cowbell.
You know what?
This is pre-cowbell. But yeah, the Red Triangle gang attacks.
Yeah.
Because I guess they were from the Red Triangle Circus. They're circus people who have become criminals, I guess.
I'm sorry, but the people on the bikes are the coolest costumes.
Oh, the
They are
eyes with the
so
bouncy eyes,
Tim
yeah.
Burton-esque, and
Love
it's having
it.
so much fun.
Well, they were
with
gonna be.
this.
I think they were gonna be like
The Royal
circus.
Flush Gang?
They were supposed to be something else, and then Burton was like, "Please make them clowns." It's like, well, you just did a movie with a
I
clown.
know,
We
it
want more
felt
clowns,
weird.
okay?
Yeah, okay, sure. I mean, yeah, the
did feel-
costumes in this movie is amazing.
Yeah, the costume
so
design is
good.
insane.
They're so
The
good.
guys in stilts that look like zombies, they used to freak me out as a kid. The gang attacks. Commissioner Gordon's like, we gotta call Bat. This is a Batman situation.
Call
Like,
him.
Gordon, you just got there and a guy threw a sled at your car, and you're like, oh, Batman. Yeah, Batman.
Call him back.
It's like, dude,
Hit the
I think
signal.
you're supposed to save the Batman. Like, I don't think we see any cops in that scene. It's like, you just jumped to Batman right away?
Yeah.
How is there no protection either? It's like, you got some of the wealthiest people, and you also have the mayor and everything. No security.
There were a
at
ton
all.
of
think
cops
that
in
there
the
would be
first one. Why are they never around?
You think that there would be some budget cuts, man?
Never around when you need. Oh, were they all dirty
Police are
cops,
the
so they all
worst.
got arrested?
Gotham police are the worst.
Also, what is Bruce doing in this scene?
Well, he's sitting in a toy mansion that doesn't look real at all, and it looks different than his previous mansion.
does.
Yep.
And now this is confusing because in the Flash movie, they're using his mansion from the first movie. So it's like, did he move into a toy and then move back into a real mansion? But yeah, then he has the reflectors.
But he's sitting there just contemplating. He's sitting there thinking, God, I wish someone would call me and need my help as Batman. And then boom.
Well, he's a recluse. And then they were like, well, we can't give Batman a lot of screen time.
Why isn't he just out at night anyway?
Yeah.
It's
Well,
nighttime. There's a
He waits to
there's
be
a thing
called.
going on. Yeah, now you gotta wait.
They purposely cut. He was supposed to be tall. He's supposed to have a lot more lines in this movie, and they just cut like more than half of them.
And
out for
Burton's
him.
aware of that. He's like, yeah, people
Yeah.
are mad that he doesn't have enough screen time, but I thought he has the appropriate amount. He's like,
I think so.
because Batman doesn't want to be around people. He wants to stick to the shadows. So it's okay he doesn't have a lot of screen time. Like, yeah, but the movie's called Batman.
Yeah.
Batman Returns.
Yeah.
And like,
Where's he returning from, by the way?
he's back.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
All right.
Batman-
This is his
he didn't wanna
his
call it
second
Bat-
fight ever.
he
Like
didn't-
no one's ever called him before.
Like he didn't go to Krypton for 5 years.
Yeah.
And,
No, he didn't want to call it Batman 2. He's like, Batman Returns, I guess.
Yeah.
No
I
other
mean,
crime has been committed.
I
within
think
this
it's
time.
great to not have him in it. I mean, like, I feel like you have him in a lot. Like, yeah, you notice that he's not in it that much, but it's more of like a Gotham feel, you know? Like,
It
Yeah.
is.
all the
I feel like
villains
he's
and all the
Batman a little bit more in
characters
this
and-
one.
Yeah, I think so as well.
I think
Yeah.
he's sprinkled throughout the films more. He just doesn't have big scenes
Yeah.
outside of the ones with Catwoman. And he shows up he's at his mansion. His signal goes off. Thank God he doesn't have visitors. Or they'd be like, hey,
Yeah, that's what I was just thinking.
What?
That's
Hey,
what I was thinking. Yeah.
thank God
What
it
is
wasn't
that?
thank God it wasn't a cloudy night. Thank God it
Yeah,
wasn't
what happens-
raining.
What happens during those times? Like,
Thank God he happened to be in that room, Frank. What if he was somewhere else?
That's what I'm saying. He was in that
Just
room because he was
every-
waiting for them to call. It's like, dude, just go out.
what happens if he's in a store and it happens, or he's doing something?
I don't know. Well, I would say Alfred could give him his bat suit, but his bat suits are so complicated. You can't just throw him in a suitcase.
And he also put his makeup on, okay?
Yeah. But yeah, he shows up in his Batmobile. One of the few things they left from Anton first, but gave it a nice clean sheen on it. And he lights the devil on fire. He burns him alive right away.
Thought that was hilarious.
Awesome.
And then there's the platform to make the Batmobile turn around. It's like you can't just back up.
Yeah. I mean, you see
Where
a lot
does the
of cool
platform
stuff with
fit? Like when you think about it, like there wouldn't be enough room.
I don't know, right here on the sides a little bit.
I don't know. I feel like it comes from underneath the thing.
I mean, where do the shields come from, you know?
Well, in this one, they actually show the shields come from the bottom. But anyway.
Okay, all right.
So yeah, he's fighting some people. His still looks a little bit awkward. I do like his first scene with Selena, though. They give him that cool eye lighting, the Morticia Addams eye lighting.
They do.
Yeah.
Yes.
But I like where she's like, the Batman, or is it Batman?
Yeah.
And then he says, no, Robert Pattinson is the Batman. I'm just Batman.
I like that he says nothing at all.
Yeah, he just walks away. And I do like the clown being like, you missed. And he just knocks his head out. But this is, too sweaty?
Oh, you getting
I'm
hot?
giving up. It's getting hot.
Is it getting
Sorry.
hot?
I'll put it back on later if I have to. But like,
If I have to.
We'll do some
I think
photos.
it's more like it's choking me.
Yeah, jeez.
We need a second?
Keep
or-
going.
We
Keep
just
going.
cut
It's
and take it
fine.
off, and you can just be in
Yeah,
normal
just get
clothes
undressed
again.
while we're trying to talk about Batman.
Oh, but trust me, taking this mask off, I don't think it's gonna be that sexy.
Yeah, but yeah, so she gets her taser, and that's set up for later.
Nice.
Obviously, the
She
taser's
gets
set
her
up for
taser.
later.
Yep. Good setup. Like it. Love all the clowns.
Yeah, and so he eventually somehow is able to stop the clowns. I don't know. He knocks out that one clown, lights the dude on fire, and I guess the clowns run away.
And then they're just like, run.
Yeah, and then Gordon's like, the circus gang is back. And he's like, yeah, that's nice, Gordon. And he goes, Gordon, go away for an hour until we need you again.
Yeah, exactly.
I
Just
forgot
let
to
us
mention
know.
the clown gang is specifically there for Shrek. And I do like when his son Chip tries to threaten them, and they're like,
such an idiot.
Yeah.
are you okay?
No, yeah.
Okay.
I'm saying he's such an idiot.
Yeah, he is an idiot.
He's an idiot.
And he's
yeah.
like, go, Dad, run. Run.
Dad, go, save yourself. The penguin captures Shrek, and he brings him to the zoo. So yeah, he takes him to the zoo, and he's like, hi, I'm the penguin. Actually, his introduction's good. He's like, I believe the word you're looking for is... He knows a lot about Christopher Walken. He's like, I know what you've been up to, buddy. He's like, I need you to send me up above, and I need you to finance my whole operation.
Gets all
he's
your
like,
trash living in the sewers.
and he's like, why would I
man.
work for you? He's like, well, I've been going through your trash.
Yeah.
Yep.
Here's all your documents that you shredded. I taped them all together.
Yeah.
Here's
Here's
your
Frank.
textile plants, and like, oh, here's your business partner's hand.
Dead hand. Here you go.
I'm Fred's hand. Remember me? So he blackmails him, and Shrek reluctantly agrees to help him enter the surface world because he wants to find out who his parents are, or so he says.
Yeah.
And one of the few penguin things they kept were the trick umbrellas.
Love it.
That was the one thing they liked from Penguin. I do appreciate his evolution, how he starts off as this totally unique thing.
Yeah.
And then the movie tries to make him as your more traditional penguin, and then that doesn't work, and he goes back to being this weird
Just
sewer
really
monster.
Goes hard into,
Yeah.
just a sewer monster freak.
Yeah, but I like to try to dress him up to look like Penguin for a little bit, and then they're like, nah, never mind.
I mean, he looks great. I mean, with this iteration of him, I mean,
Yeah.
you know, it's just, you'll love it.
And look, I'm not saying you couldn't have a weird-looking penguin. I don't think he needed to be a creepy sewer-dwelling pervert.
Yeah.
That was not how...
I think his whole entire mission in this entire movie is to get laid.
Yeah.
The entire.
Well,
time,
that's not his
all he
only
talks
mission,
about.
but that's one of his missions.
That's like the main
He's
reason for his
he's
mission.
much like Joker and Batman before him. He gets sidetracked a lot. A lot.
One horny bastard.
I think
Holy
he gets
shit.
laid already.
No.
Who's laying him?
He does say he'll like show someone like his flipper trick, but has he
Right?
just been?
I'm sure he
practicing?
did. I'm sure
Has he
him
been
and
practicing this
Poodle
on,
Lady.
like,
Flipper
the
trick.
girl
He's
with
got
the
lotion
dog?
by the bed.
There's only
Yeah, I'm sure him and the Poodle
the
Lady.
lotion by the bed is him jerking off. Please.
Nah, him and the Poodle Lady. They
You
had
think
some
it's the
fun.
Poodle Yeah, Lady?
that's what I
They had
think,
some
too.
fun. They had some fun.
I think. All right.
Anyway, Selena goes home after her whole ordeal, and she listens to her answer machine, which are pretty fun. It's like she has an overbearing mother.
Why you insist on languishing in Gotham City as some lowly secretary?
Who plays the overbearing mother? Do we know
Huh?
whose voice that is?
No, who is
whose
that?
voice that was? I don't know. I wanted to look it up, and
I forgot to look it up
do
too.
Does anyone out there know? Let me know. Is it an Is
But
it
yeah,
old
she's
Catwoman?
not
That would've
going.
been cool.
That would have been actually really cool.
Yeah, she's not going home for Christmas. because she has plans. Because it turns out she might not be married, as she says, but she has a boyfriend. They're going to go skiing. Oops.
No.
Oops. Turns out he's going by himself.
Yeah.
His shrink told him he needs to be his own person, not an appendage.
Yeah, it's
She's
one
like,
way
oh,
to
what
do
an
it.
appendage.
Yep. And then she leaves a voicemail for herself saying, go back to the office. You forgot the Bruce Wayne file. She's like, damn it.
Idiot.
She's got a nice tiny pink apartment. That place is cool. And her kitty, Miss Kitty.
Miss Kitty.
Love it.
She's jealous of her cat's sex life.
I think
Yes.
I think Hello Kitty was created from this movie. From her sign that says hello there, and then someone's
Hello
like,
there, and then it
"Oh,
turns into
hello,
hell
kitty,"
here.
And then
Yes,
later in the
that's
film on the
exactly
window
how
it
it
looks like a Hello
started.
Kitty head.
Yeah.
It was created through it.
So she goes back to the office. And Selena, you're talking too much.
Oh yeah.
She gets the Bruce Wayne file and she's like, yeah, I got all the files ready. She's like, I even went through your protected file.
Why would
Who
she say
does
that? She's not the smartest, okay? We get it.
And I even opened the protected files. And
How industrious.
You talk too much.
Never shut up.
And he's just like, my protected files? How did you do that? She's like, I guessed it was your stuffed chihuahua that you have there for some reason.
It's his dead dog.
Yeah, and it's like, okay,
Yeah, who
Selena,
does that?
stop talking. Stop talking. She's like, yeah, it turns out the power plant is actually going to be stealing power from Gotham, which I think is very neat.
Yeah.
And it's just like she just wants to be involved. She wants to look like she's more than just a
Yeah, she doesn't really care it's a crime. She just wants to be involved.
Yeah, that's all she wants. She's like, okay, look, please, can I be like a part of the team?
Until it
Yeah.
starts to get a little
And then-
scary, and then he starts to threaten her a little bit. I love
Yeah,
Christopher
I do
Walken
love
as a
the.
He's
villain.
so
I
good.
love. He's one of my
He's
favorite
so
actors.
good.
I'm excited to see what he does as the Emperor in Dune Part 2.
There you
They picked
go.
him to be the Emperor.
Oh, that's gonna be really
Yeah.
cool.
Can't wait.
I do like the fake out where he's about to push her, and then he actually does.
He
Boom.
throws her out. Oh God, it's so good.
And I do like he's like, you know what happened to what Curiosity to the cat? She's like, I'm no cat. Now, Tim Burton and the writer swear that when they wrote this, it was not meant to be literal that she was magically brought back to life and is now a zombie cat lady.
by cats. Yeah.
But the way it's
That's
filmed,
exactly how it looks.
it looks like she was licked back to life and
Yeah.
brought back to life by magical cats,
Yeah, because all of a sudden now all the cats are coming out of nowhere and they're biting her fingers.
which
I
is
mean,
that feels weird.
Maybe they were Constantine cats. You know what I mean? Maybe they were.
I don't think. I mean, eventually it would be explored in the Catwoman film.
What's the one guy's name? Oh God, and I love him too. Felix Faust, who has the cat? Is it Felix?
No.
Faust? No, this is gonna bother me.
Carrion.
Oh
I
yes,
think.
yes, Carrie.
Yes.
No.
I don't know you guys.
Oh my God.
I think it's Carrion. I think it's Carrion who has the cat.
It's gonna bother me. Do I look it up? Do I not look it up? Somebody let
I'll
me
put a
know.
picture of it there.
Let me know.
I'm pretty sure it's Carrion.
because he's on Young Justice as well.
Yeah.
And I love Young Justice.
He's a good character.
But yeah,
she's a zombie cat lady.
She is a zombie cat lady.
I don't think you needed the zombie part. And at first it's just like, all right, it's just like metaphorical, but then it's being treated as if she's a literal
like
cat
literally
zombie.
has 9 lives. It's literally being treated.
Although I
like she
feel
has
like the
9 lives.
Batman one doesn't count coming up. But anyway, but I like the
No, it
idea
doesn't
of
count.
this woman who like died and had to rebuild herself.
I do like that.
And she has, she goes back to her apartment and she just acts like a normal woman. And then she decides she needs to make
I'm not gonna lie.
Crystal,
Yeah.
how often do you get angry voicemails from your mother and then throw milk at your answering machine and break everything?
More often than you think.
all the time.
You mean how many times have I like had like full out breakdowns and then became a sexual deviant every other week?
And your boss didn't even need to throw you out a window. Oh, wait.
It
Have
could
you been
happened.
thrown out a window?
It could have happened. Oh no. I like
I've been through a lot of weird shit in my life, and that could be one.
I like how she hits the lights and it says, it changed from below there to hell
Hell
here.
here.
Hell
But
here,
like,
love
it's
it.
a little bit too much, but like it's
Oh, I
fun
love
and
it.
it's cool
I
for
love
the
it. Yeah, and
movie.
then-
Like, I
works.
love it.
And then
Yeah.
she decides she's a Catwoman now.
That's it.
And she sews the
get
suit
it.
together.
I get it.
And she rebuilds it. And I like the Frankenstein sort
I
of
do
sewn
too.
together.
No, when I was putting this on last night, I'm not gonna lie. Like I'm like tying the corset together, putting the corset together. My cats were literally on the bed, like trying to play with the costume, and I'm like, I have never
God.
embodied Catwoman so much in my life.
Oh,
This
dear
is my life. And seriously,
Yeah.
when you put this on, like I know Tony, I know you're gonna want to wear this later. You
I already have a
literally-
leather suit. I wore it in the Dune episode.
True.
I don't have one.
You literally and like you hold the, you're like, fuck, this feels good. You're like, shit.
You don't think I feel
wanna-
good dressed as Batman right now?
You
You look
good.
comfy.
Thank you, Frank.
good.
You
You
look
look-
great too.
look
You look so good as Robin,
Thanks,
Frank.
man. I made this.
Way better than Marlon Wayans. You totally nail it.
Yeah. Dick Grayson coming up one day.
Crystal's there.
Or just
All right.
Batman. I'll take Batman. I like the shot of her being pushed out the window. By the way, I think it looks.
Yeah,
really
it's cool.
great.
She's
Yeah,
going through the.
it looks really cool.
For comic book logic, I could have bought that she survived that.
Yeah.
I don't think you needed
Well,
the
she
cats
went through
licking her to life.
Yeah.
I think that was a little too far.
Well, she got saliva in her blood, I guess. So then it just forms. and
It
mixes
fits
and-
though the Tim Burton feel. I will say that.
It gets dumber in the Catwoman movie. It gets dumber in the Catwoman movie.
There's a
do you
Catwoman
need
movie?
my cape to shield you
No,
from the
I
sun?
feel like that's gonna make it work. I'm good.
That's not gonna work.
It's okay.
So,
That was okay.
I love that the Penguin stages a kidnapping and a rescue.
Yes.
He gets a clown to steal the mayor's baby and goes into the sewer. And I love
so fun.
I love
Flips
the
into the
obvious
sewer, by the
acting.
way.
Oh no, it is the hideous penguin man from the sewer.
He's also like, I didn't. What's he say when he steals a baby? He's like, I haven't written anything for this, but thank you.
Oh yeah, he's like, I'm not one for speeches, so I'll just
Yeah,
say
I'm not one for
thanks.
speeches, so I'll say
that clown went above and beyond.
Yeah, it's so good,
and
dude.
again, no police anywhere to shoot him.
Nowhere.
But yeah, the penguin arrives
Oh,
and he saves the baby, and everyone's like, "Who is this mysterious hero?" And I love it, just all staged from the get-go.
Love it, dude.
Danny DeVito is seriously amazing in this
kills
movie,
it.
though.
Yeah.
He straight up kills
Again,
this role.
Not what I would have done with the penguin. I think what Colin Farrell did
Oh,
with the
yeah.
newest Penguin nailed it.
Oh yeah, it's
I actually
great.
like the TV show Penguin from Gotham.
like the
I
TV
really
show
like that
Penguin.
Oh, I've been
incarnation.
wanting to watch that.
Yeah,
I mean,
and
this
obviously
the Penguin from the games is like you're like
he's
that's
pretty
the
cool too.
Penguin that you
Burgess
really
Meredith,
love.
the original classic
Yeah.
version.
Yeah.
This is such a unique take on the Penguin. Doesn't work for everyone. Definitely didn't work for toy companies who wanted to sell merchandise to children.
No,
They were not happy.
Dude, this is like
a
this
lot
is
of people
dark.
were against this. What was
Yeah.
it? Even McDonald's had issues with this because it was so sexual.
Yeah, well, that was the thing.
mean,
They
sexualized,
said they're like,
dark,
we
it's-
never. They're like, the advertising for the film never made it seem like it was kid oriented, but the toy
No.
companies got ahead of themselves.
But then again, if you also look at other films and comics
Yeah,
and stuff
RoboCop
like that,
had
come
toys.
on.
Everyone needs to calm down.
Come
RoboCop
on.
had toys, and that was not a
Kids really
kid's
even
film.
get it.
Huh?
I mean, there's freaking sexual things in SpongeBob.
I
Like,
didn't
SpongeBob is
get any
dirty.
of the sex jokes till way later.
I was watching it when I was 4
Yeah.
years old, and it's like, yeah, the when he's talking about give her the flipper
Yeah.
thing, and and everything else.
I
and
will say though, as a kid,
I'd like to fill her void.
I didn't get that. I
Man,
didn't get that
dude.
as a kid, but I did
Ugh.
get him putting the button on the girl's boob.
Yeah.
That I swear to God, I had nightmares of that. That was the one character. I could watch horror films, no problem. But the penguin doing that, like in the stuff coming out of his mouth.
Yeah,
oh.
we never really learned what that is.
Guy? That's not your type.
We never learned what that bile is coming out of
Apparently, as an adult, that I guess that's my type. I don't know.
So anyway, Bruce is the only one that thinks there's something up with the penguin. He's like, there's something up with this
And
guy.
Alfred's not thrilled about it, and he's like,
Yeah.
he's like, why? do
Well,
you have to
Alfred's
do
just this?
like,
like, this guy's awesome, Bruce.
well, he
He
just
saved the
doesn't-
baby,
Yeah.
Bruce. It's like
I
comfort.
hope he. Well, even Bruce though. At first, he's like, I hope he's fine his parents.
But I think because Bruce is an alter ego and a dual identity, he's able to recognize it in
Yeah,
other
I could see
people,
that. Yeah.
except for Catwoman apparently. But he's able to recognize it.
But at first, he wants him to find his parents, and you can really see that he's dazing out and kind of likes the guy. But then it's like, yeah, something's wrong here.
Something's not right. Yeah.
Penguin does go to the Hall of Records to
Yeah.
look for his parents.
Yeah.
And even Batman at some point's like, I think he knows who his parents are.
Yeah,
I
because
think
that's
he
what he
does.
says, and then he's like around driving and seeing him still there.
How did he learn who his parents were?
Through just the records, I guess. Yeah,
I think
mean,
being
No, but they make it seem like he already
Already
knew who
knew.
his parents were. He's only at the Hall of Records
I think
for his plan later on.
because how else would he know who anyone else is? How would he know who Max is? How does he know? He's constantly looking around the town, so I'm sure
Yeah.
he
So I think
figured it out growing up.
I think that he meant like Bruce meant it like I think he found out who his parents were now, and there's something else, and it's that that they're dead, that he'll never be able to meet him again. I also like where Alfred's like are you happy now that we found out about the murderings at the circus and all that.
Yeah, because he
right?
looks
Brings
up,
the
there
guy
was a
to the-
disappearance of a penguin boy, and
Yeah.
there were a bunch of murders. So
And
he's
Al-
been a criminal for a while.
Yeah, and Alfred's like, "Are you happy now? Or do you feel better now?" And then Batman's like, "Well, I actually feel worse." Which
Yeah.
is like because now
'Cause he wanted to be wrong.
He wanted him to be good. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like,
Yeah.
fuck, man.
But
I
it's
feel like
nice
he knew.
seeing it's nice seeing Bruce doing detective work.
Yeah.
Not a lot,
Didn't get
but he's
that
there.
impression.
He's doing it.
A little bit. Yeah,
He's
yeah.
doing
Wait,
it.
he's a detective? What?
Yeah.
World's greatest, they say.
Yeah.
Who would have thunk it?
But yeah, like I said, every scene he's in that doesn't have Selena, it feels like they just want to skip through the Batman and Bruce Wayne stuff.
Yeah.
Unless Catwoman's involved in the scene.
Yeah.
They're like, yeah, Batman's driving his car. Okay, next scene.
Yeah, he's
Oh yeah,
rushed
Bruce
out.
Wayne, he's looking at some newspapers. Next
Also,
scene, come on.
Penguin didn't see the Batmobile drive by in that window, dude.
Yeah, I feel like
Right.
I would recognize the
I would have
Batmobile if
been
it was
like,
next to me.
Wait, what Batmobile?
What?
What?
How do you miss that, dude?
Yeah, that's pretty damn obvious.
So yeah, Penguin is like, my name is Oswald Cobblepot.
Cobblepot.
And my parents died, and they're like, oh, are you sad you'll never see them? It's like, I'm just so sad, but I forgive them.
Forgive them. Penguin forgives parents.
Yeah.
He's like, I love how over the top
I feel
the
5
press
feet
and
tall.
women are of him. Like, and how
I love the
great
girl.
he is.
The one line, he's like a frog that became a prince. The one guy goes, no, more like a penguin.
I also like how Penguin makes fun of normal people's hands. He's like, they saw my flippers
Shiny
and they were my shiny flippers, and saying how great they were, but
Yeah.
they were scared because I didn't have chubby 5
Yeah.
digits. Like, what, dude?
Oh,
What's
they
that?
freaked.
Yeah.
He says they freaked. I love he's trying to be proper nice, but he can't help but slip out his like more. He's like,
Yeah.
they freaked. It's like, oh, they should have said they were scared.
Yeah.
But while this is happening, I can't believe he survived it from the year before. But El Scorpio from Predator 2 somehow survived being thrown off the roof in Predator 2 and moved to Gotham City to harass a woman. And then Catwoman shows up to save the girl from El Scorpio from Predator 2.
Is that the guy?
I'm pretty sure it's the same
Yeah,
character.
okay.
Or maybe it's in reverse. Oh, wait, you know what? Predator 2 takes place in 1997, even though it came
So
out
he
in the
was
90s.
Batman
So after
Returns
getting
guy.
his face cut up in Batman Returns, he's like, I'm going to Los Angeles to start a war with the Jamaicans, and I hope a space alien doesn't show up.
Oh my
Makes
god.
sense.
So yeah, that always creeped me out when Selena like
Oh, I
leaves
love
the
it. Tic
grid.
tac toe.
Yeah.
Oh, I
God.
love it. Oh,
I like
I
that.
love everything she does in
That
this
hurt my
movie.
soul.
But I like the girl's
I
like,
love
thanks
it.
for saving me. She's like, hey, you suck. You should have
Right
saved yourself.
crap.
Yeah,
Your
she
face.
goes,
I'm a
it's like
90s
women like you.
feminist.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And sure
She goes,
enough,
it's like, oh yeah, you're expecting Batman to come save you. Well, I'm Catwoman.
Hear me roar.
it is so funny,
go.
the people who complain about comic book movies now, they're like, movies are too political. They're putting their agenda in. It's like, yeah, you just didn't recognize that's
Yeah.
always been there.
Yeah.
Like,
just-
guaranteed, if Batman 89 came out now, people would have complained about Harvey then.
yeah.
And if this movie came out now, people on the internet, because they bitched about the white privilege line from The Batman.
Yes, they
They would have
did.
been flipping out over this scene, like, oh, she literally says, hear me roar.
People just like to
Ugh. It's like,
complain,
yeah, this
man.
shit's
Yeah,
always been
exactly.
around.
You can find other
That's it.
things that happened even years before that.
Enjoy
and
the
Yeah.
stuff.
movie. Be
Well,
happy you
Superman
got it.
4. Christopher Reeve was against nuclear weapons, and that's literally the plot of the movie. It's like, no, he literally shoehorned his agenda. But anyway, I like that she just is real smart mouth to the girl.
I
She's
love
like, I'm
it.
Catwoman.
And
Yes,
then
fuck
she
yeah.
flips away. Did she train how to flip as well? Is that actually her
She-
flipping? No?
Yeah, okay, so did the cats give her cat powers, I guess. See, that's
right?
the thing.
But now she's, all of a
able
sudden
to
a
fight-
gymnast.
I mean, before she was a huge klutz.
Yeah.
And now
Yeah,
she's
yeah,
like
I get it.
super.
It's not even like,
She's
hey, I
like
almost
with it.
died and I got a second chance like a cat has 9 lives, so
No,
I'm going
she
with this
straight up
motif.
has
But
more
the fact that
strength and-
the fact that she's now doing flips and the cat's licked her, I'm like, all right, she's a cat power lady.
She does have cat powers. Like she
It's
has cat
stupid.
powers.
Because cats do
It's so
somersaults.
stupid.
Yours doesn't? Mine does. Are you? Oh, I swear, like my cats are fucking weird. They literally, they jump and they actually belly slam each other. I swear, Bub and Lou, Lucifer and Beelzebub, they literally run and they literally like body slam each other.
Is that on your Fansly? Can I see that?
I don't think you can put animals on your fans. I think it's a problem.
That's a little, yeah, it's a little weird.
So Bruce has the meeting with Shrek. And he's just like, hey, we don't like your power plan. And me and the mayor, we're going to make sure it doesn't get
I
approved.
love how he throws the book across the table.
Yeah.
It just.
Yeah, and
I
he's
wonder if
like,
that
"We're
kid
gonna
was
fight
like
you
Michael
on
Keaton's
this."
thing, or like who came up with that? Because I just like that.
Yeah. It's fun to see Bruce Wayne doing Bruce Wayne shit.
Yeah,
He didn't really
yeah,
do
yeah.
Bruce Wayne shit in the first movie other than hang out with a lady and throw a party.
So it was nice
Here
to
we're like,
see
oh,
that.
he's actually in a business meeting. Okay. Because he wanted what? He wanted Bruce to fund the power plant. And then
Yes.
he was like,
Yep.
nope. And I'm actually going to fight you on it. And then he goes like, hey, I know you're friends with the Penguin. Although Bruce really shouldn't be saying this. He's like, he's with the Red Triangle Gang. I can't prove it yet. Max Schreck should be like, why are you investigating criminals, Bruce Wayne?
Yeah, I guess you're right. Doesn't think about it.
Where are you getting this from?
He's just saying words.
Yeah.
I just like how he's like testing the waters. They're just trying to, investigate on his own.
I do like Selena showing up.
Oh my God, I love
He's like, if my assistant was here, and then she's there.
Shrek shits himself.
Yeah, but then she pretends to have amnesia.
Because he's like, oh yeah, wasn't it the skiing accident? And she's just like, go fuck yourself. No, it just seems like, what was it? All the other weird stuff she remembers,
it's all
and then
a
she's
blur.
like, it's just a blur.
I remember Greg seeing that I didn't wear any panties that day in
He's
school.
dead
or
now.
whatever
She's
it
like
was.
being
He's
over
dead
descriptive, but
now,
she's like, but I
yeah.
can't remember anything from last night.
Yeah,
so weird.
But I do like that apparently Max told Chip about her. They should have been surprised that no one found a body.
Yeah.
But how like he's just like, women, they don't surprise me except your mother. It was the only woman who ever surprised him, apparently.
Oh, jeez.
But Max thinks he's safe. I love he goes, if she tries to start with me, I'll push her out a higher
Can
window.
we just say how Bruce just like falls in love with her that quickly? Like seriously, like we just saw him with what's her face.
Oh, and he almost gives himself away again. He's like,
this entire movie he almost does
This
it.
is Selena Kyle. I was like, yeah, we met. He's like,
we
oh,
met.
no,
we
wait,
didn't.
what?
I must be thinking of someone else.
He might as well have just said, no, I'm not Batman. And they were like, we didn't ask.
Not very smooth.
Not smooth at
But
all.
how does he just falls for like these random women?
Blondes,
Just
they're his
quick.
weakness, apparently.
I mean, she kind of looks like Kim Basinger, and
Yeah.
and he's like, "Oh God, do I love you?" Because it didn't work out. Maybe that's it. The
Yeah.
last blonde didn't work out, so he's
know,
looking for a new blonde.
He sees her in that cat outfit later, and he's just like, oh, she's definitely under 108. That's my time.
That's what it is. The
I can
108.
grapple with her around town.
So, he had
Oh
no
my
problem
God.
grappling with her. So,
See, I love their relationship so much.
yeah,
more.
their chemistry's really good.
Because it's kinkier. Like it's
A
just
little
like
bit.
it's more like
Oh, yeah.
passionate and kinky.
A
It's
little
more
bit.
like
Yeah. She's
they're-
rough around the edges, baby.
Oh, this is the definition of like
Yeah.
crazy girl, like sex with a crazy woman.
He's like,
Yeah.
you got a
That's
dark
exactly
side, don't you?
Yeah, and she's like no darker than yours.
Well, that's a little bit later, but
I
yes.
know,
still,
I know.
She's excited.
But yeah, he's into him. So Bruce made a mistake by saying he was in league with the mayor to shut him down. So Max comes up with this plan. He's like, hey, Penguin, I know you're living rent-free here, but I need you to do me a favor. You're going to run for mayor.
What a comic book.
What
movie,
is the
dude.
only thing that gets him to say yes?
Oh God.
Was it unlimited putang or something?
Yes.
That's the
Yeah,
main
oh,
thing.
yeah.
All right, yeah, fine.
So, yeah, because he's like, I can't be distracted. And it's like, no, you should be
I
mayor.
love how he grabs it like he has a fish. And
He
unwraps the
But
fish.
I was gonna say,
Yeah. Oh,
Max has his work
God,
cut out for him
dude.
Gross.
because the Penguin's wearing like a baby onesie,
It's
and then
dirty.
he's biting people's
His ass
noses
is all
off.
dirty,
And
dude.
no one else thinks as I like how like he comes down looking nasty and everyone's just like, yay, like
Well, they're
not
being
shocked, no nothing.
I also love how his family's just sitting up there in the attic.
Well, not his
just
family, his
watching him
friends.
like doing
Yeah.
what he's doing. Like,
Yeah.
what are they doing there?
Yeah, so
but
he
also,
wants
are
him-
they watching him jerk off too? Like he has lotion next to
telling
his
you, they're
bed.
having orgies in that spot.
So
dude.
yeah, they're
God.
they want him to be
dog.
run for mayor, so
Love
he'll
it.
improve the power plant.
He's got the fish in his hand at the bottom of the stairs too,
Yeah.
and he's just like sitting
But
there.
he's also
But everyone's so happy.
I know.
Yes.
Like
Well,
no
they're
one's
being
like
paid
batting
to
an
be.
eye. There's I watched
until
that
he bites
scene.
the nose, then they kind of like, oh.
So I watched that scene. There's only one girl. There's two girls behind Penguin at one shot before he bites the nose and all that, and she looks kind of disgusted. The rest of the people down there are just like,
Yes.
yeah, we're gonna make him mayor.
Yeah.
Like what the
Not a concern at all in the world.
And the reason they did this was because there was a 2-part episode of Batman, the 60s show, where Penguin ran for mayor,
Yep.
and they liked that idea.
Yeah.
That's kind of fun.
yes.
I like that idea. And actually, so it has to be a recall election because the election just happened. And I actually kind of used this subplot. Well, I based it off the actual recall election with Arnold Schwarzenegger. But Mummy Cop Season 2, I did a thing where the bad guy runs for mayor to get rid of the previous mayor.
Nice.
There is actually a picture of Arnold Schwarzenegger in the office. Do you know that?
Oh,
There's actually
really?
a clip of, yeah.
Well,
There's
he
a
would be in a
picture.
Batman movie.
Yup. Who would have thunk it? Oh,
All right,
I love him. in that
Everybody
one.
chill out.
Anyway. So he's like, have your boys just fuck up the city. So the clowns are going around. Poodles are dropping off grenades at stores. Clowns are blowing stuff
adorable.
up.
Dude.
They're harassing. I'm mad they didn't show the one store get blown up. There's behind the scenes photos where there was a store with Batman merchandise.
Really?
And I think it might have been Batman. So like, because in the universe, people were wearing Batman merch, I guess. I think that was one of the original scripts. But yeah, they was apparently going to be a store with Batman stuff just being blown up.
There's like a shot there where, I don't know if it's this one or from the beginning, but there's, you know, when everyone's blowing everything up and then you got the fire breather like destroying the store and all that. There's just like a clown juggling knives in the background.
Yeah, just juggling, not
like,
using them.
What
juggling.
are you doing there? You're just hanging out on the street, just juggling knives, dude.
And then our Batman shows up to fight them in his awkward suit. I like when he has to like duck down. He has to like bend all the way forward. He can't just like drop down.
I love it.
But yeah, then he
puts
sits.
the explosion in the guy's like pants and stuff like that. Right? That's the scene.
Oh, that's coming up. That's coming up.
Okay.
But before that, he's sitting there and he's surrounded. And instead of them just jumping and tackling him, they wait for him to push a bunch of buttons in his Batarang.
Yeah.
And throw the remote control Batarang, which is strong enough to knock out 4 people.
3.
But 3 people, but not stop a poodle.
No.
From grabbing it.
Also, that shot is, you know, it's all head height and everyone's just standing there watching. They're like, whoa, whoa.
Well, we also know they're not the brightest.
And then it's this high, and then a little poodle jumps that high to grab it?
Yeah.
Or did the Batarang start to
No,
go
I think
lower?
I
got
think
a
he
little
jumped up to
confused
save
there.
his.
No, the poodle
That
jumped.
high,
to
that
save
little
his,
poodle
yeah.
jumped that
The
high?
poodle jumped.
And then the
Yeah.
woman's just like, fuck you.
And I
then
love
just
that,
walks
like,
away.
the effect that they green screened in, it's like shinier than the actual prop.
It looks good.
I wonder if
dude.
it's digital. I wonder if it's an early digital effect. I couldn't tell.
I don't know.
There's some things in this that seem digital, but that would have
I
been
know
like
the
when
bats are digital.
I think some of the bats are
All
digital.
the bats are digital.
Yeah. Which again,
most of the penguins are digital. I think there was 20 of the smaller penguins. I think they're African penguins, and larger they're king penguins. I think.
yeah,
there's
I think
12
there
of
were
them.
some where the penguins are diving later. I think they're CGI maybe.
Most of them are CGI. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, how do you get penguins to do that with rockets on their backs? That's really hard.
So, Catwoman,
much.
while this is happening, Catwoman's on her own campaign
Love
to
it.
fuck up Max Shrek's store.
I love it.
She's doing cartwheels, and like I said, she goes from having heels to flats to heels. They're magic.
Yeah, what are you
They're
gonna
magic,
do? She's
right?
gotta flip around,
This is
dude.
one of my favorite scenes. Okay.
I do like that she's just having fun breaking
She's having
everything.
so much fun breaking, having fun.
She makes fun of the security guards.
I love.
You're overpaid.
I love how
Well,
they're,
is
they're
this
like,
the one where
we
they
only get a
say-
$300 take.
Yeah.
Where's the scene where she says, "Oh, usually men mistake their
Oh yeah,
pistols
they're privates for their pistols. Yeah, pistols for their privates. Yeah, that's the
Yes.
scene.
Yes.
But yeah, she scares them away with her whip.
Yeah, they're like, I don't want to be turned on.
Yeah.
Like to arrest her.
I
mean, I get it.
I mean, just the setup for this whole scene with Penguin's guys destroying the town, then Batman and Penguin meet up, and you just get that iconic shot.
Before he meets up, he blows up the strong man with
Yes,
dynamite,
that's it. Yeah,
which is
that's
a
what
little
happens.
excessive, I think.
I mean,
but yeah,
he killed him, dude.
Yeah,
I
then-
think there's even blood that flew out of that.
Yeah, he killed someone right there.
They said that they were like,
And
oh,
he
if he
smiles.
fell into the thing, maybe he got away. It's like,
He
no, that
clearly
Dude,
killed
the
him.
smile on Batman's face too.
Yeah,
he
he
gives like a little smirk, and he's just like, "Oh,
He
fuck
killed
you,
him.
dude."
But yeah, so they all meet.
Meow.
Bat, the cat, the penguin.
I love this scene.
That was supposed to be the tagline. The bat, the cat, the penguin. I'm like, okay.
I'm pretty sure that's actually
think
on
it was
something.
used,
Yeah, that was
yeah.
That was the tagline, and it was the DVD has like a behind the scenes thing that played on TV at the time, and it was called the bat, the
Yeah.
cat, the
Yeah.
penguin.
That's awesome.
Dude, I mean,
And that's
just-
funny because the host of the show is talking about it, and they have like someone in the Catwoman suit like make sounds, and it'll be like, oh. Anyway, let's talk to the filmmakers.
But just her walking out of that store and the just the shots, the cut, like
It's good.
everything
Like, just
with
a
that,
blown
and then the huge explosion that
Meow.
really lights up the whole scene. Like it's just so cool, man.
It
I
looks so
love
cool.
that
And
shit.
Mac, the Shrek's department store is destroyed.
Yeah.
It'll be fine a second from now, but we'll
Oh,
get
yeah,
there. But yeah, Catwoman runs away. Penguin is like, I gotta. Well, Penguin
What'd she
tells
say?
him, he's
She
like,
said,
oh, by the way,
yeah.
I'm gonna be mayor because things change.
Yeah.
Anyway, gotta get on my helicopter umbrella.
Like, he goes, I saw her first. And it looked like
I
she
saw her
was-
first. Gotta
saw her
fly.
first, gotta fly.
But he isn't
That is
able
so
to find
Tim
her.
Burton-y. I have
Yeah.
to say that umbrella flying away just
Yeah.
feels so Tim Burton.
It looks so cool though.
And I like that
He
I like that
steps
she's just
on
hanging
it,
on the
cloth
roof
comes
with her
off,
whip,
and he's
swinging it
like,
around.
"Oh."
But yeah, she fights Batman for a bit, and they're on a rooftop, and behind them are obviously fake buildings. I'm sorry. I'm looking at the buildings. I'm like, oof. I'm like, I can. This one, it looks too much like a set. I feel like because I think the last one was a set, but it was like outdoors for like that big street area. But Gotham here is like all indoors, and it's just like. I could tell that's just a slightly smaller building in the back. Like I'm noticing it more than I normally would.
Yeah. I mean, even with when you see the face in stone and then that kind of comes over, just you can see just how fake it all kind of looks. But it's still cool.
But yeah, she knocks him off the roof. I like that she does the whole like, I'm a woman. How could you? And Batman's like, I'm sorry. And I'm like, Batman, you were about to hit a woman with a batarang until her poodle jumped up. Like, why do you care now? Because this one's hotter.
I get a little bit lost in this rooftop scene and then I think the other rooftop scene when they fight because the cuts are like a little bit weird to where he's falling off ledges and rooftops, but then it's like it's different angles or maybe they break the 180 a couple times, but the way that he's like the rooftops are designed, I feel like I get lost.
Yeah, well they were moving stuff around because I think even Michelle Pfeiffer was like they kept moving the sets around and she kept getting lost on the set.
Something weird.
But yeah, she throws him off the building, but then he catches the whip and she's got him up there. And down below you can see that Shrek's department store is totally fine. There's even cars driving around it. And that's one of the things where like
even notice.
Like a guy who made the visual effect, the matte shot, like he just knew he had to put the building there. He probably didn't know it was supposed to be blown up. That was a different, because I think the explosion was done on set, like on location. He hits her with napalm. Batman just carries napalm.
What is that? Is that what it was that he threw at her?
I don't know if she's just being facetious, but she calls it napalm later on.
Right.
But yeah, he hits her with some kind of chemical that burns her.
Yeah.
Burned her.
I
guess because her skin later on is like more of a burn.
Yeah, and then he saves her here from falling.
Yep.
And then she's all like, "Oh man," she's like feeling him up, and she gets him in the side.
I love
that.
What is it?
Where are you? That's not you. That's not you. And then
there you are.
There you are.
And then he knocks her into a dump truck full of sand, which she jokes and calls kitty litter.
Yep.
But she counts that as a death.
She died.
I don't think that's a death.
I mean, it could be like.
I mean, in real life, that would be a death
the
because of
beach,
the height. But
I don't know. Every time that she falls from somewhere, her costume gets so shredded.
That
up
is one of the cool things I like. She stitches
like,
herself together, but then like it starts to come undone as the movie goes
just
on.
Every time she falls, her mask gets cut up and then her hair comes flying out of it, which is like
especially I love the way she looks at the end. I love it.
Yeah.
She looks
fantastic.
She looks fantastic and rattled and crazy as fuck.
Sexy.
So I do like Batman on the phone with Alfred, like getting undressed and like being injured. The behind the scenes are really funny with him and Tim Burton talking about it. Like,
really?
There was like Michael Keaton was going to do it where like he's just like leaning on the chair because they wanted him to be real casual. He's like, "Hey Alfred, can you drop me off some stuff?"
What's it say? Are you bleeding? And he's like, "Not really."
He's, "Are you in pain?" Are you in pain?
Yeah.
Not really. He said that's when he really fell in love. He was like, fell in love with Selena. I mean, look how easy he falls in love.
He's
way too quick.
more like Bat simp. Am I right?
Huh?
He's a simp.
Oh. Maybe he's just in love. Maybe
he's
a
not
very
married in
emotional
the
guy.
new one.
Maybe he's a Cancer. I'm a Cancer. I'm a very emotional guy.
Astrology?
That's why I'm an actor.
Astrology? Astrology,
You're a
Frank?
Cancer and an actor.
Give him about you too.
Frank. Some advice.
What?
You're married now. You don't have to pretend to believe in astrology.
I believe it.
Wow.
I want you to know.
My wife isn't even the one that really believes in it. I just believe it.
Oh.
Yeah.
I'm going to let her know. I'm like, hey, you're married now. You don't have to believe in astrology. So Penguin announced he's running for mayor, and then he gropes that girl. It's like, wow, he couldn't even. He announced he was a mayor, and 5 seconds later, he's groping people.
No, I hate it.
Groping people.
And then he sees Catwoman, and I
as
do
he's
like
walking up the stairs. That's what he's like. I could do this.
Yeah.
I could do this.
It's about groping people.
It's about groping people.
But I do like his one henchman, the monkey guy. He was like a character in Ghost. I like the way he says, "Somebody's here to see you."
There's somebody here to see you.
And I made Tom say that in Mummy Cop season 2. I made him watch the scene. I'm like, I want you to say it exactly like this guy. And he's like, why? I'm like, I don't know. I love the way he says it, and I want you to say it exactly like. And it took Tom forever. I had to play the scene for him over and over again. Cut to the clip.
Lisa, there's somebody here to see you.
just the pussy I was looking for. Oh,
Kids
God.
movie.
What a that word just hits really hard in a Batman film, dude.
It's so
like
gross.
oh
You're
God,
just like,
dude.
But then this feels a little
So
weird.
good.
Like Catwoman wants to team up with Penguin to kill Batman.
I think she doesn't really know what she truly
It's like
wants. Like
Shrek.
she's just like figuring shit out.
Kill Shrek first. That's your goal. Again, sidetracked.
wants revenge.
They're all getting
That
sidetracked.
60s feel with it, though. You know, I really like this scene as well. You got Penguin and Catwoman. Like, Penguin's so into her and just wants to bang her, and she's just leading him on, like, wanting him to do what she
But I like
wants.
that.
It's so cool.
Well, she had to work on a lot of her, like, when is she being playfully and manipulatively? I was saying it. Manipulatively sexual versus, thanks. Riddler. When she's truly being like sexual, like you see the difference when she's with the Penguin versus Bruce
She's
Wayne.
putting on an act with Penguin. Changing her
I
voice
love
up.
it.
She is wagging her tail right in front of him.
Yeah.
Oh my god! And then he just like jumps over the bed and then grabs.
So she apparently put
He's
the
like
bird.
scented or regular?
Oh, I love.
She put the bird in her mouth for real.
Yes.
Yeah.
Which she said she wouldn't do now. One, it's mean to birds. Two, salmonella. You don't want to. You don't put birds in your mouth.
Like it was a fake bird when she grabs it, but when it flies out.
Yeah, when it flies
that's-
out, yeah.
And like Tim Burton apparently was massively impressed because she actually had the bird in her mouth for at least 3 seconds.
It looks crazy. Like
But
it looks like I mean,
but she
you can tell
frees
it's
it
real.
because Penguin's gonna kill Miss Kitty, and she's like, okay. So they plan to kill the Batman with. We're getting to that. They plan to kill the Batman by hijacking his Batmobile, and just luck would have it, they have the blueprints to the Batmobile.
Yeah, they got him
that's
somehow.
a lot.
How?
And they're also capable of breaking into it and have everything
maybe
about
got
it.
Flushed down the toilet by accident. Like that's the only thing I
Did
can think
Batman flush his blueprints for the Batmobile down the?
He found them in the
You know, I
sewer.
highly doubt that.
You don't know.
Or that would
Do
be
you
one thing.
know-
They're like, hey, I found in the garbage. He disposed of his blueprints.
Wouldn't they know who Batman is then?
No, they don't, or else it
What
would have been a
drain
very
it
different
came
movie.
down?
That would make so much sense though too if they really look through the sewers. There has
But
to
why
be
would
some
he
type of
wouldn't
thing.
just trash blueprints to the Batmobile? He would keep them.
Yeah.
Well, clearly he didn't do a great job. They have it.
But I mean, you know, script writing. Gotta do
No,
it.
it's bad writing where
That's
where those
it,
blueprints
yes.
came from.
This
Are
is
they
bad.
just guessing? Are they guessing what the
Yeah,
Batmobile is
I
like?
don't know. Maybe they got some kind of scanner
No, there's
last time
no
he was
way
in
they're
town.
guessing. There's
Yeah.
no way they're guessing.
Yeah, but then Catwoman's like, we have to make him look like a bad guy first, and then she gives herself a bath. And she's not
Go
a
ahead.
literal cat. Like she's not actually cleaning herself.
No. Yeah.
By the way, I
No,
used to
but
do the
it's
shadow
sexy.
puppet all
It's
the time.
just-
I do love that.
Penguin did.
Yeah, I like how it's like on his chest to where like.
And then somehow it's projected on the wall. It doesn't make
projected
any
onto the
sense.
ceiling. Yeah, it's so good. I love it.
I really like the chemistry between Bruce and Selena. I think they ended up dating
Did they?
shortly, or briefly, Michael Keaton and Michelle Pfeiffer, yeah.
That's sweet.
But yeah, I like there's this twist, because usually it's Bruce Wayne's hiding his identity from the girl. But I like the added thing where the girl is also hiding her identity. So they're both,
Wearing
it's
their
funny
masks.
to see both the bad guy and the good guy doing the same thing.
Yep.
And it's like, that's fun. You don't actually see that often where they're like hiding from each other.
They both start to, you know, wear their masks in front of each other, but then they start to get
Yeah.
real comfortable and,
They're
and
so
yeah,
comfortable
and,
with- oh my
and
gosh,
pulling it back a
that-
little bit. It's
Yeah.
it's great.
Oh my
And
God,
then
that couch
she
scene.
decides to hang out with Bruce before her plan. And the Penguin kidnaps the Ice Princess, who is really dumb.
Yeah.
The tree lights up, and then I push the button.
No way.
I'm also an actress. But yeah, I love she thinks
Talent,
she
okay.
thinks the batarang is a camera,
Oh,
and they
yeah.
leave it there.
Is
They
that
leave
what-
it there as
What did they
evidence.
say? She's straight up. Is that a camera?
What's he do? Just knock her out with it, right?
Yeah,
Is that-
and I guess she just hasn't seen any of the posters or watched the TV. She's like, "Who are you?"
She's
He's like,
an
"Talent."
idiot.
yeah.
Clearly, looks like a
She's in
telescope.
it, and he is, and she has no idea.
So yeah,
Oh, man.
Bruce mentions him and Vicky Vale.
I like that. I like how
I
they.
do.
Like Tim
I
didn't
had
want to
to.
mention a lot of the movie, but
But
he
you
wanted to
had to.
call out like a few things.
You had to. They were in love at the end of the first one,
It
and
feels
and they
too
were.
weird not to.
Yeah.
So I like the way that he
Hides it.
he put it as I have two different personalities to my life, and,
And
you
she
know,
didn't like it, but he's
she
like, yeah.
couldn't-
They kiss,
Can I just say my favorite
Well,
quote in this entire
jumps
movie?
on him.
She jumps on
does,
him. Yeah.
because she says it right. She does that right after she says my favorite quote.
Sickos don't scare me.
Yeah,
At
she's
least
like, I
they're
don't.
committed.
Normal people scare me. Sickos don't scare me. At least they're committed.
Yeah.
I'm like, I've never felt so understood.
But
in my
then
life.
this is a fun scene too, because it's a romantic scene.
It's true.
Well, I mean, on his face, yeah,
I
he's
don't
like
normal people. Yeah.
It's it is a romantic
we're gonna get
scene.
along really well.
Yeah.
I
You're
do
crazy,
like.
I'm crazy. Let's go. It's gonna be great sex.
Oh my God, Chris.
I can't help it.
But
This
they
is the
can't
costume,
have
okay?
sex because they can't see each other's wounds.
I do love this where she like touches where she scratched him, and then he touches her burn mark, and they're hiding, and
they
they're
both
both like,
freak
"I can't
out.
do
They're
this."
like,
They're like,
"Oh,
"Oh, we
dear
both
Lord.
can't do it."
Oh, dear
And then one of my favorites, he finds out the Ice Princess is kidnapped, so he has to leave. And they both go to Alfred to come up with
This is
excuses.
when Alfred's a bro. Okay.
Alfred's pretty good, but I like.
He
He's
wasn't
like,
good in the first movie. This movie,
It's
he's
a
got
big business deal, but like, you know, tell her I really like
he's
her.
like, I'll take
Not
care
as a
of it.
girlfriend, but you know, like,
But I love when she goes up to him and she's like, "Can you come up with a
haiku?
sonnet?" Or she
Or
goes,
like a
or
sexual sonnet or
a limerick?
dirty a limerick.
she goes,
Dirty
"Dirty limerick," and he goes, "One
One
has
just-
just sprung to mind."
I really want to know if one did though. What would Alfred's dirty limerick?
And then another fun contrast is Batman has this nice organized suit setting up scene, and Catwoman has to get dressed in the
Her
car
car.
on the way there.
I mean,
love
you're
that.
mirroring each other through the whole way.
You're
how they
mirroring
mask
it?
each other, how they work their ways through it through romance and love, and then also they're like going to Alfred, they're both acting the same exact way, and then
But
you
it-
see how they go to work.
But it also shows who they are personality-wise. Why
Yeah.
Bruce Wayne is so organized and
Yeah.
precise, but fucking Catwoman is just so chaotic, and
She's
she's
so
a fucking
new.
mess.
He's
She's a
controlling
fucking
it.
mess.
She still knew
She's
she needs her
badass, but
own
she's a
executive
mess.
assistant to keep her shit in order.
She really does.
He's controlling it. No, he's
Um,
not a killer and a murderer all the time.
So yeah, the shield effect looks a little bit better in this one.
Yeah.
He leaves. The bad guys turn off the shield and start hacking the computer. He fights Catwoman.
Nice and easy. Somehow
Yeah.
they just got a device that's like, yep, okay, open, good.
Yeah. He fights Catwoman on the rooftops, who has the Ice
love
Princess.
This one.
Love it.
And then, the Ice Princess falls to her death, and Batman makes no effort to grab her.
No
Nothing.
effort. Like not even not grappling gun, anything. No
Nothing,
way to
nothing. He
just go.
literally
He
watches.
just says, "Don't move," and then sees Penguin come out.
Yep.
Lawn dart with the penguin,
throw
with
his-
the bats.
Throw his lawn dart, and
Yeah.
then like you have so much time there.
Yeah.
To move. If that
And then
woman
the
is on
bats
ledge.
are all over the Gotham Square. Everyone thinks Batman did it. The cops shoot him. They got up there pretty quick.
So the only time that there's cops in this film is
Just
when
to
they're
get-
shooting at someone.
Yeah.
So they run, they shoot at him, they run upstairs. Gordon's like, hold your fire as they're already blasting at him, shooting
Yeah.
him, which Batman gets shot a lot in this freaking film.
Mm.
And then also at the end when they're chasing Penguin, the cops are just firing at him
Yeah.
for just no reason.
And
Which
then
is
when
just
he
funny to me.
when he lands on the rooftop, Catwoman's there. And they have the
this
cute
one.
scene. They do the mistletoe line.
They do.
Mistletoe could be deadly if you eat it, but a kiss could be deadlier if you mean it. And then Batman shows that he did have gliding wings
Should've let Catwoman
and could have flown down there at any time and grabbed her. It's like you
Yeah.
could have just. Also, he sheds his cape and the wings show up, and then his cape comes back. I thought that was weird.
Yeah.
But it's cool to see him fly around with the bats.
Yeah, I agree. So like that shot of of the like his new flying device is a little bit much, but it's very cool and it sells toys. And then also there's a really cool shot here of him flying over like the square, and it's a shot from behind the head and just
Yeah, that was
and
cool.
It just reminds me of Batman Begins. They had to have taken that kind of shot.
Batman escapes back to his Batmobile, and it turns out it's rigged, and the Penguin takes it on a joyride. And I like that the
Rats.
Penguin has his own little
guy.
Batmobile
Oh,
that he's
man.
controlling it for.
In the back of his truck, in the middle of town.
Yeah.
and
Oh
it's
my
just
God, it
rocking.
looks
that
You
way.
see the back of the RV just shaking.
You would hear him in there screaming.
Yeah.
So
Also, he's talking too much.
I play this stinking city like a harp from hell!
I said you talk too much. Oh boy, you never shut up.
They did all that stuff to hack the Batmobile. They didn't turn off the screen recorder.
Everything, yeah.
But he's just giving out his plan. He's like, I played this harp from hell and blah, 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 and I'm this and I'm that, I'm this. I'm going to do this. And he's recording all of it.
How
But
would you think though a car would have that? I wouldn't even think a car would be able to. Imagine
That's
if
a
you could
good-
record your backup cam.
That's a good question.
Yeah.
And
Now,
also, like, I'm watching the CD and I'm like, it's a CD. It's awesome.
now, this is a fun scene because Batman isn't in control of the Batmobile, and it's just causing chaos. He is able to get control of it right before he hits an old lady.
Also, I guess it's easy to break into the Batmobile because he just
punches.
punched right through.
He punches through the
bottom
floor.
real easy.
How does he punch through the floor? Isn't there that big platform that spins it around underneath it?
Should we take a look? We could check.
We could check.
Yeah, right.
Do you want me to get underneath it? We
No,
can see if
don't
there's
touch that car.
That'd be really cool if like it actually just still has that like the penguin like bomb like still on it.
But I like when he's now escaping from the cops now that he's back in control. But like something glitched and he's got to go through a narrow passageway and his thing isn't working and he just goes.
All right, now I'm a little worried.
And I don't think we ever got that kind of scene again until Batman v Superman, where Ben Affleck goes, "Oh shit!"
Yeah.
But it finally works the last minute, and it turns into the Bat.
Love it. You think
Bullet
Christopher Nolan got his idea from this? You know, like that's awesome, dude.
No, motorcycle would have been cooler than whatever this was.
The Bat bike is like way cooler. But
I hope
still.
it's a straight. I hope it's a straight shot to Wayne Manor because I don't know how that turned.
It's just a torpedo.
It literally is like just like a bullet.
But you
like,
see him flying through the woods back home, and he's just like,
a penguin attacks Catwoman. But I think before this, he attacks Catwoman. He's mad that she won't sleep with him, so he attaches her to a helicopter, and she falls into a greenhouse. And she's having a screams. She screams and
really
breaks all the
upset.
glass.
Okay, I understand her.
that kind of threw
She's
me
just
off. I
frustrated.
guess maybe there was a lot of thorns in there.
Yeah.
You know, it hurt. I don't know.
No, it's just the fact that she's just so fucking frustrated. She's like, oh, fuck all these men.
I thought Poison Ivy was gonna pop up.
I was, because that looks like in the art, like in the Arkham games and stuff like that. It looks like that
Looks like her
greenhouse.
rooftop.
Exactly.
It does.
It looks exactly like her. And then all of a sudden they start making out, you know, and then Harley Quinn comes in.
And stop your fan fiction.
Did you watch the animated show? You were a big fan.
I
of it?
love the animated show.
Yeah, me too. When she orgasms, the whole.
Oh my
entire
God.
town.
Oh my
Did you watch
God.
the new one? It's
Back
really
to
good.
Batman Returns.
It's really good.
I do like Bruce
sorry.
Wayne calls out Alfred for bringing Vicky Vale into the Batcave, makes fun of him for that. It's like, he's like, there's security involved in rebuilding the Batmobile. He's like, don't start. You let Vicky Vale in the Batcave.
I love how he's doing that while he's casually getting
hitting the
ready to
fish
open
tank.
up the like, I like how because he definitely made it more secure now.
Yeah.
Because we didn't see in the first one how he gets into the Batcave. Right?
No,
So
we
like,
didn't.
it's kind of cool that like they probably changed it, and that's what made him really think of it as well. And then it hits the little door. And
Yeah.
He's like, yeah, well, this is why I need to make it harder to get into the Batcave because of you, Alfred. Thank
So
you.
then he plays the audio during the Penguin speech of the Penguin being mean. And do people think he's taught? Do they know it's a recording? Or do they think
realize it after a while, after it's like
both.
repeated?
Yeah.
Regardless, they hate him now. They're throwing tomatoes and eggs.
I love how he's like. I love how he's like. There's always somebody who brings tomatoes and eggs to a press conference.
Yes.
But then Batman scratches the CD,
That
and I'm
was
like, that's
so
not a vinyl.
weird.
It would
also,
skip.
It's also really cool to see. I mean, like a lot of like this ending to like destroy him isn't Batman going out and blowing stuff up. It's literally him and Alfred just sitting in the Batcave with their headphones on, and he just looks over at Alfred.
By the way,
he's like ready to go.
Yes.
Cool. It's really cool.
Quick question.
It's fun.
Why did he brand his CD player in the Batcave? Who is that for? Why did he need a Bat logo on his
Is it
CD
branded?
player in the Batcave?
Oh man. Well, you can't. Just like your American Express card, you can't leave home without it.
I'm just saying,
They say that in the beginning of the first Batman too, don't they?
I don't think
First
so.
one?
Oh yeah,
The
he
two
goes,
bums,
don't leave
the
home
two
without
bums
it.
say, yeah, don't leave home without it.
So this works. Penguin is ostracized. He goes back to the zoo, and he's like, all right, sorry I tried to be mayor, guys. We're back to the original plan.
Yeah.
We're going to get all the firstborn sons of Gotham, and we're going to drown them at the zoo.
Oh, God.
And the one fat clown who gets killed for calling him out, I think, is from Roadhouse. I think he's the nice fat guy from Roadhouse, not the evil fat guy from
He
Roadhouse.
killed him, dude.
That is so
it sets up your
sad.
ending.
He
but
kills him.
I mean, also, how dark did this film just go?
Yeah.
Catwoman
babies?
saw the list earlier in the movie and was like, "Oh, it's a list of your enemies," and he was like, "Get out of there!" But now it's like, no, dude, he's getting all the firstborns in Gotham and is going to drown them.
Yeah.
Kill the babies.
Jesus,
He wanted
that's
to
why
do to them
McDonald's
what
didn't
was
pick
done
up
to
his
him.
toy. Holy shit!
We're going to lead him into a dark, watery grave.
I mean, it got a little Illuminati-esque there, you know, killing the firstborns. Jesus.
Yes.
I thought
So-
it was like firstborns, like when he was born or something, and then it's just the firstborns of that
Just
year.
all for the
that-
firstborn sons of
Ever.
Gotham's wealthy elite,
Yeah,
because he was a
wealthy elite.
firstborn son of Gotham's wealthy elite.
But all of them happen to have a baby at the same time. Why are they all baby babies?
No, it's just firstborn whenever, whatever
Like
the
that year?
firstborn.
Well, he almost killed Max's son. As
Yeah,
well,
he was
Yeah,
gonna
so he
take
killed
Chip.
him.
Max was like, you know,
But they were literally putting babies, like
Yeah, it was any
newborns.
firstborn son he could find.
Yeah.
I guess as long as it was a
But
kid,
he
it
straight
counts.
up said I'm taking them from their cribs.
Well, yeah, it's a movie.
Yeah.
So he's
Whatever,
just
you're
taking
overthinking
bits.
it. Now, if you don't mind, I have to overthink this movie.
Okay.
So at the masquerade,
Yep.
everyone's wearing masks except for Bruce and Selena.
Obviously,
Pretty
because
funny.
those are their masks.
Yeah, and I love that she's just giving up on the Catwoman motif. She's like, I'm just going to shoot Max. You're nice, Bruce, but I have to
Oh
shoot
my
my
god, when she
boss.
pulls it out, the gun, I was like loving
Yeah.
it.
But then she's like crying because she's upset, and then he says the line, which, Bruce, if you got that line from another girl, you're trying to use it on another girl. One, I've totally done that. But, like, dude, you screwed up.
Bruce, how did he screw up? Like that, it's Bruce Wayne. He
Yeah, but
clearly-
he-
look
he-
at the women he's getting.
He was going to recycle a line that he used on another girl.
Which is so good, though, that he
But
did.
she said the other
I love
line.
this.
Yeah, he didn't realize that she was Catwoman. He's like, oh, now I embarrassed
How
myself.
the fuck do you not realize?
And she's
it by
like, oh no.
Do we have to start fighting?
fighting?
Luckily,
Oh,
the
God,
penguin
that's so
crashes.
good,
It is.
The penguin crashes in his duckmobile. Max decides, like,
Instead-
hey, leave.
Also-
Max does love his
Also,
son
hold
as
on.
evil
So
as he is.
that shot, right, of Penguin coming crashing through the floor, right, and there's a huge explosion. There's about 10 seconds of people flying through the room.
Yeah.
So, like, first is the explosion, but then, like, 3 seconds in, you see a guy just flying into the Christmas tree while everyone else is still standing there. I just love how people are still just flying.
He takes Max into the sewer, and then he sends a slow-moving train with his henchmen to capture all the kids.
It actually looks really
Love it.
cool.
Love the train. I mean, not the stealing of babies,
Oh, it
but
feels so good.
the train looks really...
Pause for wind.
It's very
Oh,
cool.
wind feels so good.
Yeah, the train looks cool, except like anyone could have stopped that heist. It didn't need to be Batman because it was a slow-moving train. And by the way, he was supposed to capture them while they were partying at Shrek's, but then he like ruined Shrek's party, I think. Anyway, Batman stops it. Penguin is very, very upset that his plan didn't work.
Yeah.
So he comes up with a new plan to put rockets on penguins and give them little outfits.
I was laughing so hard when I saw this.
and blow up all of Gotham.
It's like one of my biggest problems with this film. I love the film, I really do. But the end, like this end, like 20 minutes is just, it jumps
It's
around
ridiculous.
a lot, dude.
Yeah.
It is insane. The stealing of babies, and then all of a sudden just a march of penguins that are marching in the town. But
Yeah.
then Alfred and Bruce have the technology to
Where did they
turn
get the
them
rockets?
back
Where did they
around.
get
lot
the
of penguins, by
suits?
the way.
They were supposed
Yeah, how many
to,
penguins are at this
That's a lot of fucking
abandoned
penguins.
zoo? Who's taking care of
they were
them?
supposed to kill 100,000 people with that, but then once he blows up the park at the end, it doesn't seem like
Looks
that
like
big of a fucking
fireworks.
deal. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
just, I don't know. It's a whole, yeah, it's just a lot.
But
Yeah,
also, like,
so-
okay, go ahead.
So yeah, they blow up. They are sent to Gotham to go blow up the city. But then Batman shows up in his bat ski boat. Sure, in his
The
bat
tunnels
ski boat.
just happen to be just
They
the
just
right
happen to be
size
the
for
perfect
him
size.
to go through it, by the way.
and
Also
he's-
stairs for him to go up.
Yes. And he's on his way
So good.
to Gotham. He's looking for the coordinates of the signal that is controlling the penguins, and he knows it has something to do with the sewer. And meanwhile, there's two penguins on guard shooting rockets at him, and he's got to go around them. But yeah, he's able to turn the penguins around and send them new coordinates.
Yeah.
And he even,
Nicely done.
somehow he has a tracer on the penguin mobile, the duckmobile, because he knows when it's leaving.
Yeah.
And then he crashes into the duckmobile.
Yes.
Dude, which is insane.
Then there's an embarrassing fight between the both of them.
Yes.
Insane, though. He almost kills
so
Penguin right
Yeah.
there.
I'm so confused. All right, so Penguin grabs the
Yeah.
remote, so Batman doesn't hit it, and then he hits it anyway.
I guess he
hits it
thinks
anyway.
if he hits it, the penguins, they're just going to blow up everything around
It's
them.
the same fucking button.
No,
But-
why even present that to the Penguin? And
Yeah.
be like, I have this. Okay.
I'm gonna blow everything
I'm gonna
up.
take
You know
it
what?
now.
You know
But
what?
he's
They
like, my
wanted it-
baby's like, is the baby's gonna blow up? Wasn't
Yeah.
that the plan in the first?
God.
They
place?
wanted to
Rockets?
show,
Right.
they wanted that close up to show all the eye makeup around Batman's eye. But also, Batman just keeps bats in a compartment in his ski boat. Seems mean to the bats. And they know to just attack the penguin.
Isn't there
Insane.
a scene? I don't know if it's in the first one or the second one or this one, where Batman pulls up and there's fucking a bat in a cage.
That's the first one.
That's the first one.
yeah.
Why is there a bat in a cage?
That one
in
was
his
sick.
bat cave. Yeah, in your
was
bat
sick.
cave, there's a bat.
They
in the
literally
cave. Doesn't
bats
make any
everywhere,
sense.
and there's one in a cage.
That one was a dick. He was being mean to the other bats. Batman even fights bat crimes. Anyway,
Might have been testing.
so yeah, Penguin falls, presumably to his death.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, the penguins are just blowing up shit everywhere. They
Fireworks,
just
they're
don't
the cutest
stop.
little things ever.
The whole Arctic polar hangout is
Yeah.
just being destroyed.
And then Selena finally confronts Max, and she's ready to kill him,
Oh,
but Batman stops her.
Oh dear.
And he's
Lord.
like, Selena, don't do this. We're the same. We can live happily ever after. And he's like, to show how serious it is, he takes off his mask, and right before he takes off his mask, his eye makeup disappears, and it's very, very obvious.
I love it. It's okay.
It's very.
all right.
That's why I like the new Batman. They were like, he's allowed to have eye makeup. We all know it's eye makeup. Just let him have
Why
it.
does he take his mask off in front of a mob boss? Not a mob boss, but like a
He
you know.
just does
Because
not
he's so
take
in
this
love.
Like, why,
Everyone's too
dude?
horny for their
He's
own
trying
good.
to save
Everyone's
her.
very horny.
But I love.
She
I
already
do love.
knows who you are. You don't need to take your mask off because then Max is like.
I do love
why
Max
is- why
Shrek
is-
going.
Why is Bruce
Selena.
Wayne dressed up as Batman?
I love it.
Yeah, he goes, "You're
He is
fired."
Batman.
Why are you dressed up like
Dressed up
Batman?
like Batman. He is Batman.
So Selena wastes her last few lives by getting shot, and she's like, "I have 2 more. I'm gonna save one for Christmas. I'm gonna kill you right now." So she makes out with Taser, grabs a live wire,
Why
and
does she make out of she's just fucking. Everyone is horny.
why not? But she fries
Insane.
Max Shrek. He is crispy.
Crispy.
He is a crisp zombie.
Bruce is even shocked. Like what
Bruce is
just
even
happened?
shocked, and
I
she
think
gets
they used
away.
the same body as the Joker fried the other guy from the first.
Yeah,
one.
they put a different
just
wig
put
on
a
it.
different wig on him, like same exact
exactly what
body.
I do like the penguin arises from the water, and his last dying breath, he grabs the wrong umbrella and ends
love
up
it.
being his undoing.
So he also says when he bites the guy's nose earlier in the film, he's like, I don't know, it could be worse. My nose could be gushing blood, and then now his nose is gushing blood as he's walking out of the.
He's
room.
still a go-getter to the end. He's like, I just need some ice water, and I'll murder you, and then he dies. And then the penguins, the penguins know to throw his fat ass in the water.
Oh God!
Love it.
Oh,
I
God.
died.
I love how the penguins aren't even touching him. Like they're just walking next
Yeah,
to him.
they are just kind of
But
like
somehow his body is sliding down. Like you could have just made it ice, I guess, and then just have one just push him. But no
so
one's
much.
touching it. I love
And
it.
he dies, and
Yeah.
now Bruce Wayne is sad.
With his ripped
Yeah.
Yeah.
So does Alfred pick him up from there, or does he drive home and then that whole ending?
He put the
scene
ski boat
happens?
back in the.
Okay, all right. Yeah, I didn't know whether he left it.
He took the
there
duck
or-
boat home. He took one of the duck boats. But yeah, so later on, I do like that Catwoman cut his face. I think he might have scars in the Flash movie coming up
Oh,
from
that'd be cool.
Oh
Catwoman's
God, I hope
claws.
so. That'd be awesome.
But yeah, then they have this ending where he thinks he sees Catwoman. And they want it. She was originally supposed to die in this.
Yeah.
But they wanted to save her for future movies. Didn't happen. And they
future
spent
movie
a
did
ton of
happen.
money doing this last shot of her in front of the bat symbol after he finds her
Well, can I
cat.
just say really quick?
Yeah.
Why did he take home just a random street cat? Who does that?
I think
He
he-
just was
it
like,
remind-
oh look, there's a cat. Let me just pick it
It
up.
reminded
Penguin's
him of
cat.
her.
That wasn't Penguin's cat.
The black cat from his.
No, it was
from his-
Catwoman's
That was
cat.
Catwoman's
Catwoman's cat. It was
Catwoman's
Miss
cat,
Kitty.
the father.
Miss Kitty.
He stole her fucking cat.
So maybe he thought she was dead and was like, all right, then I'll take the cat then.
Yeah, and it was
doesn't know that's
Christmas,
her
and he felt
cat.
sad.
Yeah. it was good.
But yeah, they wish him
If
Merry
you can't have one
Christmas.
pussy, you gotta have the other.
Yeah, and then we see the bat symbol, and we see Catwoman come up, and that's not Michelle
Not
Pfeiffer.
Michelle Pfeiffer.
That's a body double on a blue screen that was like thrown in pretty
How
late
much
in the
money
movie.
did they spend on that? It was
God.
like
$500,000.
That's what it is.
No,
yeah.
really?
A
Yes.
quarter of $500,000 to
How?
do that one shot
How?
because it was harder to. They had to find the suit, they had to get an actress, and then they had to chemically composite
Wow.
it. They had to shoot the.
Yeah.
It was like a whole thing.
I mean, that shot is just embedded into my brain for the
Yeah.
rest of eternity. I love
Whoever the
it.
body double is, she does a good job mimicking
does.
the
looks
movements.
good. Yeah, it looks good.
And yeah, that's it. People didn't like this one when it came out.
I love it.
I loved it
it.
for a while. For a while, it was my favorite Batman
I
movie.
guess
Obviously,
By
replaced.
Batman and Robin?
No, by The Dark Knight Rises. Obviously, the best Batman movie, our favorite Batman movie. But this one is a close second to that.
Batman.
I love Batman and Robin.
I mean, like, yeah, we were all so young, you know? So, like,
No.
this kind of goes with it all. Like, the people who love the older Superman films from the 70s and 80s, like, they're like, oh, that's my Superman. Or, you know,
Yeah.
the Keaton people, that's my Batman. But
Although
like,
there are people who
this
love
was
the first Batman
love.
who don't like this one. They're like,
Yeah.
nah, this one's weird.
Yeah.
I don't like it. But again, we learned a lot. Like, it is good to have a director with his own trademark and creative vision. But if you want to franchise this and sell toys, you should
sexualize it.
rein it in a little bit. I think Nolan was the good middle ground there. He learned from that. He's like, hey, I'm going to make the sequel more of my own thing, but still make it work. with this character and his lore and whatnot.
So what I like about what Tim Burton does is, which I just noticed watching these two movies 2 nights in a row, is his credits. He doesn't put his actors first. He puts the whole casting, or he puts the whole crew first, directors, second units, all of that. At least on HBO Max is the way.
At the
that it
end
is.
credits?
Yeah,
Well, that happens with the end credits sometimes.
Well, everything, and then the last thing that shows is the cast, which is kind of cool.
I actually really like that.
That depends on guild rules at the time.
I don't know. Was it all? I felt like it was.
Yeah,
always...
I think there's like rules for how you're supposed to just play credits.
I know there are tons of rules throughout the years, but I don't know if I never heard of that one.
Let me know in the chat, yeah.
I will say he eventually went back to the studio to plan a third one. And he tells it, he's like, they didn't say they didn't want him, but they're like, you don't want to do one, right? You don't want to do a third. You want to do another movie, right?
This isn't for you.
And he apparently was in the thing. He's like, you don't want me to do it. And they didn't want to say it. I don't think they were allowed to say it because he might have been contracted. He's like, that's okay. I don't want to do it. And they're like, oh, thank God.
I would have loved to see Two-Face. I would have loved to
Well,
see
you got
Robin.
to see him.
I would love to
But
see
like
him in
in that world.
Well,
I love
read
the
the
world he
Batman
created.
89 comic.
Yeah.
But I don't know. The world that Tim Burton created in the second, in the Returns, I think is a really great world. I feel like as they're both the first one and this one are very similar times. This one felt like it went by faster.
Yeah,
I was more
this one goes a little bit
entertained.
faster.
2 hours and
It's
5
more
minutes, 2 hours
character
and 6
driven.
minutes. Literally.
Really?
minute for
First one felt longer to me.
Although I don't agree with some of the characterizations of these, characters. It is more character driven than the first movie, which I like.
Yeah.
I really like Catwoman. I don't like her. It's like weird. It's like I like the look of Penguin. I don't think you need to be a sewer pervert. I like
works for the
Catwoman's
Tim
story.
Burton.
I didn't think she needed to be a cat zombie.
It works though.
It did need a little bit more Batman for me.
Yeah, and Batman needs to not just fall in love every time he sees a pretty
He
woman.
sees broad. He's like, I'm in love now.
You get one cool Playboy scene, and then he falls in love, and then that's it. So it's like, come on, man.
Well, and then he falls in love with Nicole Kidman next. And yes, so now we are up to date with our Michael Keaton Batmans. And now we just have to watch The Flash.
Yes.
Starring Ezra Miller, everyone's favorite, Ezra Miller.
So I'm really excited. I heard, so minus the Ezra Miller stuff, but I'm really excited for this film. Tom Cruise just came out, which he's probably just helping sell the thing, but he just came out and said that The Flash is like one of the best movies of the year. And this
I'm
and that,
still
and how
mad he
great
wasn't
it
in
is,
Doctor
whatever it
Strange
is.
as an alternate Iron Man.
Yeah, that would have been awesome. But
That
I mean, dude,
was
this,
so annoying.
this next Flash movie, I've been waiting for it for years. I love the CW stuff. I hope that it's, it does the character justice. Michael Keaton's going to be awesome in it. I kind of do like the, what's her name, Sasha, that's playing
Sasha Calle?
Yep, playing
Supergirl.
Supergirl. Like, I think, oh, that's really cool. And then, maybe not, I don't think I like the villain yet, but I don't know anything about it. They're saying that it's Dark Flash or Venom Flash or whatever
I know
it is.
Zod's one of them.
I think they were saying it's Venom, but it just, I don't know, you could have just done a reverse Flash, just brought him in, did a
save that for the inevitable review. Save that for
You
the
already
review.
have all your opinions. Didn't even see it yet.
I love the Flash.
But anyway,
The Flash
listen.
is like my second favorite character.
But like I
behind
said,
Robin.
Michael Keaton is returning this year. Same
Robin.
thing with Harrison Ford. And they're both going to embarrass themselves. That's what I'm most looking forward to. But it was nice revisiting when he was. Although I wish Michael Keaton could have been a great Batman if they just gave him more with the script. Same with Ben Affleck. But he
plays
works
the
really
character
well with the little he has.
He does, and
Yeah.
he really does play it more as a character. He seems more of a person. He doesn't seem like this stiff entity. Like he's just.
Well, he seems a little stiff when he's beating up bad
he's wearing
guys.
the freaking costume. But you can tell that that's more of a person.
But it's an interesting film. It's fun to see a person have almost full creative control and just do their own thing.
Yes.
Even if it doesn't work, it's at least interesting to see.
It's very.
Now, thank you all for watching. Please like, share, and subscribe. Shout out to TV Show Cars on Instagram for supplying us with this beautiful Batmobile. We will see you guys when we see The Flash. And this thing is going to be touring all around, so maybe you'll see it at a convention near you. And Frank, you have a movie out on Troma now?
Troma now, yep. Human Abachi 2.
It's the best movie I've ever seen.
You heard it out of the Batman's mouth himself. And then a whole bunch of other different movies and short films that'll be out within this year. You can follow me on Instagram, Frank_Volpe_, or check out my IMDb, or just call me and we'll hang out and have a beer.
I'll give you Frank's number in the description.
Because I can talk to Flash and Batman all day long.
Crystal, where's your home address so people can visit you?
Guys, I'm just living day by day over here.
You have a P.O. box now, too,
I
right?
do have a P.O. box.
I have a P.O. box. I keep forgetting to mention.
Because I couldn't get, every time like someone sends me something to you, and I'm like, oh great, I gotta wait like 4 or 5 months to get it.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. We also have a new voicemail number.
Call me.
I let the old voicemail number expire, and I was wondering why we didn't get any voicemails. I missed the email that told me to renew it. So there's a new voicemail.
We can't have nice things.
Leave some voicemails, and we will see you all later. Goodbye.
Bye, guys.
Thank you for coming.
It's just weird that his bat suits are here and not in the Batcave. Like, I don't understand why they're here.
True. Yeah.
Well, they have to be convenient.
It's dumb, and it's obviously because they knew they wanted him to enter as Batman.
Yeah. In the back there, we have the one from his plane crash in the first movie, and then Batman Returns. Hi, everyone. Tony from Act the Movies here. And we've reviewed the 2 Michael Keaton Batman movies. And a lot of people think that they're going to see a movie called Batman 3, but it's actually called The Flash, a movie that's very long overdue. It took a very long time to come out, and it's apparently the end or the rebirth of the DCEU. But was it good? People were saying it's the greatest superhero film of all time. Let's find out today on Hack the Movies.
It's time to Hack the Movies.
Hello, Crystal. Hello, Frank.
Hello, Tony.
I just want to give you a heads up. I'm not the Tony you know. I'm from a different Earth. I traveled here. The Tony you know is dead. The good news is, on my Earth, there's very few differences.
Like hair?
Yeah, I keep my hair pretty buzzed on my Earth. And the only big difference I could tell so far is that Ezra Miller is just an actor everyone loves who never gets into trouble. So I can't talk about anything that happened on this Earth. Let's just focus on the movie.
Isn't that this Earth? I feel like we all like the whole world changed.
Maybe they merged.
Right?
Maybe they merged. Yes.
I'm not.
Yes, but anyway, everything is the same. I'm Tony. You're Frank. You're Crystal. You have 10 kids. Let's get into this review now. I'll ask how the kids are doing afterwards.
No universe has that. Not a single universe.
Were those the babies that were being caught? All 10 of those kids?
So Crystal, when did you see this movie?
Last night.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wow. Really? Opening night? Really late to the game there. Frank, I want to thank you for getting me into that advanced screening where we got that nice poster and everything. We got to see the movie early.
You, me, and a million other people.
And a million other people.
Within the past month of seeing
every single person saw it already. That's why there's literally, last night there was like barely anyone in the theater. I was like, shit, I have to get like my ticket quick. It's going to be like filled. No. Because everyone already saw it.
I think it pulled in only like somewhere around 10 million or 7 million Thursday night. It was Thursday night was 7 million, and they were gauging for a 65 to 90 opening weekend.
Yeah, they're not gonna get shit this weekend.
Which, I mean, for a Flash movie that everyone's been waiting for 10 years, I don't know if that's really that.
Yeah.
But I mean,
but there were a lot of people who were kind of in it for the cameos that were getting leaked, but we'll get to that. Yeah. So yeah, initially, I wasn't excited for a Flash movie, because I'm not the biggest fan of this universe, as we've talked about. But after seeing The Flash, how they were in the Justice League, both versions, I was like, okay, I'm kind of on board for a Flash movie. I really enjoyed the TV show. I stopped watching. Frank powered through to the end.
Powered through, baby.
Powered.
If you want to review the finale as well, was it worth it?
Oh, shit. Crystal, that's a sensitive topic. It's only been a few weeks since it ended. It's a sensitive topic.
I love Grant Gustin. I love The Flash. I love the storyline. And then it just started to, you watched it slowly crumble, but we're not here to talk about that.
We're not here to talk about that.
We are.
Although it is interesting, like the week, like 2 weeks or a week after the first episode of The Flash aired, they announced Ezra Miller as the new Flash. Yep. And now, like 2 weeks after The Flash ends, the Ezra Miller Flash movie finally comes out.
That's so crazy.
It's like, wow, so 9 seasons of a TV show have gone by. We still didn't get The Flash.
So I did the math, right? Yeah. There's 182 episodes, 40-minute episodes, but if you round it, if you do the math on that and then figure out the hours, they had a little bit over 7,000 hours of Flash footage, right, for a TV show, where it took almost 10 years to give us 2 hours. Sorry, I had to do the math on that. I had to do it. I was like, oh,
And
man, that hurt.
That's not even counting the big crossovers and all that stuff.
Oh, exactly.
So yeah, the movie is finally out. It's directed by Andy Muschietti, which is Italian for too much spaghetti.
I'm so happy you speak Italian.
Yes,
I
and
would have never known that.
unfortunately, Frank's sister's not here right now, so she can't correct that. So everyone,
I'm going to Italy for a wedding next week.
Yeah.
and I will make sure I say that.
Wait,
to
if
every,
they give you
every
too
time
much
I eat
spaghetti,
food.
go
Muschietti.
Your face is gonna be so punched in.
Who directed the It movies, and he's now directing like the It prequel, I think. Didn't they announce like an It prequel?
I know they were doing a TV series.
I don't know if he's involved. I just assumed
Yeah,
he
that's
was
all I
involved.
know.
So yeah, that's happening.
But those are good. Those the It movies aren't bad.
They're okay. The second one kind of
It was interesting.
tonally went a little all over the place, but that first one was really solid.
Yeah, I didn't mind the second one.
Yeah.
Also, just got greenlit for Brave and the Bold.
Yes, he just for Batman Brave and the Bold. Yeah. I'm gonna put my phone down here.
Nice things.
Okay. So yeah, I guess we'll talk. We'll just go through the movie a little bit.
It all starts with ordering a sandwich.
Yes, it starts with the Flash ordering a
Is that
sandwich.
even a sandwich? Like,
What's he
what the
ordering?
fuck? It was peanut butter,
Yeah.
raisins, cheese, jelly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's to establish the whole how he has to like take in like a ton of calories and stuff because he's constantly burning them.
Yeah.
And the guy is very slow, which is funny.
Everything's slow.
Yeah. So he decides he needs to get out of there. He now has yellow lightning, by the way, but sometimes blue lightning.
So it's the suit. So the suit stops, or helps conduct the
Okay.
so it doesn't build up in him. You learn through the
Okay,
movie
yeah,
that's,
right.
That's why. So that even when later in the movie when he takes off the suit, he's blue again.
Oh yeah,
So
yeah.
it's the suit that like
Okay.
adds the conduction. I had not.
So when later in the movie, when the other one has a suit on, is it yellow?
So
I
it's
don't
yellow when
remember.
he has the suit on, but when he first gets his powers, it's blue.
Yes.
Fuck, things I don't notice.
I did.
There's so much other stuff to look at and figure out.
I
but
did,
colors
there
was
was a
not.
lot.
Yeah.
I loved when Alfred calls him, played again by Jeremy Irons, who I share a birthday with.
Oh, look at that.
We're birthday buddies.
Oh, that's adorable.
Yes.
Someone tell Jeremy.
Someone
Irons.
tell Jeremy Irons, okay?
He's a
So
lucky
someone
guy.
more famous has a birthday.
Someone
Same
else in
birthday.
this movie has his birthday just the same day as me. I love the whole like where the credits start to show up and then it gets interrupted. I
That's
kind of
actually
like
funny.
that. That was
Yes.
funny. I do like that he has a little glass that goes over his eyes. I'm like, that makes sense. I
cool.
feel like all the Flashes should
Yeah.
have that thing.
It makes sense.
I wasn't super crazy on the suit right away. It kind of grew on me throughout it.
I like the full suit. The helmet a little bulky, which
Yeah.
we've been talking about for the past year or so since we've seen the helmet. That whole kind of opening scene with the girls kind of losing their minds and this and that. You can kind of get the vibe that this is going to to be a little jokey.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you get that vibe right
I do
away.
love. I do love Jeremy. I do like Jeremy Irons more comedic because as much as I didn't like Batman v Superman, one of the best moments is when Batman's like, Alfred, what's happening in the city? And he sees the monster and he goes, how best to explain that? Like, he doesn't know how to like describe it. So I do like, he's like, yeah, my first choice was Superman, but he's busy. He's like fighting a volcano.
Henry Cavill on the TV.
Yeah.
Yep.
The back of his head.
How many first options were there before me? Like,
And
it
then
was
Wonder
funny.
Woman wasn't answering, but
Yeah.
I think I know where Wonder Woman was.
Where was she?
She was in that weird mythical place bringing Shazam back to life.
Oh, that's right.
Which you would have known if you saw Shazam 2, but no one saw Shazam 2 except for, I think, me and Frank. Did you?
Yo.
Yeah, no. So
No,
me and
I
Frank
did
saw
not.
Shazam 2. So yes, at the end of Shazam 2, Shazam dies at Lincoln Financial Field, I think.
Yeah.
And Wonder Woman shows up at the very end to bring him back to life. So she was probably doing that during this whole thing.
Crap. I love that sequence though with the dragon and
Yeah, that was cool. Shazam, the Shazam movies are okay. The second one no one saw because they thought it wasn't going to count for the new thing. And I'm like, yeah, but it's still good. Just go see it. Anyway, we get this whole first action sequence where like the Flash is basically just there to clean up a mess while Batman, Ben Affleck, goes to chase the Falcone son.
which I like.
It's been a while since I read Long Halloween and whatnot. Does Falcone have multiple sons? Because this doesn't seem like Holiday, but maybe it is.
But we're thinking that he has two, right? He's got two sons and a daughter in
I
there.
think I know he has a daughter, Sophia.
Yeah.
And the holiday.
Albert. Right?
Albert.
So
I feel like there was a third one.
that wants to take over the family business.
Yeah.
And that's why Albert's kind of pushed out.
Well, now I just have an excuse to reread my favorite book, Long Halloween.
Yes.
So yeah, Batman is dealing with that.
I hated the look of this.
Really?
Okay.
Hated the look. I hated his cape. His cape was so distracting to me. I don't know why. I don't know if it was just too CGI-esque. It just, the beginning of this entire movie, I just hated the look.
Yeah.
of
Okay.
it.
So
I hated it.
I like on a script level, I like everything that's happening.
Yes, I'll agree.
But like, I like where he's the building collapses, the babies fall out, and like he's about to save them, but then he like eats instead because he needs more energy.
I couldn't get behind that.
Yes, I know you were into the baby falling stuff.
The whole Batman thing coming down the street, which he does use guns again. Are we still cool with Batman using guns, even though it's on his?
So
bike?
here's the thing. Here's my thing.
Can't you use something else that shoots out and hooks him to something else?
My thing with Batman, I'm okay with him using guns, kind of like Christian Bale did, as like kind of like a tool, not a means of death.
Yeah.
The problem was in Batman v Superman, he was just mowing people down with a chain gun.
Yeah.
Same thing with Michael Keaton. He's just at the end of that movie, he's like, I'm just gonna shoot them. Ah!
Yeah.
I just feel like it should be like a grapple gun that shoots out and then hooks to a pole or something to stop the car.
More
But no.
gadget.
So I like the idea of everything, but yeah, the visual effects
Hated it.
were rough.
They were really bad.
In this scene. So it took, and like the whole time, like I feel like I should be enjoying this. But yeah, so I know they had a stunt double on the motorcycle and he wasn't wearing a cape.
Yes.
But I feel like they probably digitally put Ben Affleck's face on him and it just looked weird.
It looked all bad. And I will say also, for me, I don't know if it's just the theater I was in, the music was way too loud. I don't know about you guys, but
we didn't
like
have a problem with that.
Really?
Yeah.
The music, like the voicing, everything was normal, but for some reason that opening scene, I almost felt like I had to cover my ears because it was so overwhelming.
That happened a few years ago. I saw Spider-Man Homecoming and it was like they were going overboard. Actually, the other night I saw Transformers the Rise of the Beast and like the music, again, the music was loud, but the audio was, I guess someone fixed it like early in the movie, but for all the trailers and everything, all the voices were super low.
Oh, really?
And the music was just blown out.
I don't know.
Yeah.
It was just in this movie.
We didn't have that problem. That could have just been a theater
but we
problem.
did
I hated all of it.
I'm like really weird to where like there's a lot of sounds going on in the movie theater. It's like the beginning, so like everyone's like still eating their popcorn.
Yeah,
and
you
this
were
and that.
you
And
were
they're, like,
having like
they're still,
anxiety over it
talking and stuff.
Well,
and, like,
this is-
and I'm so focused on something that I've been waiting 10 years for, and all I can hear is just all the sound around me, to where I felt like my vision started to blur. It was like I get weird.
But there's a difference between you going to the theater because it was packed versus me actually going on
And
like
the sound is
opening
off.
night, but going open night when no one was there.
Yeah.
Like there was no noise.
That's crazy.
Like I said, I thought it was a fun.
I should have waited.
Visual effects aside, I did enjoy the idea of the scene. I know you didn't, but I like how he lined everything up to be like a Rube Goldberg thing.
Yeah.
And I do like how comedically it just kept getting more escalated. It's like, oh, there's also now a therapy dog. And yeah, he has to like put the kid in like the microwave and everything.
Which is kind of, I feel like a lot.
Someone
to put a kid
on
in the
Twitter
microwave.
has
They can't
reversed
breathe.
that. Someone on Twitter has reversed that footage to put the baby back in.
That's funny.
I just feel like you should have done like bring in like Mirror Master or Captain Cold and have him like maybe like the one
because
stealing
the
from the
only-
hospital or something, or even working with the Fat
Honestly,
kid. And give me like a whole like how Flash really uses his powers now, instead of just having CGI babies fall. If you have a battle scene, I feel like you could have worked the CGI a little bit better with Captain Cold or something.
I'm thinking about it,
but
in the films, we haven't gotten any of the Flash's villain except for Captain Boomerang, and he's dead.
And he's dead now.
He's dead now.
Which they're saying that he's going to come back eventually.
I
That's
mean,
what
he
Gunn
could
is
now.
saying.
Everything's
But,
fair game
like,
now.
It's a Flash movie. Give me a Flash villain in the beginning.
Yeah,
He's gotta,
there are no like actual Flash villains in it, which is a little bit of a bummer. But
brings me to Flashpoint, to where it's like in the beginning you have all of his villains right there.
Yeah,
And
that
it's
would've
like,
been
There's
cool.
like a whole battle right there, like that.
but keep in mind,
This is a
like
Flashpoint?
because of this universe and how like kind of all over the place was, it would have been nice to have that building up. But there's really, it would have been a lot to put all his big villains right away in the beginning without
At
any
least have
history.
one.
Huh?
At least one, or like at least
One
show
would be
him.
nice.
At least showing him kicking ass, because then you go into the movie where you see like a totally different, shitty version.
But I mean,
at
I
least
guess-
show him being badass.
Well, here's I think it's to fit with like the whole theme where like he's there to clean up messes.
I get it.
So and then he creates a mess that he has to clean up.
Well,
I get it thematically.
He shouldn't be anymore. Like, yeah, I mean, he proved himself in Zack Snyder's Justice League.
Yeah.
So,
Which is canon. We'll get to that. That is now canon.
So have him, actually fighting people now.
Yeah.
At least one thing instead of just the use of his powers in that beginning scene was just boring and shitty and
catching babies.
Yeah.
Catching babies.
But yeah, the Batman stuff was fun. When it was finally Ben Affleck in the suit, did something happen to his nose?
Oh my god, yes!
What was up with his nose?
It was horrible. It was like
I was like, did we miss a scene where he got like punched or something?
He turned to Artie Lang a little bit.
Oh my god. I don't know if that
He's
was
been
like,
snorting too much coke to stay energetic.
Keep in mind, guys, this movie was being like rewritten and reshot like all year long. So a lot of the visual effects and stuff I kind of forgave.
No.
Because of like everything that was going on.
I don't. For a movie that has this much fucking money and they took this long, no. You have no excuses to get it the fuck right.
Well, here's the thing. I did like when Wonder Woman saved them.
Yeah.
Who's a beautiful woman that we all love. Especially
Ezra-
Crystal.
Flash loves her too.
Yeah, I do love the lasso of truth stuff where Batman's like, my ego is far too big
That
for me
was
to say
great,
that. He's
yeah.
like, I created this persona. And then Falcone's like, I also have father issues.
Yes.
And then the topper was just a Flash being like, I know what sex is, but I haven't experienced it.
People think that's like overly done with her, but like, I don't know. I think it's
enjoy
still
it.
fun to do.
I enjoy it.
Like, come
It
on.
definitely, but the flashline kind of was like too forced. I was like, all of his jokes started like where I feel were very forced in the beginning. Like he's gonna be the funny man, and I'm just like, oh, Jesus.
Yeah.
But I do like the Batman's like outfit. It's like the blue and the gray, the classic blue and the gray. But then he's got
shiny bat.
yeah, but
on
then he's
it.
got all that armor on top. It would have been nice to see just like we see a blue and gray suit later on that it doesn't get used.
I thought it was cool.
But yeah, so it was nice seeing like the Ben Affleck be like a Batman that I would have liked to see this version of Batman.
I hated this version.
I like this one.
I just hate the way he looked. I hate maybe it's just like the CGI. Just threw me out.
The visual effects during the chase, I'll give you that.
Yeah.
But like, other than his weird nose, which I don't know what's going on.
Supposedly Ben Affleck said that while he was filming
He
this scene,
had a lot of fun with it.
He said that he figured out how to play because they didn't do the voice changer thing on him anymore.
Yeah.
It was just his own voice. He just went a little Bale with you, a little gravelly. But I mean, he said that this is where he figured out how to play Batman as a character, as like a human, instead of just a hero. And said he had a lot of fun with it. And then people were like, "Oh, he's coming back," but he's not coming back.
I feel bad. He got a really bad
I think he's my favorite Batman. Shit, cut it. Just kidding. Honestly, the way that I'm a huge Ben Affleck fan from him, his writing and acting through the years and that.
Yeah, and you saw Hypnotic last month.
And I think he did a really great job with playing Batman in this. Yeah.
Really. What was your favorite scene in Hypnotic?
The new Ben Affleck movie. Everyone should go check it out because I loved it.
And you love the director of Hypnotic, right?
Did you watch Air? I watched Air. Air was great. Loved Air.
Okay, you got me there. I didn't see Air.
No.
But no one saw Hypnotic except for me and Joey C, and we reviewed it on this channel. Anyway,
I gotta watch it.
See, I can't get into Ben. He just to me, he's just a pretty face. That's all he is to me.
The town?
Like I just.
But you know what? I agree with him being like, yeah, that was the most fun I had
Just
playing the character. It's because I think he was depressed the last few times he played the character. So I'm like, yeah, it probably would be the most fun.
Going through some stuff.
I had more fun playing Mummy Cop in season 2 because season 1 I was going through a very bad breakup. So season 2 was a lot more fun. Anyway,
Drama.
I love being on this show now.
So yeah, big exciting action chase. The visual effects could have been a little better. Like it was taking me a bit. I was like, all right, I kind of want to like this, but it's just visually it wasn't doing it for me. So then we see like the day in the life of Barry. He's working at the
forensic science.
The forensics,
for the
and he's there with Patty Spivot, who I only really know from the TV show.
Which everyone nicknamed her Big Booty Patty Spivot.
What? Really?
You didn't see that on Reddit? Yeah. From the TV show one. I don't know if you know.
Oh, the TV show.
TV show.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No, I follow her on
Everyone
Instagram.
wanted them to get together, and then he meets Iris, and it's a whole thing. But,
Yeah. No, I followed the TV show one on Instagram.
I don't know why. I just think whenever I hear Patty Spivot.
But now there's a new Patty Spivot.
I don't look like I'm not looking at.
And you wait. You said the guy. The dude who worked with them, who is that?
Yes. So the Patty Spivot and the other guy.
Yeah, who's the other guy?
Saying that he is supposed to be Dr. Alchemy.
Okay.
Through the rest of the universe or whatever it is. So,
Okay.
Yeah. There's a lot of fun tidbits through the film that we feel like we both caught through the whole thing.
I caught a few things.
That was kind of cool and interesting.
So he's still trying to get his dad out of jail, who this time is played by the dude from Office Space. It's not Billy Crudup anymore. Apparently that was a scheduling conflict.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
But then again, the movie took so long to get out. They probably could have had him in at some point.
But he wasn't bad in it. Like
No,
he was actually really good. I really enjoyed him.
Yeah, he was great.
So he's like ready to get his dad like out of jail.
So sad.
Bruce Wayne sends him the footage of the day he was in the store getting the tomatoes when his mom died, but he never looks up, so you can't confirm.
Is there
it's
no
him.
other cameras except that one camera right there?
Just that one.
Yes. In 2004.
That's what I was like. You don't see him coming into the store?
Maybe the rest of the cameras were damaged. That's the only camera, right?
I mean,
that was the only.
Why didn't the
tomatoes?
cops?
They're very,
the tomatoes
very like cautious and protective of their tomatoes.
Why didn't the cops just ask the people working there? Did you see this guy?
Did you see this man?
Was he like this the whole time buying the tomatoes?
Exactly.
20 years to figure that out.
So yes,
First meet Iris there too, right? Outside of the
Iris. Which I thought we were gonna get more of her. She got
really
cut out
don't.
of. She got cut out of Justice League's theatrical cut, and then she only really has the one scene in the Snyder cut. But yeah, we find out that they like went to school together.
She brings that up though as well, right? It's
Yes, she does.
She's like, "Hey, didn't I see you like a while
Yes.
back or something?"
She's like, I feel like I saw you. And he's like, no, it's
It
not
hasn't
me.
been since we were in school together.
running
Yeah.
through your car as I was flipping through an
But you were
intersection.
when
don't
you
wanna
were
say
applying
that.
to be like a pet store employee or something. And then
right?
a song
it was her
played.
car that flipped through an intersection
Yeah.
or something, right? And he saved her.
Yeah,
Okay.
and then that song played. The song to the siren played for 5 minutes. Do you not remember that, Barry? He's like, no, I don't remember running around for 5 minutes while an entire song played. So yeah, she's like trying to like reconnect with him. Because I guess she likes him. She feels kind of bad for him, and she's also a reporter. So
He doesn't know if she wants info or not.
yeah,
She does play it off like she does want info, though.
Yeah.
She really does play it off like she doesn't care. She's
Yeah.
like, well, also the people would like to know.
I feel like that's why you can't really read their chemistry on how they'll be. Like, say that they keep these two casts,
Yeah.
through, and they end up being together and this and that. I feel like you can't really feel how their chemistry would be because you can't really feel what her real motive is
Yeah.
to it until the very end, I
Yes.
guess.
Yeah.
I 110%
But,
agree.
You kind of need better, like, a date scene or something.
Yeah.
I don't know.
But
I didn't love
or-
the chemistry with them.
No, they could have played with it a little bit more in the beginning instead of just like she
Not your
didn't
dad.
seem like she
Not
felt
here for your dad.
that bad afterwards,
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
for hurting his feelings.
yeah.
So it was like
Felt very superficial.
These two end up together, and her first motive is to figure out what's up with the dad. I don't know.
I think
Exact-
that's just. I think it's a 2-for-1 deal. I want to help my friend, and also I want to get some information.
Yeah, clearly she's a great friend.
Yeah.
Great friend. I haven't seen you in how many years? Great friend.
How's your dad?
What's your call? Flash goes for like a run, and then he accidentally runs back in time to like the previous day. So when we do talk about the CGI and everything, I don't mind the CGI in the
Chronodome.
The what is it?
Chronodome.
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 I kept calling it the amphitheater. I did. Yeah.
No.
It's like an
I love
amphitheater.
that. Yeah, it kind of is. Yeah.
I didn't mind.
How is Sam?
Yeah, I
Jesus
didn't
Christ.
mind like the kind of doll like statue like CGI in that.
Yeah.
That I was fine with. I know some people, because there are people who are like kind of manipulating the stuff on Twitter. They're like, oh, look at this. This is what the movie wants you to believe is real. It's like, no, that's kind of a. And the director has come out and said some of the CGI is supposed to look distorted.
Yes.
And I think he's referring to this scene. And it makes sense here. The babies and a lot of the other stuff, that's just rough CGI. But here, I didn't mind it.
Threw me off at first. When you go back to it, I got used to it. But the very first time I saw it, I felt very like, what the fuck is this bullshit?
Yeah.
First time you see it, I mean, all I could think of was you have this footage. Like, you have Henry Cavill swinging and, you know, like, when you see the big Henry Cavill in there, it's like, why does it look so weird? And then and then the director came out, like you said, and said, you know, hey, the Corona Bowl is supposed to be from his vision, so it's meant to be like that.
I'm sorry, but if a director has to come out and fucking explain it.
But honestly, I think he's only referring to that stuff, but people think he's referring to all the CGI across the movie. It's like, no, some of it's just rough CGI. Again, they took a while to make this movie. So yeah, I think he has a conversation with Bruce afterwards, and I spotted the restaurant across the street said Grayson's.
Yeah.
Oh, I missed that.
Like,
so did I.
Dick Grayson.
And I'm big.
Who's that?
Robin.
What?
Remember when?
Do you know who Robin is?
No.
Oh,
is he in this movie?
Oh,
yet?
Frank, you haven't.
Did he make it in this movie yet?
Frank, I don't know if you know this. You dress like Robin.
I did.
Yes, and it might have made a lot of our male audience question your sexuality, according to the comments section.
Where's the mask at? I'll throw it back on right now.
Everyone's like, wait,
No, you don't understand.
Crystal has a website, but where's Frank?
Yeah,
you don't understand. I wasn't prepared for that. There was something like,
It was
man,
a
Frank's
lot.
looking really good. I'm like, what the fuck is happening?
But there's a lot of them. Like, it wasn't just one. It was a lot.
And then you know, Frank had his moment. Of course, Crystal had to ruin it in the next one with her Catwoman costume.
Catwoman costume came out, and then there goes all the fans. They were like,
and by the way, I have to call my audience out for fat shaming. I was also in a costume, and no one said I looked good.
Oh, I thought you looked good.
You look great, Tony. You look.
If you saw in the live chat, I threw a comment in there like, "Woo, Tony."
Thank you.
You looked great in your. What was it? It was your onesie, right?
Yes.
Yes. You looked super comfortable.
Onesies with sweatpants because those onesies are a little too tight these days. Anyway. So yeah, he tells Bruce like, I can go back in time, and they mentioned, because it's not in the theatrical cut, the Snyder cut where he goes back in time for like a second. So yeah, because before James Gunn or whatever took over, the idea was that like the Joss Whedon cut would be canon.
Yeah,
that's what they said. But no, this movie's like, nah, fuck that cut. We're doing the other one.
So, like, no, he did go back in time.
Because what you call it, that whole the time traveling scene won like. Wasn't there like a special Oscar made or something?
MTV Movie Awards or something? Was it that?
MTV Movie Awards? That's still a thing.
There was like a fan favorite. It was called like fan favorite or something, and I think that won. So it would be dumb if they
I remember that award from back when I was younger. I didn't realize that's still a thing.
No.
I watched it this year, and there's no like they don't do the audience anymore. It's literally just like people present.
MTV
and
just
then
stop.
They say thanks.
MTV just stop it.
So listen.
Go away.
I think it was the Oscars did this whole like fan. Like
maybe
fan
it was
favorite.
the Oscars.
I think it was like it was this new
the
award, and I
Oscars.
think Snyder Cut won for the time travel
because it was a big thing. Because everyone was like, "Oh, Zack Snyder's Justice League won an Oscar and this and that."
Gotcha. So it wasn't
that's
like MTV. It wasn't
asterisk right there.
Nickelodeon Awards.
So when they
that's
They're
better
gonna
than
get
that.
slimed.
It was better than that.
Yeah. I love Academy Award winning film Suicide Squad for makeup. Anyway,
DCU, baby.
Anyway, so yeah, I do like that Bruce tries to warn. So the whole lesson we learn in this film is the one from Star Trek V. Now, Star Trek V has a very good lesson. It teaches you a very important thing, but people kind of lose that because Star Trek V is awful. But it has a good. So I don't know if Frank, I know for a fact you once went into a video store and asked to rent Star Trek V
years ago.
Yes, but if you actually watch it, the whole point of that is that Spock's brother is like, I can take away people's pain and sadness and whatnot. I can take away the memory of this. But then Kirk has a whole thing. It's like, no, like our sadness and like the
our scars.
Tragedy that we go through is part of what makes us.
Yeah.
Like, and Kirk's like, no, I want my pain. This is part of who I am. So that's the lesson.
So you're calling plagiarism.
No, I'm not calling plagiarism. No, I'm glad it was done a little bit better than because Star Trek V has like a really good like 5-minute scene that explores that, and then the rest of the movie has worse effects than this movie because they were unfinished effects.
If you guys could get your pain taken away, though, would you?
No.
Like emotional pain?
Yeah.
No.
I'd have to pick and choose.
pick and choose. I'll just switch.
Fuck it, take it away. Take it. Fucking take it. Let's go. I don't care. Sure, it made me who I am, but you know.
Yeah, I don't think
if I have to pick.
So that's the struggle Barry
Fucking take
has
it.
in
I'm
this
good.
movie. Like both Batmans basically tell him like it's kind of like who we are. Like we kind of need
It's
this. You
fucking
shouldn't like
bullshit.
mess with
No,
this.
no, take it.
But then he goes on a date with Iris, and I do like so. This also, and the movie corrects it afterwards. I was a little taken back. I'm like, we're seeing like a lot of display of powers that we didn't get to experience him learning.
Yes.
Because he's phasing through the wall, stealing his neighbor's beer, which I thought was funny. And then, like,
That
it
was
explodes.
when it explodes. I was like, "That's awesome."
That
was good.
And I do like he
Those little
cleans the
things.
apartment, and then she like leans on the thing, and it just
and then it falls later.
And then it falls
again.
later.
Those were good
Yeah.
moments.
Wouldn't he have time to put things away if he was so fast in the right
I don't
spot?
think he even cared. I think his brain
At
was
that
like,
point,
he was
he's
so
just get out.
nervous.
Yeah.
He was
Yeah.
just so nervous.
But yeah, he while talking to her, he like figures out like, wait a minute. If my dad doesn't forget the tomatoes,
Just a
he never
little
leaves.
tiny thing.
So my thing, I thought he was going to change the camera right away. That would have been the first thing.
No.
First thing, that way you don't have to go and fuck up time.
No,
before.
because that wouldn't.
No, but I honestly thought he would have just
Instead of putting the
Literally-
tomatoes in her car.
No, because
Yeah,
that would have
fix the
just made
camera.
his dad innocent. That wouldn't have saved his mom. He was more about trying to
Yeah.
save his mom.
The whole
But
situation
you don't
as
want
a
to.
whole.
But then,
Who was the
if
lady
you
from
do,
Y Tu Mamba Tambien.
Oh, she is so freaking pretty too.
Yes.
She's beautiful. But it's the whole thing is like, okay, you don't want to fuck up. I know he wants to save his mom,
But he wants to see his
but
mom
what's-
again. That's the whole. That's
He
the
doesn't know
whole
the rules
thing.
of time
know.
travel.
This
There
is
are
his mom.
characters in the
They
DC.
explained
Look,
to
look,
him.
look. I mean, maybe he's in this, but Rip Hunter is not there to explain to him the
could be.
problems of time
Bruce
travel.
literally explained it to him.
Yeah, but
said,
Bruce
don't.
But Bruce doesn't know like the ramifications. You need a time
Bruce is like,
traveling
"Don't
expert to
fuck
show up.
Rip
Like,
Hunter could be Nikolai Coster-Waldau. For the record, if
yeah,
you called him
there's
in
a
there
lot
eating
of
hot
weird.
dog.
There's a lot of weird, like big actors in just like throwaway
Yes.
extra
Yeah.
roles.
Yes, it
you
is.
notice?
Dude
I
from
do
Game
like
of Thrones
that.
is eating a hot dog right there, and he
Yeah.
could be Rip Hunter in the future. Just watching the Flash, just
So
screw
yeah, he
everything
needs.
up.
So he doesn't have a Rip Hunter to come in yet and go, "Stop doing this," or all the other time traveling characters. So yeah, he goes back and
Takes off.
he changes the tomatoes. He ditches Iris.
Yeah.
Yeah, he does.
So he changes the tomatoes.
Which is very, emotional. He's like, scenes like this, like, hit me really hard.
Yeah.
Like, even towards the end of this film, like, when he has that moment with his mom.
Yeah.
That
and
I
he cried,
teared up.
Which we'll get to. I don't want to, jump into it yet. But
Yeah.
it's just like, I love those moments with Barry and his mom when, they
Yeah.
do that.
So he saves his mom. He goes to see how it turned out. He steals old people's clothes, which I thought was interesting.
But like, he doesn't like he just walks into that like he doesn't know what year it is. He just decides to walk in. That threw me off, and I was like, wouldn't you want to know where in time? What happens if you were younger?
Well, no,
or...
wait, didn't he? So he dropped the tomatoes off and then he got pushed out.
Right,
Right, he got pushed out, so he
There's-
has no
there's
idea.
This enemy, the Dark Flash,
You see-
pushes him
Yes.
into like a different.
But
yes.
he doesn't know where he's at. So why would you just walk into that house not knowing?
Because in his mind, he sees home again. He sees
He's
his
just
parents a
excited.
little bit older, and he's like, "Oh, this must be my right time." Even
Yeah.
though he's too early and in a different universe, but he just like real quick throws it on. The parents don't even care because they. I mean, look at the other Barry that shows up. They're like, he is a little bit weird. He would wear stuff like this. So,
Yeah.
He
Yeah.
is
kinda
a
go
little
out and-
weird.
yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, then he sees the actual Barry, who's also like kind of dressed like an asshole. He's like dancing in the street and stuff.
And he's like, real quick. It's just, I love that whole moment that he's sitting there and he's like, "Hey, how have you guys been? How's your day? How was the past 18 years?" How's this and that?"
He's like
Is there
being
anything I
very
should know?
awkward. But I like that he takes the young Barry into his room, and they really want you to know it's 2013. So there's a Pacific Rim poster up there. It's like the most 2013 thing ever.
That's cool.
All Warner Brothers properties. Okay, that's how we know. That's how we know.
That's how we know.
Yeah. But yeah, I do like the whole thing with the teddy bear where like in Barry's timeline, the teddy bear is like the most important thing.
I do really like
But
that.
the monkey. It was a monkey.
It's a monkey because the mom calls him.
But in
monkey.
this timeline, he kind of grew out of it. His mom's there. He doesn't really have
He
as
was like,
much
yeah,
of
my
an
mom,
attachment.
gave us monkey stuff all the time. She always calls us monkey.
Yeah.
It's like not a big deal.
I really like this relationship. I think the younger Barry is a little bit
He
over
can
the
be
top.
grating at times, and I think that's supposed to be the point,
I
and
do
they
too.
call it out. But I get like
it,
after a
but
while,
it's
you're
very
like
childlike.
Yeah.
It's like not so much like he had an easy ride through life. It's more like I don't know. He just never grew up, I guess.
Yeah.
Or I guess
He
he
didn't
need
have
to.
He didn't have to because he was forced to grow up.
Yeah,
Like you see him in the very first time we ever see him, he's pretty immature and really obnoxious.
Yeah, I get it.
And how do you now compare that obnoxiousness when you very first see him?
Yeah.
You have to take it to another level because he's always been taken care of by his
His
parents.
mom still does his laundry.
Exactly.
And all
He's
that.
taking and does the dorm room and everything like that. So yeah, he's been coddled his entire life. So how is he supposed to learn? He's a freshman in college.
Yeah, you're right. You're
And
right.
he's coddled. So yeah, of course he's
Even like
obnoxious
do
as
the
fuck.
thing again with the couch cushions, and he's like,
He makes like a fort.
And he's like
older
an
Barry's
only
like,
child.
we need to, like I got stuff to do, man. I'm out of here.
Yeah.
And then he realizes the
But yeah,
date.
so I actually, because I was complaining about, I'm like, oh, he's showing all these powers that we didn't really get to see him grow and learn. I mean, we have with the TV show, but that's a different Flash. So I'm just like, all right, this take me out of it. But then I love this whole, like, a lot of this movie. I love how they kind of redo the origin story in like a unique way, where it's like, oh, he's going back and he's making his origin story happen, and that's how I'm like, all right. That's actually really creative and cool.
smart.
I really enjoyed that.
I think as this movie goes along, it gets better.
Yeah.
It definitely gets better as it goes along.
Once he's back in time, I start to really, really like it. And the stuff with the two Barrys, they like it was crazy how they did it, and I'll explain a little bit later. But it's near seamless. And I know like body double stuff is really easy to do. However, there are a few moments where clearly there was a reshoot where one will look way smoother than the other. Like their face would look like a way too digitally airbrushed. But for the most part, it's just like they're like both, and it's Ezra, it's them there.
And I'll say the acting, Ezra Miller's like acting is actually, I was impressed. I was actually very, very impressed because acting with yourself, I can't even imagine how difficult that is.
It's not how I would picture Barry Allen, but it's working.
So you start to see like later in the film once he really has to get serious about what's going on. And try to wake, like once they meet Batman and all that, and he has to like, wake up the younger Barry to be like, dude, like this is freaking serious. Seriously. I feel like you really start to see the leadership in Barry and who you, really who would you envision Barry Allen would be. So I think that they crushed it all together. Like really showing, Barry Allen and who he is and just, diving right on into it. I mean, I love it. The second act right there where you really see who Barry Allen is nowadays and how he takes charge of like everything in his life now and has to wake up the younger Barry.
Well, he's also been part of a team and he's got like older people mentoring him,
You
so
still
he's
don't
learning.
notice the Flash, like he's still a little immature, how he's just sitting there complaining in the beginning about how he always has to clean it up and this and that. But you do see him seriously take charge, which is it's night and day, and he kind of need that wake up. And it's almost like how we've said in the other Batman movies where we see like a younger Bruce Wayne who's still a little immature and doesn't have his shit together. This is the way I'm seeing Flash, where it's still beginning in his career. He's not there yet.
But I like that he has to like manipulate because what was it, he can't get back, or
so
there's a reason. What was the reason he had to give young Barry his powers?
So it's that day and he's like, oh, like today's the day that you get your powers, and if you don't get your powers, I don't get my powers. So
right, because he's going on, he thinks he's in like a new time, a new timeline, but part of his
he doesn't know how time works yet.
It hasn't been explained yet, and I'm a little confused how the person who explains him knows all of it. But anyway, so he's like, you need to get your powers. You need to get your powers.
Takes him to the station where
because we never got to see that. We never got to see that. That wasn't on Lex Luthor's stupid folder where he had where he made the logos for everyone.
You would think that's the video that Lex would have, is him getting hit by lightning.
Yeah, he should tell him. It said he had Cyborg being made. And all that stuff, and like he made logos for everyone. Can you believe Lex Luthor made logos for everyone? Barry should have told him like, oh, by the way, you get your logo from Lex Luthor. He's spying on you.
You can't call yourself the Flash until Lex let you know that you're the Flash.
Yes, you have to. Lex Luthor needs to make you a logo, and Batman needs to find it. So you can't call yourself the Flash or use the lightning bolt until Lex Luthor lets you.
You'll know it's coming when Batman starts fighting Superman.
Okay.
Yes.
Batman's gonna fight Superman. Yeah,
I can't tell you. I don't want to mess up the universe. I got you.
Now I'm curious if that was to happen in that universe, how that would have worked.
Yeah. But things get screwed up. Because the lightning hits Prime Barry and goes into Young Barry. So Prime Barry gets his powers removed. Yeah. Young Barry gets all the powers.
Very anxious in this moment where it's like, sit down. You don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah.
One thing that has always annoyed me about this Flash is his weird run where he's like, it's weird. I didn't like it. However, I now love it because it led up to this joke where he does the pose,
so funny.
and then he's just when you see him doing it, I'm like, you know what? It took like 4 years for that to pay off, but now I love it. Now I love it. His sneakers are like making sounds, and he's like, oh god, I'm not running.
That was really funny.
I do like that the Barrys have to like pick each other up to phase through the wall.
Yeah, I thought that was great.
So yeah, now young Barry has all the powers, and he's trying to speed run learning all the powers, whereas old Barry like learned them progressively.
Yeah.
I feel like he faces through the floor into his neighbor's house and comes out.
What do we think of the giant scene with the music truck and the lightning?
I enjoyed it. That was fun.
I was like, it was fun, but I was like, Jesus fucking Christ.
I did like that they did like the whole like the
where he's
clothes
naked in
burning
the
up.
street,
He runs down the street. Yeah.
But like, it just
was a
happens
lot.
to be a
Yeah.
It was a lot. It was fun, but it was a lot.
I did like the clothes burning because that was something they did early in the
That- yeah.
TV show, and then
Yeah,
they
yeah.
stopped. What did everyone's? Did he just figure out how to not to burn their
Didn't
shirts?
matter. And Cisco started making him regular, or like, advanced shirts.
But
Who
everyone
knows?
else he was moving around. How did they? I guess he just learned how not to. Do that.
Sometimes you just gotta, let your mind just go. And
Look,
enjoy
it
the
was really
moment.
nice when Emily Bett Ricard's her shirt blew up and then she had like her just bra out. That was a fun episode.
She's fantastic. They
How
were
did
just
her bra not burn up?
Don't worry, because it was on the CW,
want to
so
show
they
nipples on
couldn't
TV.
go full tits out on the CW.
Damn.
It wasn't in the contract. They were all just in Philly a couple weeks ago, and I missed it.
Darn.
I know. They're great.
So yeah, I did like seeing some of that stuff where he's just like all the clothes are burning off.
It
He's
was
like
funny.
causing. There's like this big explosion, and he comes back. He's like, nothing happened.
Yeah, just a tambourine in front of him.
And they were like,
fun.
dude, like they showed full body him naked,
yeah.
his ass out, like
Yeah.
and then he comes back with what, like a pot or something.
Yeah.
It was a tambourine. It was a tambourine.
Yeah,
It was a tambourine the first time, and then goes through the floor, comes back with a
pot.
So all that stuff is fun.
He's like, I'm gonna have to move.
But then
now,
he
whatever.
realizes what day it is because Zod shows up.
But it happened too early.
No, I think
That's what he says, doesn't he?
Was it
it's
too
not.
early?
He says the words. It's not supposed to happen yet. Why is this happening? So
okay.
he freaks out because he's walking the streets. He's like, "Why is this happening?" Like,
well, it is 2013.
But he does say that, I just recently got my powers in my universe or in this timeline. And, and that day I was only a few days off of getting my powers and I had to save that kid and his dad.
but he was already working
Right.
on his costume at that point. This is like basically the next day.
maybe
He
like
wasn't
a
working
few
on his
days.
costume. Yeah.
But he also said, what's today? Isn't it September 29th? And isn't
Yeah.
that or is that when he gets struck by lightning?
When the
September
lightning,
29th?
the lightning is when he
That's
asked
the
that, and
lightning.
that because he says it in the movie.
Yes.
Why is this? And that's when you start real. I think that's the point, and they made it
something's
very
off.
specific that something is not right
Yeah.
because Zod's not supposed to be attacking at that moment.
Okay. But yeah, so now he's like on the hunt for Superman, but he can't find him because at this point Superman's not out yet.
Yeah.
So he would still be Clark, but he can't find which Clark Kent it is.
Yeah.
But then he starts noticing, and this is cool. By the way, he takes him back to the apartment where Barry has roommates, which is now Patty Spivot and Dr. Alchemy, but like they're like stoners.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then
Which makes sense for this Barry, I
and
guess.
then Gary. So we forgot, like, he was trying to teach him how to use the suit, and he starts referencing Back to the Future. He's like, yeah, Eric Stoltz.
This
He's like,
was
I'm sorry, what?
so funny.
And he's just like, what are you talking about? But then everyone there is like, yeah, Eric Stoltz, Back to the Future. And like,
The fucking tattoo.
the Gary guy
Marty
has a
McFly.
tattoo of Eric Stoltz.
There was people in our theater that were like, who? Eric Stoltz. Like,
Actually,
man,
on this
40
show,
pounds.
Tim, when we did Holes, the topic of Eric Stoltz came up, and he was like, wait, there was another Marty McFly? Like, yeah, they shot a bunch of the
A lot
movie
of
with
it.
him and then replaced him. So I looked up the Gary guy.
Yeah.
It's a guy
Man
named
on the couch.
Yes, because we know who the other characters are. I didn't find a DC character called Gary or no one that didn't really stick out.
Because everyone else is supposed to be somebody.
Everyone else is supposed to be someone. So he is like really good friends with Ezra Miller.
Huh.
I think he did like he was like the acting double for
Nice.
for the younger Barry.
To be able to go back
He
and
got
forth.
like a special thanks during the premiere. Ezra was like thanking him and whatnot.
And with my other Barrys who are here tonight, a couple of them are here, Sean Rogers and Ed Wade.
He could just be a guy named Gary.
Yeah, because there was a couple of them, right? That Ezra brought up. That like
Yeah, he
did
brought
all
up like
that,
a bunch of people.
A lot of people
That's
that helped
cool.
him work.
But-
through
I
the
actually
character
really
and
like
working
that.
with each other. Yeah.
But it'd be cool if he was like another character, like a
He's gotta be.
like a Booster Gold or a Rip Hunter. Booster Gold would make more sense because the blonde hair,
and it's kind of a time traveling film, and to have you know, just a guy on a couch, he's got to be somebody,
and like that's like in your head, you're like, well, that's not who I would pick to be Booster Gold, but like I wouldn't have picked Ezra Miller to be the Flash, so that Booster Gold could probably match the Flash.
I don't know, man.
If he is that, he also could be Rip Hunter or any of the Time Masters.
Just took a break and just chilling on his guy's couch,
or it could just be a guy named Gary.
Or it's just his friend Gary.
It's just it was weird that like the other two were comic characters, then there's a third guy who's not. So that's why I'm just jumping in conclusions there.
Totally
it's
makes
probably
sense.
just a guy named Gary.
No, it'd be so much cooler if he's like Booster Gold.
I mean, no, he's totally like he's definitely a character.
Well, I don't know if you know this, but when I was in The Dark Knight Rises, I was in The Dark Knight Rises.
Wait, you were in The Dark Knight Rises?
I was in The Dark Knight Rises.
Did you know he was in The Dark Knight Rises?
Oh my god!
I actually
Tony's
wore.
Like famous or something.
Were you the guy with the mask and you couldn't see
I was not Bane. I was in a scene with Bane.
Wow.
I have to tell. I found the picture of like when I left that day, the outfit that I picked out. And I wore green pants, a red shirt, and a yellow jacket because I'm like, I'm this universe's Robin. And then I saw the movie. I'm like, shit, there's a Robin in the movie. And then I was like, you know what? Because of this movie, I'm now the time traveling Robin. I'm the Robin whose parents were clearly not athletic acrobats, and nor was I.
You're the Robin that owns
You're
Grayson's.
Like the Gary of Robins.
He's on the couch. He's hanging out on Bruce Wayne's couch, and Bruce Wayne isn't Batman. Taking
Robin, or do you like do trapeze stuff? Like my fat ass kicking up there. And then people were like, I saw another universe where there was a Robin talking about a movie, and everyone was too horny for him in the comments.
Who's that?
Robin from Earth 422.
He's the porn star Robin. You're the Gary Robbins of Lincoln.
Why is he gotta be a porn star? I'm an actor, all right? I don't do those kind of.
I really didn't expect.
Oh no!
My goal was that they would do a close up, and I didn't know Joseph Gordon-Levitt was going to be a weird Robin amalgam. And I was going to be like, one day when I have kids, I'm going to be like, that was me, Robin. But then they're gonna be like, but there's already Robin in the movie. I'm like, I'm the other Robin.
I'm the Tim Drake.
I'm Jason Todd. I'm just an asshole. So anyway, he learns that all the heroes don't exist.
The calling of Aquaman's dad was hilarious.
That was so funny.
That was
and he's
funny.
like, is your wife the Queen of Atlantis? It's just like, blah.
It's like,
no. And then Vic only gets one mention.
Yeah.
Because I think he was supposed to be a bigger part, but there was obviously a lot of stuff there.
Yeah. Didn't even show his face.
Didn't even show his face, but they mentioned he's like a football guy. He's never in the accident. So there's no... Barry thinks there's no superheroes, but then he name drops Batman. And they're like, oh no, Batman's a thing.
Batman.
Like, yeah,
what did you just say?
They're like, yeah, we know Batman. They're like, Batman, yeah, that's that guy. We know him.
All right, thank God. The smartest one is still here.
Yes.
Let's go.
So they go to Gotham City. They take a Central City cab all the way to Gotham City. Now, is this like in Batman v Superman where Gotham and Metropolis are right across the river from each other?
Central City's just on the other side.
I hated. I hated that.
Central City's supposed to be more, in the comics, is more West Coast, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's more like a West Coast city.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I don't know. But
I know, like, I mean, a lot of these cities don't have state. Well, I mean, I think there were early Batman comics that said it was Jersey, but I
just saw James Gunn on the Inside of You podcast. I don't know if I can drop other podcasts on here.
How dare!
Yeah,
it's
sorry.
fine. I watched clips from that show.
Yeah. Michael Rosenbaum's.
Me and him are the same. Did you know that?
What?
You're the same?
So Michael Rosenbaum.
Yeah.
When everyone was allowed to get a blue check mark, he did this like real passive aggressive tweet. He's like, "Oh, anyone can have a blue check mark now." I just saw a guy with no followers verified. He's like, "Whatever, I don't really care." So I responded like, "Hey man, I was trying to get a blue check mark, but there must be a glitch. But I was also in a DC movie, and I also have a podcast. So I was like, hey, me and Michael Rosenbaum, like me and you are I said me and you are basically the same person." But then they took the blue check marks away, so now I'm verified and he isn't. So I was like, I'm no longer twinning with Michael Rosenbaum.
Well, my basis of the story was, I think he's great, but he had James Gunn on there, and James Gunn was like, part of the conversation was that he was excited to, create this kind of completely different universe. How Marvel has, New York City and whatever, this and that. That he's excited to actually have a full map of where Gotham would be, Metropolis would be, Central City. So just saying it's instead of just having, Gotham across the river from Metropolis, it's, it'll be nice to feel like I want to be able to feel how far all of these cities are from each other. Like
Yeah.
world build for me.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, I don't know why I got into that, but yeah,
That's
it's
all right.
just
No,
kinda-
I'm actually
But
excited
those
to see what he
are-
does.
those are
feeling
good
that
things
you
to
want in
know.
a universe.
It's good to know.
Or
You
that's
know?
any universe. Like
Yeah.
that same thing with Game of Thrones. Like a lot of times, like I remember always wanting to look at the map and be like, okay, where is?
So he said that it
this
would
whole
be
thing?
more of like a Westeros feel to where he's like creating
Yes.
more of a mythical land more than just the Avengers are in New York and dropping
Yeah.
them into our world. It's more like look at this kind of made up mythical world that I'm creating. So
Yes.
it'll be kind of cool to move forward and dive into it.
So
I
they
like
go.
that.
So they go to Wayne Manor.
Yeah, they do.
And at no point does Barry go like, "This isn't Wayne Manor. This doesn't look like." Also, the Bruce Wayne I know hangs out in a little cabana house next to Wayne Manor. He doesn't even live in his mansion.
It's on the lake.
So they go in there, and it looks very, very different. And
Yeah.
again, Barry is not like, why is there this really long table in this room? He's like, I've been to Wayne Manor. What is this?
Do we
And they
ever see
meet.
the kitchen in '89 or Returns?
Yes.
We do. Is it the same kitchen?
It's the same
I forget.
one.
Okay.
So yeah, Bruce Wayne comes out, but it's the Michael Keaton Bruce
Can we
Wayne.
go back to the paintings? He now paints.
He paints. He
His
paints.
paintings are great.
So here we go.
What's the
so
movie
weird.
The Rock, Sean Connery, when he's like got the long hair?
Oh,
and this
yeah.
and that?
Okay,
That's what
okay.
it kind of like remind me
So
of.
fans of the show have known that I was not excited to see an elderly Michael Keaton in this movie. I will say, when it comes to the characterization, I think they did a good job.
Absolutely.
I think because like he's not Batman
He's
anymore.
not.
He's not Batman anymore. He doesn't want to be Batman, which I know that's also a trope of the elderly guy not wanting to return to their glory. Like Luke Skywalker thing. But I was more fine with it here. I'm like, okay, he's not really Batman. He's not trying to be Batman. He comes back to be Batman for a very specific purpose.
Yes.
Yeah.
My only issue is he's doing too many ninja moves, and I couldn't. Every time he started doing ninja moves, and the stunt work was great, the action was great, but I'm like, young Michael Keaton couldn't do
Agreed.
Arkham moves, and I'm like, it just took me out of it.
Even in the beginning when
even
he's
the
like
first scene where he's fighting them in the
Swinging
kitchen,
around.
I'm
I think
like,
it's just more like an automatic. It's in him no matter what.
Agreed.
That's the way I took it.
And I didn't take it as like over the top. I took
I
it as
didn't
like how
either.
an old man would fight.
Yeah.
Because he's also like hanging from the chandelier in the middle, swinging around. He's using like weapons for him. Like he's not like,
Yes.
I like he's using like spoons and stuff as if they were batarangs.
Exactly.
That was
But like
fun.
it's more like, I don't know. I felt
It's like
like,
if it-
yes, he is a little too old to be doing that stuff, but if it was an old man fighting, that's how
A retired ninja. What would you
Yeah,
think they would
exactly.
do?
That's what
I
he
just
would
think,
be
I
doing.
just
Doesn't
think,
just go
If
it's
he
away.
was a
because
big
we know.
brawler, he would be more like finesse and trying to figure out how to take
Exactly.
them.
But we've
Thank
seen
you.
we've
Fuck
seen
this
young
guy.
Michael Keaton Batman couldn't do half of these fucking moves. So that took
Listen.
me out of it. But no, I liked the whole. Now there is a reason he's no longer Batman, but it's not in the movie. I don't know what it is. The director said it was they cut out like. I know he says Gotham City's very safe.
Yes, the safest city.
Yes, but apparently there was like a thing that happened that made him stop being Batman. But we won't. Maybe they'll release it on DVD or Blu-ray. I'm not sure.
Got too old. Well, obviously.
Well, yeah, me and
Everything's
the
still
Discord,
Yeah.
the Hack Movies Discord, which I rarely talk about, which you could join for $5 a month on Patreon. You
What,
get Discord
Tony?
access and commentary track access. We went in there like, hey guys, what do you think is the reason he stopped being Batman? And then we just looked up things that men in their 70s have to deal with. And like, it was like prostate stuff. Like, yeah, probably had this. I had the theory that like he didn't realize the Batmobile was in drive when he went to pull out and drove through a store.
He had to pee a lot in the suit. So
He had to
he's like,
pee a lot
I don't
in
think
the
it's on
suit.
anymore.
He had to pee a lot in the suit. Tennis elbow, for punching all the time.
I love, putting Michael Keaton in this role, right?
Yeah.
Love it.
I think it's great, but I'm a huge Flashpoint guy.
Yeah.
And if you put Jeffrey Dean Morgan in there as Thomas Wayne instead of Michael Keaton, I think I would have been way more excited for this.
Here's the problem with that, and I understand what you're saying.
It just would have been, there's a setup there.
Here's the problem with that.
Knock it down.
One, if you ask, because again, I know you love the DCEU. And I know people on the internet
love the characters. And I love that it's happening.
I love that the people on the internet say they love the Snyderverse and everything, and then they never go to the theater to watch the movies.
They don't.
So a general audience, if you said, hey, Jeffrey Dean Morgan, who was Batman's dad in Batman v Superman, most people are gonna be like, oh, that movie sucked. they're not going to be like, do you want to see him as an alternate universe Batman, or do you want to see Michael Keaton come back? Joe Schmo on the street is going to be like, I want Michael Keaton back.
Yeah,
I get it.
Joe Schmo on the street.
But if you say Thomas Wayne, the rest of the world will know, oh, Thomas Wayne.
Here's my problem, though. Like, in Flashpoint, it's awesome that there's this alternate Batman who's a super big murderer with guns. But in the Snyderverse, Batman is already a super big murderer with guns.
Yeah.
So there's no contrast.
Yes.
So it's just like, what is he going to do? Like, oh, in this universe, my dad is more of a murderer. Like, oh, cool. Like, that's awesome, dude. But you're also a murderer. Also, Superman's a murderer.
And what's her name? Lauren Cohen. Bring her in to be the Joker. Oh,
yeah.
God, be awesome.
I get what you're saying, but I understand why they changed it.
But like he was able to play with so much of the old school. He was Michael Keaton.
Although we
I get it.
Which, by the way, I love that we joked about it in our Batman 89 review. We were like, this is the cave and the mansion are clearly the 89 design. So I don't know what happened in Returns. That must have just been another mansion with a different cave.
Apparently, yeah.
He must have two mansions.
Returns never happened. It's a parallel universe.
No, Returns did happen because they have his suit from Returns there.
Right. Yeah. You see all the suits. Oh, it was just like it was, and it was like actually the Batmobile. You're like,
and I actually read today, like Andy Muschietti was just like, why didn't it look like Tim Burton's? Why didn't we go to Tim Burton's Gotham and stuff? He's like, they have a very specific visual style that would have clashed mine. It's also like we would have had to get a bunch of people in hats. Yeah. And it's just like we just never go to Gotham.
So he just said, I cleaned up Gotham. So I made it look better.
It would have been nice. Anymore. There is a scene later on where you see the Gotham skyline, and I know it's been 30 years and everything, but it would have been nice if some of the buildings, if the church tower was there, or some of the buildings just kind of resembled what we saw. Instead, it just looked like a generic city.
Yeah.
But so everything looks like 89.
It's amazing. I loved it.
The library's back and everything.
Fun.
I love the next part where he describes the multiverse to them.
Okay, yeah, all right.
Okay, we'll go to that.
So I like this explanation. I think I've seen this in... There was a show or something that explained this. Like, you could go back... Like, I know in Lost, it was like, you go back in time, but everything happened, so you're always meant to go back in time. But then there's other stuff where, like, if you go back in time, this will branch off. And I like how he explains, like, you went back in time, but you're back in time in a different timeline. Yeah. Like, you're not in your actual timeline. Which is kind of cool, and I like that whole theory. And what was it? God, there was a show that did that. They're like, we're going back in time, but not our past, a slightly different past. But yeah, that's a cool explanation. I like he had the spaghetti.
Thank God he had the spaghetti because I would have been confused.
But
I would have been lost.
Here's my question. Why does the Michael Keaton Batman know so much about this?
He's fucking smart, okay?
He's cleaned up. What else do you want him to do?
Exactly.
He's reading books on time travel?
Yes. He studies, he paints, he is an exquisite gentleman.
Yeah.
So I love the spaghetti, right?
Yeah.
But he also says when he starts, he said, I don't know what movie you would find this from where, he just bends it off and the past is the same. But he goes, I don't know what movies you've been watching where it's like this, which is the Marvel Universe.
Yes.
I thought that was funny. And then he moves the spaghetti so where now it's an X to where if you mess with, one of these points in time, a flash point or a hard point in time, whatever it's called, then, then you make a brand new past and a brand new future.
Yeah.
Which, I feel like was, like you're saying, is perfectly describing of, of how, I know the easiest way of saying, how this multiverse works. I just like the little jab at Marvel, right?
Yeah.
It had to be a jab.
I mean, it could also Back to the Future when he goes back with the almanac and whatnot. It could be that.
But then he throws all the spaghetti in, right? And then he puts the sauce on top. And it's like, now you just have a mess.
Yeah.
And the Marvel Universe right now is a little bit of a mess.
Also, I did like that the young Barry didn't realize it was Batman. Because earlier he's just like, we have to go to the cousin's dinner. And then he's just like, he's Batman. He's like, why do you think we were here? He's like, I thought this was the cousin's dinner. Like he didn't pick up that was a code.
Yeah. What does the Parmesan mean?
I love he's like, it's not. It doesn't mean anything. I think the metaphor is over. So they go into the cave.
Oh, he's so dumb.
They go into the bat cave to get his bat shit, which guano. Speaking of guano, there is not enough guano in that cave. He hasn't been in that cave in years. And you're just telling me these bats are just magically not shitting over everything?
It would be a mess.
Is that what you were waiting for? It's just just like a cave of shit.
The cover of the Batmobile.
Have you ever seen bat caves? They're full of guano. Have you not seen Ace Ventura 2 When Nature Calls?
Yes,
They're full of guano.
Who the fuck hasn't seen
Is that the right word, guano?
Yes.
I like how you're using the right word.
Yes.
I just like
Guano.
Frank, have you not seen Ace Ventura When Nature Calls? It's a major plot point.
Oh, I don't know a long time.
Well, look, I have it there if you want to rent
I'll
it.
take it with me.
So I'm looking at everything. I'm like, there's all these bats here, and there's just no bat shit anywhere. I'm like, it took me right out of it.
You walked out of the theater.
I walked out of the theater. I said, I disagree, and I walked out.
And everyone's like, who was
you
that
keep
guy?
doing that in movie theaters.
I do
no
it
one's
all
gonna
the
go with
time.
you anymore.
So yeah, it's the cave. It's definitely the 89 cave, not the other cave.
Yeah.
And the Batmobile's there. And I know we had a big vehicle chase early on in the movie. We didn't need another vehicle chase. It was kind of weird. I'm like, you brought the Batmobile back and you didn't do any kind of chase.
It was just like a nice little,
I'm like, I wouldn't be able to resist the temptation of having that car in like an actual scene. So yeah, that was kind of cool. I liked how the cave looked and like Batman's spying on them, and
That was cool.
Barry's like trying to work out with him, like to figure out, like trying to motivate him to come back.
Yep.
But yeah, they eventually, I know like the Barrys like fight with each other. Because the young Barry, he's afraid to tell young Barry about his mom.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because he doesn't want to like screw up too many things, but he's like really like you said, he starts to mature. He's like, this is very serious.
Yeah.
This is very important. What's
Really
going on?
Loved how they played it.
Yeah.
But yeah. Sorry.
Yeah. But
I zoned out
then
there for a minute.
Michael Keaton opens up his room full of suits, which is not in the Batcave for some reason. It's in his library.
Let it be. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, he opens that up. And I like the suits. I talked about it in I think I talked about it in an episode I did with Peg Warmers. We were going through like the suits and that. So you have like what's I guess supposed to be his first suit, the black and gray with like they said those are grapple guns, but this is a Batman who murders, so I wouldn't believe if it was just handguns. I'm like, I'd buy that. But then we see it's the kind of the 89 suit, but blue and gray. I'm like, all right.
Yeah.
Cool.
So he did go through a blue and gray phase.
Cool.
Then you have the 89 suit, which is still damaged.
Yeah.
With one of the return suits, because we found out he had like 15 of them in the Batman Returns. And then there's two new ones. There's like a gliding suit and like an Arctic one. And then it's like, I guess what was his last one? The one detail I did like when they first went into Wayne Manor, you saw all the armor from around the world.
Yeah.
Like sprinkled throughout. Like, all right, that's cool. I'm glad they like brought those
still
back.
have it,
Those in there. Yeah.
So yeah, he comes back and
he's watching them at this point.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So
He's watching them.
And
it kind of
Barry does a
motivates
little monologue. To
Barry.
the
Yeah,
camera
Barry does a
saying,
little monologue
right,
for him
that's
to like
right.
motivate him. He's like, "Hey, I know."
forgot
He's
about
like,
that.
"I know you had an Alfred. I know you had this."
Sorry about your parents.
Yes.
Like,
Yeah, that's right. And
Yeah.
I was
Yeah.
trying to, no doubt.
So like, I mean, oh, by the way, another theory I have for why Batman is retired, because the Batman in this universe kills all his enemies in a month. So he's probably like, yeah, I just murdered
That's
all
why
of
it's
them.
the safest. Everyone's just
That's
dead.
it. Well, if it was Thomas Wayne would have done it. So.
Yeah. We did forget. So I thought other than the Batcave and stuff, I thought they were to throw way more Easter eggs, but we get one where he finds the laughing bag from the Joker.
Look at this. Yeah.
I
There are
wanted
tons of Easter eggs.
I
in this.
really wanted a line where they're like, yeah, the Joker, your biggest villain. And the Batman's like, I killed my parents, but I took care of him in a week. You've had so many countless fights with the Joker. And he's
threw
like,
him off
yeah,
the
no,
tower.
like it was a rough week, but I got it. What about the Penguin? I killed that guy. It's like I killed all of them.
I guess they all died. Yeah, that's right.
What about Catwoman? Remains to be seen.
She used her final 2 lives and she died the following Christmas.
Yes.
I would love to answer that question, but that actress is in Ant-Man 3 right now, so we can't explore that.
They should have had a picture up on the wall of him and Michelle Pfeiffer.
They did in the CW crossover.
Did they really?
In the CW crossover, there was a newspaper that said that they're married and whatnot.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Speaking of CW crossover, let's just backtrack. So the Barry Allen from this universe met the Barry Allen from the TV show, but it was in the previous Flash suit from Justice League.
Suit. Yeah.
That does not get referenced here at all.
Yeah. So does he like?
I'm guessing that was just maybe another Barry.
Just a throwaway, from a different universe, I guess, because
I thought it was good because people really wanted a Grant Gustin cameo in this, and there's only one weird connection. But I thought, like, in my head canon, I'm like, oh, maybe, like, he just tells Bruce Wayne, he's like, I time traveled and met another Flash. and they would just recycle footage, but they
then
just don't
he would
reference
know
it at
that
all.
there's a multiverse, which
Yeah.
in the beginning of this, he doesn't know that there's a multiverse. He just knows that he can travel back and
Yeah.
forth through
Yeah.
time.
So I guess we're just
So it's just a throwaway, hey, there's another Flash, which is kind of disrespectful to not throw Grant
Yeah.
Gustin into this then.
Yeah.
Which kind of, you know, it's kind of upsetting. You have another Flash out there that just ran almost 10 years,
Yeah.
and
Literally,
and you can't
'cause he's
throw-
the Flash.
Ran 10 years, and you can't throw Grant Gustin in there?
Yeah, so that was
Even in like one of the worlds in the flat, like just a Flash.
well,
anything.
we'll
just
we'll get
there
to it,
is
yeah.
a small thing that's
There-
kind of awkward.
I know what
Grant-
you're gonna go with, but
Grant
but
Gustin sang my wedding song, so I just
not
really
not in
love it.
person. You
No,
played
not in
the song.
person.
What?
Yeah. He's one of his songs is what we use for our
Yeah.
wedding song.
So he
You are such a
Grant
nerd.
Gustin's a singer. He was on Glee.
It's adorable.
Grant Gustin was on Glee.
Yeah.
Same
I
with
watched
Melissa
Glee.
It was
Benoist.
season 2.
I loved Glee.
Oh,
Season two-
him and Melissa Benoist were on the show, and I stopped. I got like 2 seasons in. I'm like, all right, I'm done.
Season 2, "Running Home to You" is the song.
Yes,
that was our wedding song. Shout out Grant Gustin. Thanks, Grant. I love it.
That's like the 4th time you shouted out
Did
him
I?
for
No,
that wedding song.
Second time.
He's
I'll
gonna
keep doing
see it eventually.
I'll keep doing it until he
I'm
sees
gonna clip every time you've done that. And just send it to him.
Just send it to him.
So yeah, Batman is back. He's in his suit and he does the "I'm Batman." And he's like, all right, I'm going to help you find Superman. They find out that there was a crash and someone was taken to a base in Russia.
Yes.
And they're like, okay, that's where Superman is. Let's go there. They get in their Batwing. So it's weird that he built a bigger Batwing after his Batwing was destroyed, but then he built his car exactly the same after it was destroyed.
Yeah. Well, you know, because he doesn't want to drive around anymore. He wants to fly around.
Yeah, exactly.
He's old there. He's
But
like,
we
why sit at
noticed
red lights.
Yeah, we noticed when he's flying, and I actually do like the new Batwing.
I do too.
Especially toward the end battle, it does something really cool.
Yeah.
So yeah, he's flying. He's like, "Hey, your parachutes are connected to your seat." I like when he like glides down.
Where's yours?
But yeah, there's 2 extra seats in the back, and I theorize I think this Batman might have a Robin and Batgirl.
Got to be.
And I know in the Batman 89 comics, they gave him a Robin, and they were kind of setting up Barbara Gordon to be his Batgirl. They don't go into any of that's just a theory. Why would he have 2
Too
seats?
much to add to this film. I mean, you couldn't even, really give Michael Keaton a lot of new lines. He's just regenerating all the old ones.
He legit does it.
So
Yes.
why, even give new characters? It's like,
I did like the moment where the young Flash has the suit, so he goes up there. Oh, what does he keep saying? Like, he keeps saying, this beefs or something. It's, I guess, their universe.
The slang from his
it's like,
universe,
it's like a
beefs or
slang in this
something like
universe.
that,
And Barry's like, what are you talking about?
That's how I feel with Gen Z
Younger
now.
kids?
I'm just like, that's how I feel.
I'm sorry. Explain to me.
What? Which one?
What is Riz?
Riz?
It's like charisma. That's where it comes from. Charisma.
Jesus Christ.
You got Riz.
I don't know if you saw the video.
Do that again.
Yeah, Riz.
I don't know if you saw the video of me.
No doubt. Go off, Queen.
Yeah,
No doubt. Yeah.
I don't know if you saw the video.
No cap.
Oh God, are we old?
You're really fucking old.
For real?
Thank
for
God.
real?
No. Thank
Do people
God
still
for
say?
TikTok.
Do people still
TikTok.
say for real?
Yeah. God, we're old then.
Oh, fuck.
Nice way to cap it off.
Wait, are people still flossing? Are they still
Stop,
saying for
Tony.
real? For real?
Stop it, Tony. Stop
For
it.
real,
That was
for
so
real?
Yeah,
5,
for
10
real.
years
100.
ago.
Oh no, darn!
You missed them.
That was that's a weird time right there. I skipped.
You're not keeping it 100. We don't
What
say
the
that
fuck?
anymore.
No. That's not even that old. That's a weird that no one even.
Man,
ever
Crystal,
said.
you're not being jiggy with it right now. Now,
That's
so,
still in. If you want to use
okay.
that.
Yeah. I hope
So
you say
I
that.
don't know.
You
if
should be saying that on all your dates. Like, hey, want to get
speaking of-
jiggy
speaking
with
of-
it? Can you
so-
imagine Tony on a date being like, yeah?
Did you guys see the
Oh,
video
God, would I
of
be
me in
turned on?
Florida just being hounded by a bunch of just drunk women?
I saw.
At Disney Springs.
I saw. Did you start with getting jiggy with it?
I just ran into a bunch of truck broads doing a deep voice. Yeah! I don't get the bit.
And now he's gonna put us on his channel!
These girls came out of
I did see that.
Yeah, these girls came out of a bar doing this deep voice, and they were trying to freak me out. I'm like, oh, they have no idea who I am. So I just started.
Those
playing.
poor women.
I was hanging out with them for
Turns them on.
That poor Tony.
Dude, they thought I was one of their friends, and they had me do a video pretending to be their friend, and they were telling me what. So I did that video.
Nice.
But yeah, people in the comments are like, "Man, Tony's got Riz," and I'm
Get
like,
it, Tony.
"What is Riz? I don't know what
Charisma.
Riz is." God damn it!
It's a good thing.
That's stupid.
You're stupid.
That was Tony going
See,
wild.
look what
dude.
happens when you compliment him.
Say subscribe to Hack the Movies.
Subscribe to Hacking Movies!
You almost got. Yeah. So anyway, I do like that Barry tries to get picked up by Michael Keaton. Like he goes to put his leg up. That was fun.
Yeah, that was cool.
And again, like this scene of Michael Keaton beating up all the people. In one hand, I'm glad we finally have like a super athletic action scene with Michael Keaton.
Yeah.
But in my brain, I'm just like, his character shouldn't be able to do all of that. But it's fun.
Cool.
He's really cool.
They kind of, and he also threw them in kind of his bait, like very.
Yeah, he
Batman
did
thing
throw
to
him in
do.
his bait,
Like,
which
you
I thought
two
was
go
awesome.
down first, and
Yeah.
then I'll show up to save the day. So that was kind of cool. Like that.
Yeah, that was cool. So they're taking out all these Russian scientists.
Also,
and
is that when Barry goes to move the older Barry and he throws up? Right?
Yeah,
Trying to tell him how to
he
move
goes
people,
to move
right?
him and he just starts
Right?
puking everywhere.
Yes.
What did you do? He's like, no,
Get out, get out.
I thought that was cool.
Yeah, this is a really fun sequence. But yeah, they open up the big dome, and instead of Superman, it is Supergirl. It's Kara Zor-El.
Yes.
And I think like Batman's like, oh, wrong person.
Right.
Yeah.
Let's apologize to all our comrades here and get out.
He is vicious. See, he is vicious.
Oh, I did like, so I wish the ninja stuff I'm not into, but I do like how like he's a little outdated with this tech. He goes to plug it, he's got like a BlackBerry. And he's, like, typing in
How
the
much
stuff.
do you weigh bringing that back?
Okay,
I
Bringing
loved
that
that.
back?
I laughed,
Look.
and no one else in the theater laughed. And I was like,
Look,
oh.
I'm glad he brought the how much do you weigh, but I'm mad that it wasn't misogynistic enough. Because
How much does I guess with her is another. He should have
And
been
it-
like another like 50 pounds.
Who
or something.
did the
Like,
math there? Because you know
He did the math quick.
Supergirl
Although I
could
do
have
love
been
that
like,
one
what
of
the
his
hell?
gadgets was this cool black box and there's just measuring tape. That's pretty
weird.
funny.
I thought that was
That's
cool.
funny. Yeah, so they end up taking her and she's like a skeleton. They all get cornered, but I guess the sun revives her. I'm fine with this Supergirl killing because she hasn't been growing up on
Yeah,
Earth.
I mean,
She has.
She was probably a warrior on Krypton.
thing- That's
so
same
she's
thing
just
from-
murdering everyone.
Yeah,
Same
because
thing
she's
from
pissed.
Flashpoint.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's pissed. She this new land just
Yeah.
takes her
this-
prisoner.
It's a little different than Flashpoint. So I don't know if you ever read Flashpoint or saw the movie, the animated movie.
Oh God!
So
I want to.
You got it.
So
Oh, I know,
Clark,
I know.
in that
It's on my list,
universe,
it's on my
in
list.
that universe, Clark Kent like lands as a baby, but he gets kidnapped by the government, and they just keep him away from the sun.
I know the story of it. Yeah.
So this one, she arrived as an adult, but has been like
because
sheltered.
Supergirl technically does arrive as an adult, right? Either way.
Yes, most versions she usually here
never
as
use her
or like a
powers or
teenager adult. She's like,
but she's been in there for
she's
a couple,
older
3
than
years,
Superman.
Yeah, whatever.
That's one of the, I actually really like the character of Supergirl, and I enjoyed the first few seasons of the show.
Yeah.
One of the things I like about Supergirl is that she actually has memories of Krypton and stuff, so, like whereas Clark doesn't. So that's cool.
Help him with different memories and stuff. And a lot of people were like kind of mad about Sasha's performance through this, that it was kind of like kind of rock solid and didn't like give a lot. But she's
But
also
that's how it's supposed to
the
be.
character's also been locked up her whole life.
Yeah.
Again, she's
angry
not
and
like what
mad.
I would picture
Yeah.
Supergirl. She doesn't look like Supergirl.
I
She's beautiful,
love this
but
version
looks
of her.
like if she was Cavill's cousin.
Yeah.
That's what
Yes.
you get. And then also, like that's,
although I will
that's
admit
the
that
character
she needs red boots. The suit without the red boots.
the
was a
boots
little
would
jarring.
have been chef's
But no, I
kiss.
thought she did. I thought she did a good job. I kind of like her character in this. I know
She's
they are
badass.
planning to do a Supergirl movie. I don't know if they're bringing her
I
back.
would think it depends on the feedback from how people like her or
Yeah.
whatever. But I
Yeah.
think they should bring her back.
Yeah.
So if
I
you-
like this version. It's not just that blonde, happy
Mm.
version. It's she's got fucking shit to deal with.
Yeah.
Damn, girl, let it be known. But if they
Yeah.
want to do the blonde version, do a Power Girl from a different universe.
Yeah,
Have
that'd be
her
fun.
come in.
That'd be
So,
fun.
you know what I mean?
I thought they were gonna do Power Girl on the show, and then they didn't.
They
Um,
didn't
You don't
want
see enough
to-
Power Girl. You always hear Power Girl, but you never see her. I
Yeah.
feel like.
I mean,
would she be allowed to have? I mean,
Yeah, I don't
Supergirl's
think
not
she
allowed to have a
hasn't
skirt anymore. They, like in the TV show, they gave
They
her
got rid of
pants.
it, yeah.
Like Power Girl's got a very
Yeah.
specific costume
Yeah,
that I
she
don't think you'd be
does.
allowed to
I
use.
think she made it like one season with a skirt, and they were like pants.
No,
They
these
need
are like
to-
3 seasons,
Was
and
it?
they're like, now it's pants.
Yeah.
And then the ratings went down.
Oh God.
So yeah, I like her. They go back. They try to like re-strategize. Like, oh shit, Superman's not here. Zod is coming. We're like, fucked. What are we gonna do?
Yeah.
And I think like Barry realizes like he needs his powers.
Yeah.
The old Barry needs his powers back, and he like I do like Michael Keaton where he like he's like stitching himself up and he's like happy again. He's like,
I do like that.
That was a cool little
That
shot.
was cool.
He was
Yeah.
like, I don't know. I mean, he was a little jacked up in
Yeah.
there too,
Yeah.
bleeding all out of the arm,
Yeah.
the head
Yeah.
shaved now. He,
Yeah.
he looks really. I thought he looked
looked-
badass.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, the plan is now to give Barry his powers back. And I like that young Barry hears about the dead mom, but is like kind of keeping it to himself. So they come up with the plan to electrocute him with all the chemicals. And Bruce Wayne just puts a bat-shaped kite in the air.
It just happens to be storming that day.
Well, he said good. Oh no, it's from Flashpoint when he's like, "Well, you're in Gotham," because he's like, "Oh, I need a little bit of chemicals and a lightning ball," and he was like, "Well, you're in Gotham." But in this one, I don't think he does say that.
Yeah, I do like that he has a Wayne Enterprise shirt because I guess this is like something his company made. He's got like the jumpsuit on.
Yeah, that's cool.
But he's like, by the way, I think this is a bad idea. Like, he doesn't think it's gonna work. But yeah, he's putting a bat-shaped kite in the air. It's like, well, I hope the neighbors aren't like, I think Bruce Wayne might be Batman.
Yeah.
Isn't it weird whenever the bat signal goes up, all those bat lights go into his house, and now he has
same
that?
universe where you're just like...
But I like that it doesn't work right away.
I love that. I mean, especially in Flashpoint, I mean, Barry just gets destroyed and then has to be bandaged up, third-degree burns all over his body. So in this, I thought it was really cool that, it doesn't work at first, because once you saw that coming, it was like, oh, dude, he's screwed. They're going to have to do it twice. Like, you see it coming. And then he gets burned, and then... do you like, Supergirl coming in for the next shot?
Did.
Right?
I like that. So she comes back because she like spies on Zod because Zod has started his war. So yeah, he's finally healed with the lightning, and she's like, "Hey, why did you save me?" I feel like this conversation should have happened before she saved him. Where she's like, "Why did you save me?" He's like, "It was the right thing to do." And she's like, "I'm going to help you fight Zod."
Yeah. Which is kind of weird, right? She goes to the desert, sees him, the battle begins. She comes flying back, saves Barry, they get all back together, and then they go back to the desert and they're still fighting. Does the battle last that long in Man of Steel? Or is it just like a...
Well, there is no battle in Man of Steel because they give him Superman in that scene. Because people were wondering, like, why is this whole fight in the desert? Wasn't it in Metropolis? Like, no, because they met the military in the desert and they gave him Superman. But that didn't happen, so they just went all out war with everyone. I did like seeing Michael Shannon back because I actually... As much as I don't like Man of Steel or anything, I wanted him to be a good Zod, and he was in a bad movie. But so I'm nice to see him get like a second chance.
Great Zod. I feel like you don't see his face really in this. Like I feel like with the CGI and all that, and the masks that they use like for their suits, like it feels like he's not there. Like he's very like much like phoning it in maybe, or
it's just like they imposed it the entire time.
Give me like some new great like Zod lines. Like Michael Shannon is a force to be reckoned with, and you don't want to give me like new content from him.
No, his personality's not there. It's just
I did like that
his
he asked.
Presence, that's it.
I like that he asked for permission from Zack Snyder to be in it. And Snyder's like, "Yeah, do whatever you want, buddy," because he like would have felt bad.
Muschietti said that he talked to had a long conversation with Snyder, saying, "Hey, I'm going to use this. Is it okay? What can I do? What can I not do?" And Snyder was like, "Oh, go off, dude."
That's awesome.
And I like Barry's.
Let's get nuts.
I like young Barry. He does the get nuts. So he's ready to join the battle. He's like, "What did you call us? The Justice League?" It's like, "I'm in. I'm going to help you fight Zod." Supergirl's in to fight Zod. Yeah. Young Barry makes his own flash suit out of like the Batman Returns scene. I like he like shaved the ears off.
That was actually that was the one time I actually heard the entire audience laugh when he was like actually sawing the ears.
Although there was what like we noticed, I do like that when he's in the suit, he could barely turn
when they're in the thing.
But then it's awkward because then the CGI model, his head's fine.
He was fine.
And then they make a point to show that the suit gets cut so he can move his head earlier. So I don't know if like it's just the effects department not communicating with each other, like his head's not supposed to move.
When Michael Keaton's Batman outfit, also he still can't move it, which I still enjoy. Like it's still very authentic to the original.
When he's fighting, he's like flying and flipping all over the place.
Yeah. So there's this big battle, and I kind of like the two Barrys working together. I thought that was really cool.
That was cool.
I like Supergirl. I like we can't kill these guys because they're Kryptonians, obviously, but we can like distract them. To help her. I don't remember the Kryptonian weapons working on Superman. Like she gets stabbed with a blade, but like in Man of Steel, like at one point Zod just like rips off his armor like it's nothing. Yeah. Because he's so much stronger than it, but his blade is able to pierce her.
And it's not like it's kryptonite.
It's not kryptonite.
I want to say...
And it's not even like it's in, like, remember when Man of Steel, they brought him into the ship and it had their atmosphere, so it weakened him? Yeah. That's not a thing.
Like that.
The only way I can justify it is because it's only been so long since she's been able to regenerate.
Yeah.
It hasn't been long enough, I feel like, because she's been locked up. Like, this is when Superman, like, he is there.
Yeah.
Like, he has to relearn, like, how
Superman
to
had,
use...
like, 30-something years of absorbing sunlight.
Yeah. Absorbing sunlight, but also knowing the difference between, his powers versus what he can do here on Earth.
Mm.
She's been locked up this entire time.
Yeah.
She doesn't know how to use it with Earth's gravity and all that.
She knows how to spit at a statue.
Yeah, she blows up a statue and spit.
I love that moment, by the way, when she starts.
I'm guessing
float
at
into
some
the
point.
air
I'm
and,
guessing
like,
at some
you know,
point she landed because she does know how to fly and stuff.
Yeah.
I'm guessing she might have been like with her powers that at some point they captured her somehow.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like she had some time to know how they work here,
Yeah.
but I
But
don't
like
think
in
she's had
this,
enough
like
time.
Zod never really learns how to do it because in Man of Steel he's slowly like remember they break his helmet and the atmosphere is too
Yes.
much.
Yeah.
In
And
this,
gotta
they
learn
kind of
it.
keep their helmets on and everything.
Upsets me. Like
Yeah.
you know, I get that. Okay, like they're not gonna get their full powers or whatever through it, but show their faces, man.
Yeah.
You know, bring them back. Like,
Yeah.
do the whole
But
thing.
it is really showing like how quick this has happened after like Man of Steel, where you have an entire movie worth of this, and it's
Yeah.
like how quickly can everything happen?
And again,
how
this
else are
is
you going
this
to
is
do it?
kind of where it started to lose me because like all the Man of Steel imagery because I just don't like that movie. I'm like, oh, now we're in Man of Steel.
I think it's great.
Batman's able to take out 2 Kryptonian ships. I don't know how his gadgets are able to pierce interstellar spaceships.
Yeah.
But they
got-
do, and he
yeah.
makes them crash into each other. I thought that was cool.
This whole ending thing. I mean, even like the CGI. It's like if you're really like watching what's going on in the background, I feel like it's like all just like it's poor CGI. It
Oh,
really is.
absolutely.
It takes you out of it. But you know, you had a lot of fun with the Barrys. You know, working with each other, seeing Zod again, Supergirl, Batman in the mix, and all that. But it just. Is this part of what Muschietti's saying? Is that it's from Flash's perspective as well, to where that's
again,
why
I
it's
think
kinda
that's just the
wonky?
I think that's
Ooh,
the
I like
chrome
that.
and
Cover up
coronal
for it
dome.
all,
I think
but-
he's referring to that. Actually, the effects didn't bother me too much in this scene.
No, but I mean, like
It's
a lot
not
of
as good.
what a lot
But-
of people are talking about is this scene and how it looks, you know,
Yeah.
very like off. But either way, I'm more of like the kind of guy that's as long as you give me a good story.
Yeah.
I mean, I watch the
That's what
animated
it
movies, so it's like if you give me a good story, I don't care what it looks like as long as you can connect with me and I can.
But no,
connect back.
this whole scene is fun. How they're like using the electricity to like kind of shock the Kryptonians.
Yeah. What do you say? Can I go all emperor on him?
Yeah, that was pretty fun.
Finally, they brought that up because in this show,
Yeah.
for the past like 5 years, they've been doing that. And
Yeah.
it's like, just have Flash punch somebody or do something. But they've been like copping out and just having them do like the emperor stuff.
The
so.
lightning throw.
Yeah.
So yeah, Supergirl dies, and then Batman dies.
Yep.
He's like, I'm gonna shoot that ship, and it's just like that ship's from outer space. Your weapons will do nothing. Have you not seen the military weapons do nothing?
But why crash into it?
Oh, because it was damaged. His ship got damaged. and I
He
think he
couldn't
just
get out.
kamikaze.
Yeah.
Let me take some.
Oh,
people
what I was
with
saying-
me.
Yeah,
That's
because he
right.
couldn't eject
That's
himself.
right.
He's
What I
like,
liked
well,
about-
I'm going down, might as well. He had no other
Yeah.
option. It was he's
Oh,
going
yeah.
to
You're right.
he was going to attempt to do some type of. If he's going out with a purpose.
It's a good thing you watched it recently because it's
Yeah.
been like a week.
I was gonna say I
It's
did.
literally
like,
been 5 days.
His plane. I love how his plane is like kind of like a gyrosphere. Like he stays in place and it spins around him. Like, oh, that's
That was
cool.
cool.
That was really cool.
So when the big Kryptonian jumped on his
Yes.
ship, I thought that he was going to reach in, grab Keaton's head, and pop it
Yeah.
like it happened in Man of Steel.
Are they ever going to explain what the hell the big Kryptonians are? That's really annoying that there's just giant Kryptonians.
Just big as
Why aren't they all
man.
giants if they're into genetic engineering and stuff? They should all be giants. It's weird that you just have like 2 or 3 giant Kryptonians.
That was, you
Just
know.
let it be, okay?
Anyway, this is when we start the whole like we got to go back in time and fix this.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then like you see like the younger Barry keeps going back and getting more injured. Then you piece together like, oh, he's the Dark Flash.
Yeah.
So I really wanted when they go back into the Chronosphere thing. And then they team up and they're like, okay, let's go back and let's do it. So they go and they do it real quick, and then they only do it one more time. I wanted, at least 5 or 6 different, like, kind of give me like different moments and different things that they could do, like Supergirl, maybe possibly like, doing something more, badass instead of just punching Zod into a thing.
We also forgot to mention, in this universe, Kal-El did not have the stupid DNA thing from Man of Steel. Supergirl has it, so Zod wants that. I hate that whole plot line.
He killed
the baby.
Yeah.
He just killed the baby.
Yeah.
I don't know if he meant to
was
kill the baby.
so
I guess
pissed.
like whatever
no,
they
he did.
meant to
No.
kill him.
I think
Yes.
like whatever they did to pull the stuff out of him just killed the baby. Like,
I
oh,
don't-
the baby didn't have it. I guess we'll
Well,
kill the
he
baby.
because
More just
he
baby
straight
and
up kills
troublesome.
her. They don't give a fuck.
Nah, that's true.
Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah.
Because in order to get it, you gotta kill them and get their
Yeah.
DNA.
Anyway. So yeah, they try to do it again. They're like, "Hey, Batman, you're not going to be able to blow that ship up." He's like, "Okay." But yeah, Batman has like
the bombs.
Like, I'm sorry, he crashes his ship, and then he's doing like a million ninja moves, putting a million bombs on the big guy.
I love that.
Which isn't gonna work. Someone should tell, like, Batman, just run away. You can't kill this guy.
He doesn't know.
What he said, you brought me back one last time.
Yeah.
Which was like kind of meta and cool.
I do like that. But the fact that, like, I like the fact that he does die from all that because he is older. He's not able to.
Here's the problem I have. Like, the Michael Keaton Batman dying should have been a bigger impact on me. But I was aware of the original DC plan where he was going to be the Batman going forward.
Yes, which was crazy.
So having that mind, if I didn't know that, this might have affected me a little differently.
Okay.
But knowing that, I'm just like, because I expected him to come back at the end. Like, they were going to show all the universes are back to normal. So, like, I wasn't super invested in his death.
Why would you see that going back to normal when, like, that's that universe?
I don't know. I thought there was going to be like a happy ending. Like, oh, Barry fixed everything. And Batman.
His whole thing is like that universe. That's just the way it's supposed to be in that universe. They are not supposed to survive.
I know. But like,
so why would he survive?
The point is, I couldn't get super like invested in the death because me knowing, and again, this is just me knowing too much about the movie. I knew that wasn't supposed to be his final death.
Yes.
It's kind of like when Luke Skywalker died in Last Jedi. I'm like, I know he's going to come back as a ghost in the next one, so I don't really care.
But also, why do you like, I don't know. The whole, I lost my train of thought. I just had like 5 thoughts run through my head.
But then I do like this where like, and actually speaking of Booster Gold, the story Booster Gold 52 pickup, they do a storyline like this. So he's trying to explain to him like, no, there are like fixed moments in history that you're not supposed to change.
Yes.
And it's just going to keep happening over and over and over again. And in the Booster Gold book, Rip Hunter teaches Booster Gold this lesson. He's like, all right, because Booster Gold's like, I want to save my friend Blue Beetle. Yeah. And Rip Hunter's like, okay, before we do that, you got to stop Batgirl from being shot by the Joker and killing Joke. And then Booster Gold keeps going back to that timeline and he keeps failing. Yeah. Like he keeps no matter what he does, the Joker will shoot Batgirl. It's a hard point. And then Rip Hunter's like, by the way, that was a test. There's no way to fix that. It's a fixed point in time. I did that as to demonstrate you can't change certain things.
Yeah.
They did it in Legends of Tomorrow as well. They did in the final season. Somebody gets killed in the street or something like that, and they're a whole bunch of time travelers are in this bar, and they're like, all right, who's up next to try and save the day, this and that, and then they always end up getting killed and this. And
they also did in the Flash when Iris is supposed to die
from Savitar.
Yeah, and then they figured out a way around it.
Yeah,
so this is
they just put Savitar into this movie as well.
There's a lot of shows that do that. There was the one where no matter what, there was like a very specific thing they had to change. It was something about going into a bank and no matter what, everyone would die. I forget what show it was or movie.
Oh, that sounds familiar.
What was
I can't remember what it is.
What was this?
Yeah. But yeah, no, so that's the lesson. He's like, hey, scary Barry.
It was X-Files. It was X-Files. That's why.
Recently?
I've been going.
You're like, yeah, that show recently, that episode from 1997.
I saw recently.
Okay.
Because I've been going back and rewatching them. Like, I that's my comfort show.
Yeah.
Like, I rewatch and I'm like, wait, what was it? It was X-Files.
Yes, now I know exactly what you're talking about now. Yeah. So yeah, that's a cool lesson. It's like, hey, look, no matter what we do, this breaks everything. And I'm like, cool, I'm in on this. And then they had to do a bunch of cameos.
Well, oh god, yeah. I mean, these cameos get a little bit over the top. It's very cool to see Nick Cage. And
spoiler.
Okay.
Well, that's the cameos we're talking about, right?
Yeah.
So did I spoil that we're just talking about?
We also see Adam West for a second, and George Reeve.
You hear Joker's voice
or George
in
Reeve
the background, right?
Yes, you do.
It's Christopher Reeve.
Yes.
George Reeves or reversed. I always mess those two up.
But I thought though the Nicolas Cage was awesome, but I think they showed it too much.
He looked again
way too much.
They just did it, and it was a glance, and you're like, wait, it should have been a glance. I think
you should have had Flash somehow running through those universes.
Yeah.
Because now it just looks like, So now it just looks like you're putting up on screen, shots that everyone wants to see again. So now it's super fan service.
Yes.
But if you figure out a way to have the Flash trying to run through to fix something, and then just ends up in those universes, he flies by a giant spider. Nick Cage looks down, and he looks up at Nick Cage, and he's like, "What is happening right now?" Runs to the next one.
Yes.
You you see, and then that's where you get the CW guy in there.
Yep.
Yeah.
Teddy.
Oh yeah, so that was weird. So in the
That's what it was.
the
This-
50s,
yes.
The Jay Garrick.
yeah, the George Reeve one, it's Jay Garrick, but Teddy Sears didn't actually play Jay Garrick. He played Zoom, pretending to be Jay Garrick. But I guess this is an alternate timeline where he was Jay Garrick.
But you can't give me Grant Gustin for 5 seconds?
Or
it doesn't even look like Teddy's face.
That's what you should have had, yes.
Or what's his face? The guy who played Jay Garrick in the show, who was also the original, Flash from the 90s.
Yes.
John Wesley Shipp.
You should have had all the original
give me the
Flashes.
original Flash, man.
Yeah, your original Batman.
Yeah,
Why
so
can't you do
the
original Flashes?
CGI cameos are a little distract because they are very like in the Chrome Dome. I'm fine.
Yeah.
But yeah, when it cuts to like
Too
Nicolas Cage, I love
And you're
seeing
looking
Nicolas Cage,
out.
but I'm like, he looks like a doll.
Yeah.
And then people are really upset about the Christopher Reeve one. But here's my thing. Like, I know they're like, this is offensive and whatnot. Christopher Reeves, he did a, I don't know if you remember, there was a Super Bowl commercial years ago where they digitally made it look like he could walk again. They like put his face on someone to make it look like he could walk again. A lot of the DC comics were using his image and likeness in the comics. So I feel like this is
That's
something
fine. I mean, you're remembering him.
Here's the thing.
As
Here's
a
the thing.
character. That's the thing. It's his character.
Here's the
coming
thing.
back.
I know there
him
is
as
an issue
actor.
with bringing actors back from the dead because can they consent to it? I'm sure his estate was fine with it, but like because he did that thing where he had them digitally recreate him while he was still alive, and because they've been using his image and likeness in the books, part of me is like, he might have been okay with something like this, or his estate's okay with like something.
I mean,
we'll never know for sure.
It's his like main character that he.
It's
played,
not as
and
offensive as stuff
people
like
hope. You're like, oh, look
Yeah.
at that. That's
it didn't bother me as much as Hal Ramis in Ghostbusters Afterlife.
Because it was almost like disrespectful.
Because that was disrespectful because he's not that is not how his character would act.
Exactly.
That was like a total betrayal of his character, and it was just really disrespectful. Here it's just Christopher Reeve and Helen Slater. They brought her in there, just staring at a portal. I'm like, okay, that's not like the end of the world for me.
But then those planets or those universes
They start clashing together.
clashing, right?
Yeah.
So like you're watching them, like just the universe being destroyed. There,
Yeah.
And then.
Yeah.
I don't know. The whole
It just-
sequence. I just wish that they had Barry running through those times.
I
and
just-
it would have brought you in more and connected more.
It just, I agree, and it should have been a very quick shot.
And by the way,
Nicolas Cage was just too long.
I'm sorry. You guys said it was a spider. It's a Thanagarian snare beast. Jesus Christ.
I bet Kevin Smith is proud of it, which is awesome. I mean, congrats to Kevin Smith.
Yeah.
Stuff's being shown. Hell yeah,
I mean,
baby.
it's very exciting.
Although I do think
Fun.
those were two different, because Kevin Smith was writing a Superman movie. I don't know if Nicolas Cage was attached
if it
to
was
it.
the same thing, but
Because Nicolas Cage was going to be in Tim Burton's one, but I don't think that was using the Kevin Smith script.
Was
So they
that
just
not the same script? No?
I don't know. It's
I
been a
don't
while
know.
since I watched that documentary where they break all that down.
I still haven't.
So yes, Barry finally realizes. Then the movie kind of wins me back after the cameo fest. Which, I mean, we can't really criticize the bad-looking cameos based off the cameos of superheroes we've had on this show. Cut to the reel. Oh, no! Oh! So, yeah, he finally realizes, like, this, like, the younger Barry sacrifices himself, which kills him in the future. The big, scary, dark Barry.
Yeah, well, he wants him to stay, or if he kills if the Savitar-ish Dark Flash kills the older Barry, then he can continue to try to save his world and this and that. Which okay, but I mean, the main villain of this whole thing you get for a minute, like maybe 2 minutes possibly.
Yeah.
So where like it all leads up to that. I mean, I guess your main villain really is Barry understanding that he can't mess with time.
Yes.
But to just have Savitar, Dark Flash, whatever you want to call him, come in and then just be like, "You ruined me," and then go to stab him, and then he kills young Barry. It's fine, but I mean, I just wanted something more climatic.
It really wasn't. It was very straightforward, and he's not. I felt like there wasn't as much of a emotion in that scene either, where he's just like, "This is what it is," but like, and all of a sudden, it was like nothing. Like, there's a moment where he literally like. Just it looks like there's no more emotion where he's watching all the worlds collide and it's like he kind of understands, but you're like, there's no way this character understands anything from everything he's been through.
But then he goes back and he removes the tomatoes.
Knows what he had
It
to
kind of
do.
reminded me of season 1 of Flash, where he goes.
knows what he had
It
to
kind of
do.
reminded me of season 1 of Flash, where he goes,
dude.
where he goes back to save his mom, and then he sees an older version telling him to stop. So he has to just let
That's
the
what
mom.
I almost thought
So
was gonna
cool,
happen.
Yeah.
especially through that series. You start to have other flashes implanted into that moment.
Yeah.
So it'd
I
be
also
cool
like
if-
that they didn't tell you who killed his mom. I mean, we assume it's Reverse Flash because we know, but they never fully confirm
But I don't
it.
think it is in this one. I think it's just, instead of attaching Reverse Flash to that moment, which I do love in the show and why they do it, but instead it just, instead of, attaching it onto his origin story about, oh, it's all Reverse Flash and let me get him, it's more emotional in this where it's like, my mom was just killed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I need to figure out a way to deal with it. There's no
Yeah,
one for
he's
me to
not really
fight
trying to
or do
solve the
anything.
murder. He just wants to prevent it from
It's
happening.
just, I want it to stop.
Yeah, so he leaves the can of tomatoes. He has a very emotional scene with
cried.
her.
This is
where
where I
she-
cried.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, I cried at this point.
He was crying. I didn't cry. I was
haven't-
lifting weights the whole time. Frank was like, "This is a bad time to lift
I'm
weights."
sweating out of my eyes.
Yeah, and I was just like, "Ah, I'm a man." Frank was like, "Tony, this is a very emotional moment. You shouldn't be lifting weights in the theater, screaming you're a man." And then he was like, "Where did you even get the weights? Why did you do
the weights?" He brought them in his popcorn bag. It was a whole
Yep.
thing.
And then I walked out of the theater. I started punching people.
He's such a man. He
And
is
I
a
said,
man.
I'm not a baby. I'm a tough guy.
I
You sound
cried.
like a man.
It's just with the Flash character, with this and the TV show.
Yeah.
I used to watch it with my mother, and then she passed away. R.I.P. Not to get all sad on everybody, but to see these moments of, I love how the Flash, in this, with these origins, that he has to go back and wants to save his mom, but knowing that he can't. And having that moment to be like, goodbye and this and that, and I tried and, all that. It's just, and then having to come back to the future and, in Flashpoint, his last thing is, I'm sorry, Mom. And then he comes back to the future. 'Cause he knows that you can't.
So
mess
it's a
with
good
time.
moment. But he, by the way, did I ever tell you I met your mom once?
God bless you.
This was
She was a rough one.
This was the funniest thing.
She's
Trisha
a
invited
tough
me over
one.
to watch True Blood because we were True Blood fans
Yeah.
when I was living in Doylestown.
I was probably there at the house, man.
You weren't there that day.
No?
No, I didn't meet you till later. You were living there. I don't
Yeah,
think
yeah.
you were there that day. I remember walking in. You guys had a little dog.
Yep.
And I just
Dorothy.
and I'm like, "Hey, what's going on?" And I met her mom for the first time. Like, "Hey, I don't want to freak you out. You have a rat in your house." And your mom like cracked up. She was like, "What?" And I'm like, "Yeah, there's a rat there. I don't know what's going on there. You want me to let it out?"
She was a firecracker.
Yeah.
So, but we watched the Flash. We watched the first season
Yeah.
of the Flash together and all that. So
Mhm.
it's, it just brings back memories to be able to do this and and you always wish you could turn back time.
So yes, but he figures out a way. It's like, all right, I can't save my mom,
Love this.
but I can move the tomatoes to the top shelf so my dad's face is on camera.
Yes.
He's able to save his dad in the future. So I thought that was like a clever workaround with it. He's
That
like,
was.
he can't stop the murder, but he can get his dad out of jail.
Yes.
Yeah. That was great.
Yeah, so
Very
it's like
smart.
this happy ending, and then Bruce Wayne calls him. Now, again, there were some last minute reshoots, and you could tell. I don't know if you noticed. So it's Ezra Miller. They look normal. It cuts to like Bruce Wayne getting out of the car or something. It cuts
Yeah.
back to Ezra Miller. He is a doll. He's like a very smooth doll saying something. Cuts, and then the back to normal. Barry's back to normal. And I'm like, oh, something got changed there. That was a very last minute change. So yeah, Bruce Wayne shows up. Who is it, Crystal?
Oh my god, I wet my pants.
Whoa.
I totally creamed them. Like it was George Clooney.
Georgie.
Which
Georgie,
I'm
baby.
so excited.
He's
Batman
definitely watching
Robin's
right,
right there if you want to pull it out.
Oh, she doesn't want to pull it out.
Oh no, it stays in, baby.
Is this a kid show?
So yeah, I like it's George Clooney. What does he say? Everyone was laughing, so I couldn't hear what the Flash said to him.
He said he dropped the F-bomb.
Yeah, he's
said
like, who the fuck
something-
is this?
Yeah,
Who the
and he's
fuck
just like,
are
"What's wrong
you?"
with you? I'm Batman."
Yeah.
Yeah. So interestingly
Thought
enough,
that was cool.
so
I loved
I don't
it.
know if you followed the production. That was supposed to be Michael Keaton.
Yes.
There are set pictures from like a year ago where he's wearing the same blue suit coming out of the same car. And then
Oh, wow.
Supergirl was
Same
supposed
thing.
to be in that scene also.
Yes.
They had her coming down. So I
So-
think it was supposed to be like he fixed everything, but he changed who Batman was.
So my brain fart from earlier was why cast Keaton as the Batman of this universe? Like, I think it's a great idea. Like, Gunn probably came in and was like, why are we going to put a 72-year-old as our Batman?
Yeah, that was...
Let's rethink
I guess the idea
this.
was we have one universe with a young Batman. We can have this old nostalgia one. I'm like,
that's exactly what it was.
They shot old
That's
Batgirl
exactly
with him being the Batman in it,
yeah.
right? Like, oh,
yeah,
man.
where he's with like the Commissioner Gordon from Justice League. It's very.
It could be a great movie. Hey, it could have been great, but
no.
Keaton is.
We'll
Batman,
never know.
dude.
They killed it.
Yeah, you'll never
so yeah, I wonder when the George Clooney stuff happened.
Yeah. Had to be recently, right?
It had to be. Wait, the one screening, wasn't there like not an ending for an earlier screening?
So one of the gentlemen that were sitting in front of us said that he saw it like a year ago. And he said that just cut off right there when Bruce Wayne got out of the car and you didn't see who it was.
Oh, okay.
He just said, that it wasn't your regular Ben Affleck Batman, and they just cut it there of him saying, "Who the F are you?"
Yeah.
And that was it.
Huh.
So the movie ends. We now know that Barry has more cleaning up to do. I did like the credits of the dog because we never saw what happened to the dog during that opening scene. So the credits are playing while the dog is falling, and you just see the Flash saving the babies in the background.
That was actually kind of.
That was fun. The post-credit sequence was stupid.
Yeah, everyone in the theater.
So
like,
what
freaked.
I read, there was the post-credit sequence where they're in a bar, and apparently the Michael Keaton Batman was going to be on TV, and Aquaman was supposed to be, because I think Michael Keaton shot a scene for Aquaman 2, and then I think they redid it with Ben Affleck.
He shot a lot for a lot of movies.
Yeah. Which now the Ben Affleck scene might be deleted.
Yeah.
Both Batman scenes might be deleted.
Who knows?
That was the thing. Early screenings for like Batgirl, people were confused that Michael Keaton was in it. They're like, "What the hell is he doing in this?"
Yeah.
So yeah, apparently they were in the bar, and Aquaman was supposed to be like, "No, Batman's always looked like that." Like that was supposed to be like the thing. So I assume that was cut out.
Yeah, done.
And yeah, so we just get a scene of him coming out of a bar, and
just being
Barry's trying to explain.
Why have Aquaman be so trashed? Like, why? Like, I get like it's a joke, and over the top he's falling on himself.
He does like to drink. We learned from the Aquaman movie he likes to drink and party. But like,
water and this
it
and
didn't
that, but I
amount
don't
to
know.
anything. It's literally only there to remind you that Aquaman 2 is
Also,
coming out.
do you think that Barry? So in the end, there he says, I traveled to all these different universes, but you're always the same. But there's like, I met a whole bunch of different Batman. You think that he, after the George Clooney one, like traveled to
That's what I was getting
to different ones once he figured that out, and now we're in our regular timeline, or
Maybe.
he's still in the Clooney one and like, I went to these two other Earths and. Batman's not. So like, I'm trying to figure out where we end it there, and is Barry, from that conversation going to take back off into the timelines and try and find a new one, and then that's where we end up in the Gunverse.
Hopefully.
So,
I mean, we'll see. We'll see. Maybe
Yeah.
Blue Beetle will tell us more.
See, what I think they should have done was make a reference to Flashpoint there and say, I also traveled in this other universe where you and Wonder Woman were fighting each other and the world was about to
Oh,
end.
right.
That would have been fun.
That would have been like a fun little throwaway line to put in there. I thought that would have been cool.
Yes.
But overall, I enjoyed the movie. Like I said, the visual effects make it hard for me to get into it in the beginning. The cameos were a little distracted at the end. Kind of gets a little too long at the end. But that whole middle section and the whole lesson of like, we need our pain to define us, which again was explored in Star Trek V. I kind of liked it. I liked it. Is it like the greatest movie ever made? Not really.
No,
I think I
like.
I like some of the other DC. I think I like the Shazam movies more. The first Wonder Woman movie more than this.
Really?
Yeah.
Wonder
I
Woman
enjoy Birds of Prey also. That was a lot of fun. The Suicide Squad. But it's not it's not like Black Adam. It's no Black Adam.
Oh my God.
I love this movie a lot. Like the baby stuff, like there's certain stuff that, I would have taken out and putting something different in. But I really enjoy, kind of what they did with the character, what Ezra did with, Barry Allen and kind of giving us something fresh and new. And
Ezra, they did a good job. I mean, I can see how the younger one could be a little grating.
I'm going to go
But
see
you
it again.
needed it.
Yeah.
I think this was this a great movie? I don't think it was a great movie. Did I have a lot of fun? Absolutely. And do I think it was a good story? I found it very, very interesting and different concepts that were different. I loved the exploring of different characters, the exploring of how things could be different. I always find that fascinating. Would I see it again? Maybe not movie theaters, but if it's on TV, absolutely.
I'd probably watch it again
I would
when it hits
absolutely stream it
streaming.
again. I
Yeah.
think I would have fun. But would I say this is a great movie? No. But is it worth just watching if for entertainment purposes? Absolutely.
They said there's a 4-hour cut. I don't know if I need to watch 4 hours of this, but I would like to see just a little more
I would like
details.
to see the cuts. I wouldn't want to see the whole thing all together, but just show me the extra stuff.
Just the deleted scenes.
My biggest problem is watching through all this and saying but because I'm big on what Marvel does through their universes and sets up the next one and this and that, even though people like single movies. And but if it's the Flash, it's like, and I'm watching it and I love the character. It's like, but it doesn't matter. Like, where do we go from here?
Yeah.
And I feel like that's why a lot of people won't go to the movies this weekend, because they're like, well, Gunn's starting a new universe. And
well, that's what really hurt Shazam. That really hurt Shazam too. People were like, eh.
And he said the Blue Beetle's the first character in the DCU, and then Superman's the first full movie in the DCU, something like that. But it's like, is that going to make me go out to see Blue Beetle? I mean, obviously I'm going to go see it.
Yeah.
But
I had to see it for the show, or else I'd wait. I waited for Black Adam. But now that I'm doing these live wrap-ups, I kind of have to see these movies again.
No. Yeah. Was Black Adam really that bad?
It was bad.
That's what everyone
They
was
overthought it. And I feel like because this movie took so long, it had so many rewrites. Because I think at some point Cyborg was supposed to be like a main character in it. That didn't happen.
It's supposed to be like a buddy movie.
Yeah, so they had to I understand they had to readjust everything. But yeah, I mean, a lot of times with these movies where you overthink it and it takes too long, it can be a mess.
Yeah.
Yes.
Besides some dodgy visual effects, I think overall it was fine.
Black Adam should have been in Shazam 2.
Don't even get me started. Do not get we covered Shazam 2 and Black Adam in our live episodes, and I clipped those on the Clips channel if you don't want to watch full live episodes. We had a really good time. Me and Frank at our event, and Crystal by herself in a theater crying.
We can go watch it.
I say that as someone who just saw the new Transformers by themselves.
Yeah.
Listen, next time that I get some free tickets out there, I'm bringing you with.
Oh! But no, I enjoyed the movie. I know people have.
I could have seen it with people. FYI, 6 people asked me.
Totally.
6 people asked me to go see it with them.
Sure, like 10
I've been going out
Totally.
every fucking night, and I was like, I don't want to be around people.
Totally. Yeah. No. You got friends. We know. You don't have to. Yeah. Right, Tony. Right. She's got.
Well, Crystal has some friends. She went on another podcast to talk about movies recently.
I did.
Cheating on us.
And the movie
too.
you talked about is right there.
Cheating on us too.
Behind you.
There's so many fucking movies.
It's alphabetical. Alphabetical. Down.
Road trip.
No. P. In the P section.
P section. Panic room.
You're close.
Payback.
Close.
Paycheck. Pet Cemetery. Pet Cemetery 2. Phantasm. Point Break. Poltergeist.
Poltergeist!
Poltergeist. That's
whose show did you review that on? Cinema Trips?
Yes.
Yes.
It was Cinnamon Trips.
I watched that
Cheating
episode.
on
It
us.
was
You
very
did?
good. It was very
Thank
good.
you.
Tony's
I
in
actually
the
had a lot of
comments like, doesn't she own actor movies?
You're my property. Don't you know that? I don't give a shit. People are like, can you believe she did this? I'm like, I don't care. They were like, oh, she's cheating on Tony. I'm like, what are you fucking talking about?
She's her own woman. Jesus.
Yes.
Go back in the cage after this episode.
She is her own woman and can make her own decisions, much to my dismay. But,
I wouldn't.
Tony's just a disappointed father.
Tony allows me to do other things. I'm allowed to be in other movies and stuff like that, which is, also.
As long as you're not more famous than me.
A movie called I Love Julia coming out this summer.
Oh, okay.
Look at that.
Yeah, sorry.
And I am doing the show. Keep watching it. Oh. It will be in the Retroware store soon. But the new shirts have been printed.
Oh.
I had the red and white shirts done again. I think I picked better fabric. And then the famous Tony Peak shirt. It exists. There are 100 of them spanning across different sizes.
You know what we should get, right, as a t-shirt? You know that image that was drawn up
of
by
us
one of your viewers as us as Batman and Robin and
Yeah.
Yeah, that's an exclusive background.
But if you get that on a t-shirt, dude, I would wear that.
I am
hell
thinking
out
of making that a poster.
I would
Yeah,
wear
you
that.
should.
hell out.
Another poster I want to make.
Who's the viewer who made it? Because it's fantastic, dude.
Xander
Oh,
did
no,
that.
Xander, yeah, he
Xander
did
did
it.
that
I
one.
love it.
That was our exclusive backgrounds that we do at the $10 tier on Patreon. You also get exclusive live streams and access to our live episodes. Xander did that one, drawn like Phantasm.
That's
Nick
right,
Code.
Phantasm, that's who you are.
Nick Code did the awesome Batman '89 poster, but it's the Hack the Movies H. That is a wallpaper you can
That's
get on
cool.
Patreon.
Yeah.
I might get those
I would
printed.
get that
I
as a
think
shirt,
so.
dude.
I would love. I told him like I kind of love this design. I kind of want to print it as a poster
pretty
because
cool.
it's a good poster because like we can all sign
Yeah.
it. Yeah.
I'm still a sucker for the Dune one.
The Dune one's good too. The Dune
Joe
one's good
Lascola
too.
and Tony's head. What posters or like what images do you guys like? That's
Let us
like
know.
posters or T-shirts and
But
stuff like that.
keep an eye on the Retroware store. They should be at it soon.
Sweet.
So I will link to that. And yeah, just keep watching. This comes out after Too Many Games, so I assume people met some of us there.
Yay!
Which is fun. And then we will be at VHS Fest.
Yes, we will.
Frank won't. He'll be in Italy with all those
yeah.
Italians.
Make sure you remember what was it? What was the
Muschetti.
Muschetti.
Too much spaghetti.
Yes.
Yes. Now
And
we
then
learned that with you.
in September, like 16th, 17th, we'll be at PA HorrorCon. That's 10 minutes away from here. I want you that one.
I'm just gonna start showing up to all of them.
Good.
And then everyone's gonna be like, "Oh, Frank made it," and I'll be like, "Yeah, but Tony didn't want me here."
Tony doesn't want any of us actually there.
He's like, "Fans, come to me."
I
And
was
I'm
so
like,
I was so
was
jealous
like,
of the Flash
I
that
wanna
he was
meet and
able to
talk
just
people.
have adventures with himself. I'm like, if only. And then I watched Multiplicity with Michael Keaton. I'm like, if only I could just replicate myself and do the whole show with just me.
If only if I could just do a younger me, and
Yeah.
that's fun.
So anyway, let us know what you thought of the Flash. Is it the greatest thing ever? Is it the worst thing ever? Let us know if you picked up on any references that we might have missed. Apparently, there's a bunch sprinkled out.
Yeah.
There's a lot.
It's rough reviewing movies like right when they come out
It
and doing
is.
this show because it's like all the other ones we've watched a million times.
Yes.
So you can pick it really
Yes.
apart. But
Yeah, and if you like us talking about DC stuff, we have a Batman playlist. I think we have a DC superhero playlist that you can go back and check out. A while back, me and you did Superman Returns. That was a lot of fun.
One day we're gonna do Man of Steel.
One day we will go through these.
One day they will join
That's
you
like
in the
his
sun.
last one he ever wants to do.
Right? Right, Tony? One day they'll join you in
I
the
mean,
sun.
we have 3 Nolan movies we can do before that. Those are great. Anyway, that's the thing. Nolan's universe was left completely absent in this.
Yeah.
I offered to be in it. I offered to come back as my character as football attendee.
They should have thrown you in.
I should have been in it. I should have been in it.
Used my cutscene from the Joker.
Or you should have been in it. Like, oh, this is a universe where the Joker saw one extra guy on the
extra
street
guy
that
walking
day.
by him. Ugh.
Yeah.
Ooh.
And then as long as Crystal's not in any of them, I'm fine. Goodbye, everyone.
Ciao.